sometimes it's not about rowing clean, sometimes it's just about rowing really hard.
Based on what we've seen this afternoon, I think there's some Dutch danger on Henley Shore.
Hello and welcome to Henley Women's Regatta 2025. It is day 2. My name is Megan Chester and along with the team we are here to bring you all of the action across the course of this competition. Yesterday we got off to a cracking start. We had some super speedy time trials and we've got loads more to get through today as well. Since it's the weekend, school's out and our junior rowers can join in the fun. We've got their time trials this morning and then later on in the day we will get to the side-by-side racing section of the competition. Some of the crews that you've seen in time trials are going to go head-to-head, battling it out, trying to get one of those coveted spaces in a final. Keep your eyes peeled for commentators doubling up as competitors and loads of special guests along the way. Now, over the past couple of days, yesterday and this morning, as I've been walking down to the river early in the morning, I've seen coaches cycling up and down the bank, giving their crews the last little bits of advice, last little bits of encouragement whilst they're doing their pre-paddles before racing starts. And you know what? It just made me realise how crucial those figures are in rowers' development, in their rowing journeys. So let's hear a little bit more about these people who make racing what it is and help rowers to be the best that they can be.
Everyone check their rigger that is tight. No? Oh, there's some blank faces.
I really enjoy helping people develop and, get the most out of themselves, being a part of their journey to get them where they want to be. So I think that's the part of it I really like. And then there's also the fun part of the competitive edge.
Blow that handle out, get the hooks going over. There have been moments where I've worked with a crew for quite a long time and they've done everything before you've even asked them to do it. And when you reach that moment, I think you've done your job really well because actually you've trained them to do it for themselves and that's what they've got to do, that you're not out in the water with them. You want them to be really efficient and just problem solve themselves.
Really honest about it, you're always in the minority and that's never easy. To be one of a few that working in a bigger environment, I would just encourage women out there to go out and apply for jobs and positions. So I definitely would like to see more females out there in the head coach positions and or the leading boat positions.
I'm here with Rachel Hooper from British Rowing. Rachel, thanks for chatting with us. Now, Rachel does incredible work to support coaches and particularly female coaches. Can you tell us a little bit about that work that you're doing?
Sure. So I'm part of the Learning Education Development team at British Rowing, and a fundamental part of that, a foundation part, is our coaching qualifications. But over the last few years, we've been looking at the coaching community, who they are, who they're made up of. Are they really representative of what the wider sport needs? And one of those groups that we've recognised that's quite, in terms of a balance of gender, is that we've got quite an imbalance between male and female coaches. So a number is that we've got 31% of our members, our coach members, are female, and that's quite, compared to almost 70% male. It shows that represents an imbalance in there. And we know on days like today, we have so many amazing women in our sport. It's not necessarily that they need women coaches, but we want that balance to be going all the way through sport in all the roles in the sport as well. So what we've identified over the last few years is a number of programs specifically to support underrepresented groups, and one of those underrepresented groups is women.
So coaching is such an involved job, and it sounds to me like there's so much juggling involved. How are your programs supporting coaches in those sorts of situations?
So we have a number of initiatives at British Rowing to support underrepresented groups in coaching, one of which is women. A lot of that is around understanding really what the challenges they're facing in showing that authenticity in their coaching. And part of that is communities of practice. We're holding communities of practice at events. We have them at coach cafes, we call them sometimes as well. So at our big events, we really invite coaches to come and talk to us and engage with each other. And also we've had a lot of online communities of practice as well at Henley Women's this weekend. We've got a group that are meeting up just to get to know each other a little bit more, just to understand I'm not alone in this. Actually, there's a group of people that can support me through this.
Right, I think it is time to get on with some racing. Our commentators are ready and waiting to bring you all of the action, analysis and information about our crews. So let's get going. Commentary team, it's over to you.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Very good. My name is Piotr Golowski and I'm joined with Erin Kennedy, and today we'll be taking you through the Saturday time trials of Henley Women's Regatta. It is the 50th anniversary of this event, and after yesterday's racing we're really looking forward to see some more action today.
Yeah, I think it's been really exciting for the ones who've basically been waiting to get going. They've seen all the racing kind of kicking off yesterday, and now it's it's time for them to make their mark in the time trial. You carry on, Peter. My mic seems to be having a little bit of an issue. Doesn't want to stay on.
Lovely, and the racing has begun. For today we can see some crews in action. The first athletes on the course is the Junior Single Scull event. They're competing for the D. Ellis Trophy. There are only 16 crews able to qualify in this event, and we have had 23 entries, which means 7 of the slowest scullers will not be going through to heats and quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals here.
So just on our screen now, we can see Ella. She is representing Barn Elms Rowing Club here, and she's got a lot of pedigree. Just gone off your screen there, but then she's coming back through. You can just see her really nice long strokes here, and it's not a surprise. She won Sculls Head, the Women's 16 2023, and yeah, she's doing a really good job here.
Yeah, she was really getting a good connection around the front end. We can see another sculler on the screen here. This is Catherine Gardner from Hartpury University and College Boat Club. They are famous for developing very strong sculling crews at the junior level.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really great to see so many junior scullers here, actually. I think, women's sculling is definitely kind of on the rise, and we're kind of looking at the next generation of scullers coming up. Okay, and then next up we have Warrington, and this is 316. This is Maisie Brittles. Maisie has actually performed really well this year, I know, with the GB under-19s. She's trialling, and then she's still kind of in the mix at the moment. So best of luck, Maisie, but hopefully this will be a really good opportunity to test out some of that racing.
I really like what she's doing with the boat. Obviously she's accelerating really fast, so in the second half of the stroke I think she's going to put down a strong time. On the screen now we've got another Hartpury University and College Boat Club sculler. This is Harriet Bray. Let's take a look.
So you can see just as they're coming on the island, there's obviously going to be a little bit of different strategy, different racing playing out. So are you going to kind of hit it hard really early? Are you going to try and get into your stride? I mean, one of the biggest challenges with Henley Women's is it's such a shorter course than you're used to, and actually it's great prep for Los Angeles, where they're going to be racing on a shorter course. But I mean, I'm actually racing over the weekend, and it always surprises me how short the course actually is, even though you know it, when it's written down.
It does tend to run out quickly on you, doesn't it, at 1500? Especially most of these athletes will be also preparing for the full length 2,112 meters in about 2 weeks' time. So then having that less 650 meters or so less is.
Yeah, this is actually Scarlett just on our screen here now. She actually came third in GB trials in February, and I know she's being coached along by Aaron and Ellie, and they'll be cheering her on, I'm sure, pretty loud. It's been always really surprising to me how loud it is when you're actually kind of in the water. You can hear them so loudly on the path.
I think that's the benefit of racing on this Henley stretch. Here you're positioned very closely to the supporters on the bank, so you can pretty much hear most of the cheers on, except for when you're in the middle portion of that race. Yeah,
this is Susanna from Chesterley Street. She actually learnt to row just after the pandemic, which is great. Actually, a lot of people came back, and she's also represented Wales in home internationals. And
as we know, next month Wales will be hosting their inaugural annual home international regatta over in Dorney Lake. That's towards the end of July.
What a gorgeous shot that is. That's really cool. Yeah, so she's actually been kind of getting into kind of different things, and she's also been at Nat Sculls. So she won the B final this year, and she was actually second at Mat Regatta, and she's also won the Scottish Champs. So she's all over the place. This is Lily Church here from Wycliffe College.
Wycliffe had a very strong, dominating team, particularly last year in the junior women's squads, winning national schools, British championships, sending lots of their athletes to earn their GB vest in the summer. And they did also come away with the win at the Henley Royal Regatta, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I've got you here because you are like the rowing Bible. I'm going to talk about the rowing, and you can definitely drop in your facts because your rowing knowledge is definitely going to be far superior to mine.
No problem. No problem. I'm happy with that.
I really like the way that Lily's picking this up here. You can really see, if you have a look at the bow, where the bow ball is, where that number is, it's really surging, and she's lifting that bow up really nicely. It's a little bit breezy out on the course. I was out rowing this morning and rushed over to commentary, and yeah, the wind is a little bit variable.
Certainly, well, these are still some of the best conditions that we have seen in the past few years. Yesterday we've had a really hot day, and I believe from predictions we're set to have an even hotter one today, which is exactly what you want to ask for June's weekend of racing.
Totally. This is Eleanor. This is Derby Rowing Club. You saw just in the screen a little bit earlier, that was just Harriet coming out of shot. And you can see in the background, we've got some kayakers, and that is one of the challenges of training on this stretch and getting ready to race. They will have had to have navigated all those things. So actually, to some extent, when you're in the middle of the booms and racing, you can finally just get your job done, and you can go and just enjoy racing. And this is, just popping our screen, this is Isabella. She is, this is the first time actually racing in the single at Henley Women's, which is really exciting, but she comes from a big rowing family, representing Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. So yeah, I hope Isabella has a great first run down the track, and I love that lycra.
It looks like she's really enjoying herself, but also very, very focused and very determined on producing a really fast time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very clear to spot those Tideway Scullers colours. They stand out, and this is Annabelle Noonan.
Tideway is another one of those really strong junior programs, particularly over in London. If you're not part of a school, sometimes it's difficult to find a club that will allow you to compete for the gold medals at the national events, and Tideway TSS is one of those clubs. They're positioned right near Chiswick. Yeah,
that's really nice arcs. It's actually a great opportunity just to see the way that she's coming around the pin. So as she's coming out and forward, she's making sure those shoulders are nice and tall. She's getting nice length around the pin, and she's getting a really good connection. You can actually see how, if you see look at her blades and that connection, you want to be kind of getting that blade in shallow and driving nice and deep, and you can actually really see the trajectory of this blade while we're up over the top. She just needs to keep a little bit of an eye on her steering, maybe, because we saw obviously one side of the booms, and she's just having a look there. She's just coming over a little bit more to the Berkshire side now, so hopefully she'll just straighten up just that little bit, just to help her just finish off the course safely.
Is there an incentive, Erin, to change your steering line during a time trial for this course?
So when we did the walk earlier, when we were kind of helping with all of the different steers people and Coxless, we actually kind of recommended that you basically shoot down the middle, because adding rudder, sometimes that can just take just that little bit longer, and if you're not too confident, it's better just to stick safe down the middle. And this is Alexa from St Peter's School Boat Club, and she's J17 racing J18 after really good at Nat School, so that's really impressive. She's racing up a category.
And our commentary Bible tells us that she is never seen rowing without wearing something pink.
There you go. Well, she's representing with the lycra. I've actually almost always rowed with clubs with pink as well, so that's probably accidentally also what I've done, but not intentionally. And this is 323. This is Poppy from Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. And she actually started rowing in a single at the start of this year, so this is a kind of big year-long project for her, which is really exciting.
Definitely. You can see the Tideway Scullers athlete, Annabelle Noonan, is really also
gunning it down.
Yeah, she is. She's really catching up to Poppy here. Will she be able to stay away, is the question.
Yeah, so I know that Poppy said that she really wanted to do Henley Women's for kind of that experience, because she actually watched her sister race Aspirational Singles for Cambridge University last year, so she was very inspired to do it herself. And it's actually interesting that you get a lot of siblings in rowing. You know, I think it maybe is the competitive nature, but also, you know, I think they can kind of inspire each other. I know a lot of siblings who row together.
Definitely, and also if you're in the same crew, at least you know you come from a very similar physiological basis. You can't, you are going to have a similar level of strength.
Yeah.
In terms of like the length of your levers and all those things.
And this is Hannah. She is from Wimbledon High School Boat Club. Wimbledon High's got kind of a developing program at the moment. I've seen quite a few more Wimbledon High kind of rowers coming up, which is really exciting.
I think we've seen quite a few movements in London which are trying to bring rowing into schools that aren't traditionally involved in it, and also allow the children from those backgrounds take part in our sport.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, and this is the very recognisable blue of Headington that's coming towards us just as they come out the end of the island and then push away.
Just look at the way that boat is moving through the water. It's just gliding so smoothly. It looks like there's not too many force movements on there. That Headington sculler really does know how to accelerate. Yes.
Yeah, that's Henriette. Yeah, if you have a look, so we kind of often talk about this. So there's the bow, which is the bit closest to the number, and then the stern there. And, you know, you're not wanting to land too heavy on the feet and push that stern down into the water. And Philippi boats, which have got those line across, provide a really interesting, easy way to clock how that boat is trimming, because you can watch where that line is based on the water.
I've heard a similar thing about having the side stripe on your lycra when you're rowing. It's a great coaching tool because you can see exactly if someone needs to sit up straight or not.
That's really good. Yeah, it's that body tool. Okay, then this is Mary coming past here. She's from King's School in Ely. And yeah, she's getting some nice length around that front, actually. Sat up nice and tall, just as we were saying. So if she had those stripes on the side of her lycra, I think she'd be sitting up nice and tall and just getting hooked up nice and early. And then here we go. We've got 327. So this is Newark here, and this is Naomi Williams. She looks like she's really pressing it off that front turn, doesn't she?
Well, I mean, it is quite a tight field. Only 16 out of the 23 entries will, be going through.
Yeah. So yeah, she's actually. Well, there you go. She's just come through the line. So that's probably why she looked like she was working really hard. Again, we've got, that's another Headington.
And look at the difference though in the stroke rate and just the way that she's applying power to accelerate that boat. It looks a lot more steady and relaxed, almost as if it's not a full race pace.
Yeah, maybe. This is Darcy. I think there's just lots of different strategies in order to take on a time trial. You know, you don't necessarily. I often think about rate. It's more of a feeling when you're trying to kind of get that rate up and going rather than just a number, because I mean, you know, we're going to see probably a little bit of variable wind conditions as we come up. So I think that's going to be quite interesting. We've actually got two scullers in shot now. So closest to us, that's Blair Academy crew from USA. That's Ella, and then behind her, that 330 crew. We've chatted about her before. That's Mary Garrett. So. Just jumping into this Blair Academy crew, she's come all the way over from the US. She's based in Chicago, and she's one of their standout rowers of Blair Academy in New Jersey.
You can tell she's been borrowing a boat from the Lady Eleanor Hollis.
Oh, yeah. So if people can see, there's a boat code just underneath where her knees are. So
that's an interesting thing about stateside rowers coming over to race here. They won't be racing in any boats that they're used to rowing in, which is an interesting fact. And I wonder whether that has any effect on performance.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, they've got to kind of jump in. This is Reading here, Reading Rowing Club. And we can just see, again, these drone shots are really great to see just the way that they're kind of picking that boat up. This is Keeley here, just getting connected around that front end and just trying to keep out as long out as possible. You can see there's a bit of bounce on the water. That's partly from the other boats going along, but also, yeah, the wind has been a little bit variable at the moment. And now we're just jumping to 333. This is Wimbledon High School. So this is Hannah.
Again, the sculler that we've seen before, like you said, Wimbledon have been putting forward a few more athletes for their domestic racing here in the UK. And I must say she is rowing quite well in that single. It is a Janusik boat, which is a British boat builder and manufacturer.
Mm-hmm. Just having to avoid some geese. That is one of the problems on the old Henley stretch. And here we have Fulham Reach. This is Fulham Reach Boat Club. This is Ma, and she's part of the Fulham Reach program. She's actually she's a student at the Sacred Heart High School in Hammersmith.
I really love what Fulham Reach are doing. I was speaking with their head coach not too long ago, and they have about 1,500 kids rowing every single week out of that one boathouse. I think what they're doing is amazing, and it's actually the dad of one of your WOX friends.
It is, yeah. So Matilda Horn, who is one of our WOX mentors, and her dad is a coach over there, and they're doing amazing things, bringing more people into our sport. This is 334. This is Burton Leander Rowing Club, and this is Charlie. So Charlie here, she's actually this is a great fact. She's our youngest British rowing umpire. That's so cool. it's amazing to see so many people getting involved in the sport in so many different ways. Obviously, still a keen athlete, seeing as she's racing her way down the track, just looking for that finish line in her last couple of strokes. But yeah, amazing that she's also an umpire as well, so she knows the rules.
Definitely, yes. And I think what you're saying, Erin, is critical because that our sport does not exist without the help of all the hundreds of volunteers that keep making it happen year on year.
Yeah, totally. That's absolutely fantastic.
Here we are. We got Scull at 3:35. Gloucester Rowing Club. That's Rachel Sylvester, just taking her last strokes, and now winding down after crossing that finish line. We'll be moving over shortly to the junior double sculls category. We have 39 entries for that event, and 18 crews will be qualifying.
You can see there's a bit of a challenge on the crosswind there. So you can see obviously everyone's kind of queuing up, waiting to go. It was a bit of a challenge yesterday actually getting ready to race, especially when we had all the 8s going for the time trial. Everyone's getting sort of blown around. So it kind of tests your boat craft as well as, you know, you've got to sit there and get ready for racing.
Definitely. Are you racing today, Erin?
I am, yeah. I'm racing this afternoon in the Championship 8s.
So give us a competitor's insight. How does it feel to be inside of the boat on that course racing at this year's event?
Well, it's been a couple of years since I raced at Henley Women's. I think I last raced Henley Women's, I think I was working out, I think maybe 2015. So yeah, shows my age a little bit. But yeah, it's been really good. Obviously, it's have great weather. Bit of a variable wind actually down the course. So you know, you think you're getting onto a good speed, good split, and then all of a sudden, you know, obviously you've got the variability when you're out in the stream, and you've got to kind of manage that. And especially, you know, we've got this first crew setting off. They're going to need to be ready for a little bit of change in conditions when they get to the end of the island.
Definitely. It is a course that can sometimes catch you up. We were talking with Tom Morgan on the stream yesterday about how also difficult it is sometimes to navigate that very first portion of the course until the booms start to show up, because you don't kind of have that reference. You can't quite judge your distance based off the bank because it moves away and then comes in on you. So we've seen quite a few clashes today. Hopefully the athletes can avoid that largely today.
I think that was a perfect start there, to be honest. As they were kind of tracking those buoys, but not quite on the booms. Yeah, which was ideal.
I love the way they're rowing. You can see that they're in completely full synchronicity. Whoever put this crew together has done a really good job. This is RGS Worcester, so I believe that would be Tim Messent.
Yeah, I will defer to your better knowledge. These guys are actually finalists in the Rayner Cup in 2004, and interesting, they've also tried their hand at beach sprints as well, so they were beach sprints final competitors in 2024 as well.
I think that's good that our athletes are now starting to double into both sides of the sport. Obviously, we're going to have two different categories of rowing at the Olympics from the next games. One is the coastal beach sprints rowing, the new event, and the other one is traditional boats like this, what we're seeing here.
I always think it's funny when we call it flat water rowing because it's not always that flat.
No, definitely. And then when you're rowing on the lake, I heard the beach sprinters have a different expression for typical lake or river rowers.
Ah, what is it?
Pond dippers.
So this is crew 339. This is St Mary's School Boat Club. And we have these two girls. They've been rowing together since year 7, which is amazing. They're J16s now. And this is Ailey and Hannah. That's some nice length they're building up here. Really dynamic as they're coming through. And you can see just how close the booms are there. Like, there aren't even booms on that Berkshire side and people are just hanging their legs over. You can feel very close if you're racing right next to them.
If you didn't know what category was on the course right now, you could assume that this is a senior double as well. Just the way that they're moving that boat is just so mature in the way that they're obviously accelerating those blades through the water. It's a genuine pleasure to see that.
This is fantastic. So this is now Nottingham Rowing Club. You can tell that's very... noticeable light crew. I was always that Nottingham crew. They're actually composite, and they met through under-19 trials.
Yes, this is a Northampton and Nottingham composite crew, yeah.
Oh yeah, well spotted. Nice.
Now we see Walton Rowing Club. We've got Bella Hornsey and Holly Widdell. Bow number 341. They're looking to make their mark and qualify through to the next round later on.
Deceptive. It looks like quite flat water, but it does look a little bit bouncy when we zoom in on those crews. And that's just going to be something that they'll need to deal with. Obviously, a double is going to be a little bit more stable than a single. But it's going to be something they're going to need to really manage, and just making sure they're just sitting up nice and tall, and as the wash comes down from other boats, they're not getting thrown off.
Definitely. I mean, if you were in a boat coxing that crew right now, what would you tell them?
I'd be kind of just trying to get everybody to just sit up tall and making sure that we're not landing too heavy on the stern, especially in the bounce. So this is kind of Wycliffe College here, so I'd be looking, if I was an 8, could look behind and have a look and see what the stern's doing. I'll be able to feel if the stern's kind of dipping around the back, and it's just trying to keep that boat sitting really high up out of the water as much as possible. This is Hannah and Olivia giving a perfect demonstration for me.
Just look at how much water's coming off at the end of the stroke of the finish. You can see they're absolutely powering that boat through. They are definitely looking to qualify later on.
Yeah, we've had a very big entry. This was 39 entries that came through for the junior doubles. This is the Rayner Cup, and it's just going to be going down to 16, so you just can't wait around.
Yeah, and from that shot here, you can also see what you're talking about, Erin. That water does look a little bit bouncy off the start, particularly in the first 500 meters of this course or so, but it is something that you're just going to have to get used to racing at Henley in the summer. There's lots of pleasure boats going around, and the wind is very variable. I like that word.
Yeah. So this is Warrington Rowing Club here. So in the bows, that is Grace, who has just finished her A-level. So well done, Grace. I don't envy you at all doing exams, but she's hoping to get into, well, she's got a place, but she's just waiting on her Grace to get into Reading University. And obviously that's a fantastic sculling programme. So best of luck to you. Lucy's a little bit younger. She's the stroke, and she was J16 last year. And again, we've got another Welsh Home International junior team, so hoping she can achieve that accomplishment again.
Amazing. It's always great to represent your country at the mostly your first international race, which is what home countries will be to many athletes. I mean, it certainly was for me.
I actually haven't raced home countries. It's on my list. It's on my list of things to do, but yeah, I haven't managed to get around to it yet.
Are you Welsh?
No, honestly, the Welsh team are on a hard recruitment at the moment. Morgan Bailey Williams. If anyone's listening and they're a Welsh, you're a sweeper, look her up.
And Tom Clark for the men.
So this is, we just saw there, Hartbury University College Boat Club, and that was Rosie and Phoebe.
Molesey are another very strong junior program, particularly in the last few years. I know they've been also recruiting and athletes from other local clubs, particularly Kingston. And they've been having some fantastic results, securing themselves under 19 vests at the World Championship level. And they've got a very strong coaching team. I was in that club a few times this year, and the atmosphere is just absolutely electrifying when everyone is training there.
I think that makes such a big difference. That was Jemima and Hannah there just going along. We can just see them here from another angle. And then, this is another crew here. But yeah, I think like when you're at Molesey, it is great to kind of have that opportunity, when you're juniors and you can see that senior pathway. I think that makes such a big difference.
Particularly in such a historical club as well. I mean, every time you walk through those doors, you will be feeling that specialty, I guess.
Absolutely. This is Marlow Rowing Club, so just along the river. They look like they're really powering through, really nice with that hip drive there.
Lovely grip at the front end as well. You can see all those like luts engaging as the blade drops in the water, and starting to drive the legs here. Great shot here of the bow, just rising out of the water. We're back to watching the Hartbury University and College Boat Club crew. I believe this is Daniela Ragutskaite and Gracie Janes. That name looks Lithuanian to me.
I was going to say it does. It looks like my teammate from the Paralympic forwards,
Giedra
Ragutskaite. Yeah, that's nice. They look really powerful, I think, as they're coming through the 90 degrees. No, maybe not quite as long as some of the other rowers, but that is just a different style of stroke they seem to be going for, because they are powering that along. That doesn't seem to be holding them back at all.
Definitely. And if you're only joining us now, this is the Junior Double Sculls time trials for qualification later on. We've got 39 entries and only 16 crews will qualify, which means less than half of the crews that you see on the screen will be featuring for the remainder of this competition.
Yeah, this is George Watson's college. This is Lola and Rebecca. So this is actually, Rebecca is the rowing club captain. This is her final year. And then Lola just 1 year younger.
Very powerful, very punchy, very dynamic style of rowing. Their coach Hamish Burnell is a former GB lightweights coach, so he definitely knows how to teach his athletes how to move the boat fast. I mean, we've seen the London lightweight 4 final.
Yes. Yeah, just making sure you're really dynamic on that pickup and keeping the life in the shell, really trying to drive it through. You can just see there as well, that was kind of the barrier, which is kind of quite an iconic marker along this stretch, which is 676 metres, is it? Something like that? Or yeah, let's say it confidently.
Yes. This is the B crew of the RGS Worcester, just on the left of your screen, and up ahead of us we've got crew 352, and that's Peterborough City Rowing Club. Again, we don't see too many entries for them, so it is fantastic for them to see to enter and feature quite a few athletes at this weekend.
Yeah, the two Emmas there. They're coming along and they look like they're doing a really good job, just basically making sure they're getting picked up. Just need to keep an eye on their steering. They're just coming a little bit closer to Berkshire. It might be a conscious choice because Berkshire on that side is just a little bit more out of the way. And then this is actually this is popping up as 353, so that's the crew that's just coming along in the stripy top. So just coming out of our screen, that is Peterborough, but then just coming up, that's Hereford.
Yep, we've got Naya Goodwin and Lucy Edwards.
I love those lycras. They're really cool.
There is something pleasing to the eye about the horizontal stripes.
Absolutely. This is a great shot. You can just see the number of crews that are still waiting to start as well. Just seeing maybe just a little bit of steering just going on, and that maybe you can actually see the pathway they've taken. They may well, you were saying just earlier about it's really tricky just to kind of pick your line when you're coming off the start with that buoy line, because the bank can be really deceptive. So it can take a little while just to get your bearings.
Well, you can see it here exactly from the shot. The bank sort of curves out around the buoy line. So if you use bank as your reference, you will be hitting those buoys. So you have to pick a different visual marker. What's your best advice for a straight line?
So for me, I would always steer off one side rather than trying to steer off the both, because the eyes can play tricks on you when you're looking ahead. And then also, if you're a coxswain and you're listening, shoot for the church tower. If you shoot for the church tower, you won't go too far wrong, because that pretty much takes you all the way down the track.
But we'll be racing the other way around.
Yes, you will be racing the other way around. Yes, but I will be able to see the church tower.
Oh yes, that's true.
Yeah. This is Molesey. They're just coming into the last part of their racing now. This is Phoebe and Heidi looking for that finish line. There's a kind of a beep as you come past, and also on the finish line, new for this year, there's actually kind of a fluorescent something wrapped around the booms, which I can say as a coxswain, it's really helpful to know where the line is, because sometimes it can be tricky.
Definitely, I'm sure we'll see it on the screen here when the next crew is going to be crossing the line, but we saw it yesterday for the finish of the races. Like you said, it's much easier to judge distances, and there's less sort of maybe concern about photo finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always challenging as well. I think in a time trial, is obviously it's a little bit shorter, and so knowing exactly where you are, and maybe your normal markers are slightly skewed because you're not starting at the start of that Henley Royal kind of start line. It is a little bit tricky.
Mm-hmm. Whereabouts on the course are we now?
So we're literally in the last 150.
Okay, yeah, we can see the American School in London. They've got a new set of coaches for this year. So they're looking to build strong foundations for years to come.
This is Rob Roy Boat Club here. So this is Martha and Lara. And they actually started rowing Rob Roy through the outreach program that they were doing to different state schools. So it's great to see so many different boat clubs trying to, kind of reach out to people who maybe wouldn't normally find rowing as a junior, and giving them these opportunities. It's absolutely fantastic.
Definitely, it is that sport that teaches us a lot of very useful, very transferable skills that extend and exceed far outside of the boat.
Absolutely.
Here we've got Westminster School just in shot. We've got Hannah Lee and Evie Joseph.
Yeah, and so I went to a state school. I only picked up rowing it when I went to university, and I actually didn't row, live all that far from the Thames. So I would have loved it if there was, I could have got into coxing even earlier and found our sport even earlier.
Yeah, compared to Morgan, you did get into the sport a little bit late.
Yeah, a little bit late. I've always felt, a long time I felt like I was on the back foot, but now I feel like I've got my feet under the table now.
I think there's no question about that, Erin.
I think with that orange blades, orange lycra, there's no doubt that it's Lee coming down the course right here.
They had some very good close racing yesterday, particularly for the senior events, and they're coached by a former teammate of ours, Tom Wilkinson.
Oh, I didn't know Tom was there. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, this is Sarah and Amelia from the Lee. They've got a nice relaxation, especially that stroke woman, and in the shoulders. Just looks like she's just picking it up. She's nice and long around that front turn.
Love to see that. A little look there from the bow person. Just to make sure you're steering correctly and gauging your distances. You do want to take a quick look, maybe every 10 strokes, just to make sure you're not going to run into any crews far ahead of you.
Ideally, yeah. And if you are in the time trial, end up with a crew that's kind of coming up, then the crew that's being overtaken needs to move to Bucks, which is on the far side of the course, the one furthest away from the spectator bank. But we haven't thankfully seen any of that. There's been plenty of space between the crews, so they can just enjoy and get into their own race.
Definitely. You can see their car park is starting to fill up full of spectators, which I expect we'll be seeing a few more on later on for semi-finals.
Absolutely. This is Worcester Rowing Club as they're just coming down. This is Freya and Harriet. You've got Harriet sitting at bow, you've got Freya at stroke. And this part of the course here, where it's kind of in this first 300-400 metres, they're going to be looking to set a rhythm at this point. They would have come out of their start, and now they're going to be kind of getting into the bones of the race.
Yeah, it's just really important to drop that spoon as efficiently at the front end, just to make sure that you applying the force as efficiently as possible. Here we see is Trafford Rowing Club over from Manchester. We've got Gloria Bainbridge and Florence Wistons.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so one thing when you're looking for in sculling is just that real suspension off the front end. I think these crews are doing a good job of that, just kind of getting that speed of the knees. The leg timing's pretty good here. And they're just going to be looking to kind of try and accelerate the boat. Just here, they're coming towards the 1K marker. So they'll be kind of pushing and getting towards the second half. Thank you. Okay, great. And then this is Canberra Girls Grammar School.
Thank you so much.
This is Sophia and Camilla. So they have travelled a very long way to come over here. They're probably up there with the thing. That's great.
Yes, if you're watching this stream from Australia, it is almost certainly going to be sleeping time soon. So thank you for tuning into this stream and watching your athletes. It's not very often that we do see entries from Australia at the Henley Women's Regatta, but it's fantastic because every year we get so many more entries, and the event just keeps on attracting more and more athletes from around the globe.
Okay, great. And now we have crew 360. This is George Heriot School Rowing Club, and this is Isla and Charlotta. This is their actually first doubles competition together, so that's very exciting. Kicking it off with Henley Women, and they are only 3 sessions together. So this is particularly impressive if you're looking how well they're sculling. Nice. They're only J15 and 16, so obviously this is a kind of open junior, so they are going to be competing against girls kind of 3, 4, maybe even 4 years older than them. So that's really impressive how they're holding their own here.
Definitely, and this is just the start of their rowing journey. I mean, they've got really good facilities up there in George Heriot's, because their erg-room is right next to the Edinburgh Castle as well, overlooking there.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, that's very cool. Okay, this is crew 368. This is Streatham and Clapham High School Rowing Club.
And that is Ian Shaw's crew.
Honestly, I'm so glad you're here because you know so much about the rowing world. This is Sophia and Eloise. And look, here we do have 2 crews. We mentioned before, just if you do need to concede in the time trial, they have absolutely done what they're supposed to do. That crew being overtaken has just moved over to Buck, so they can continue having their best race, while the crew that's coming up on them can also, have clear water.
We've got that Streatham and Clapham High School Boat Club crew in front of us, racing in a swift racing boat. Nice and powerful. It looks like they're going to put down a really good time in this time trial. Like we said before, less than half the crews that we're seeing on the screen will be going through, so this is quite a tight competition, meaning that you need to be racing as fast as you can for a lot of the course.
This is Exeter Rowing Club coming through here. This is Caitlin and Izzy. Exeter's got a pretty good showing, I think, at the regatta across, all the different levels of events. So it's great to see them representing in junior rowing. I'm a bit biased. I think my sister's from Exeter, and then also Ed Fuller, who's been part of the Paralympic 4 for the last couple of years, is a very proud Exeter rower, born and bred. So it's always great to see Exeter showing up well.
I just think in terms of also the domestic entry, you've got athletes from Aberdeen, you've got athletes from Belfast, you've got athletes from Kent, from Devon, from all over the country. So it's fantastic how attractive this event is and how much it means to these athletes to be putting a performance down. It is a very special thing that you will experience racing down this Henley track, whether it's at this event or some other Henley races. It's a very, very special moment in everyone's career.
Yeah, this is Reading, and this is Ava and Kate. Reading have got a couple of boats entered across the junior categories. This is Reading B. And then again, they're coming into the latter stages, which is why partly they're looking around, just making sure they know where the finish line is. And like you said, they're keeping straight as well. But it's always challenging, I think. I have to steer. I don't have to row at the same time. Have you been the steers person much when you've been rowing?
I have, yeah. Down this course as well. It is difficult, particularly in that first part, but if my advice is to use pressure steering over rudder where possible, just because I just don't like getting in the habit of upsetting the balance every time we need to make an adjustment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. This is 365. This is Derby Rowing Club. This is Esme and Matilda.
So I've seen the previous crew was racing with the Concept 2 skinnies oars. Can you tell us what the difference is? Why when a crew would choose to go for a skinnier version of the blade?
I think it's really kind of personal preference. You've obviously got different types of Concept 2 blades. You'll often see a lot of scullers, particularly in the GB rowing team. A lot of them use croakers as well. And I think they just give you a different feel. And it's a little bit like kind of the different boat types you can use as well. We'll see coming along this track. This is you've got kind of Philippes, you've got Empackers, you've got Swifts, you've got all these different kind of boat classes, and they just give you a bit of a different feel. And sometimes it's coach preference, sometimes it's athlete preference, and sometimes some suit sculling a little bit better than others.
Definitely, some athletes like to feel the rigidness of the oar. With the skinnies, you get a little bit more of that flex. So as you apply the power, you can feel the spoon almost stretching away from you, which is a nice feeling, and it allows you to perhaps even pick up a slightly bit more load around the front end.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's making sure you're kind of robust enough to be able to do that too. This is King's College School Boat Club. This is Emma and Olivia. Yeah, so here you can see they've got some Concept 2 blades, and also what you might not know is the handles. These are blue ones here. The colour is not particularly relevant, but what is relevant is the different type of handles you can have, and that's the same in sculling and sweep. We're going to see once we've got through a couple more sculling time trials, we're going to go into sweep time trials, and you'll see as well different people have different preference over the handle, how thick, how thin they are. It impacts your grip and how you're holding the blade. Blisters as well. That's not a Coxless problem, thankfully.
You've got Coxless have many other problems to deal with that rowers don't have to experience, so I'm happy to take this one.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So I think we're just coming towards now at the end. I think that was potentially not quite the last racing crew. We've got a couple more to come. So this is this Exeter Rowing Club crew as they're coming through. So they've just come through that 1K and now they're coming into what will be their finish. So the last couple of 100 metres of the race.
You can see a shot of crews warming up, just heading up to the start line. The next category we will be covering is going to be a quadruple junior sculls.
One of the ways to tell the difference between the blades there as well is obviously you can see that spoon shape is a little bit different.
Yeah, so this is what we call a comp spoon. It's a little bit less wide, it's a little bit taller, which allows you to sort of pick up a little bit more with your legs than for example with your upper body. And another feature of those spoons is it allows the crews to rate a little bit higher. So we've seen that World Championships particularly and the Olympics in sculling teams, the rates typically don't go below 38 nowadays for the whole 2,000 meters, which is just mind-blowing.
That's a long old way to go, rate 38.
Yeah, so the comp spoons are supposed to give you about 2 strokes per minute more.
I see.
Just due to the nature of their shape.
Nice. Okay. Well, we saw Reading B before. This is Reading A, and this is Isabella and Juniper. This is good contrast. We're just talking about the blades there. You can see the different shape. This is a lot more rectangular. So you would expect maybe their rate would just be that a little bit lower, but they're still not giving anything away. I think what's really nice here is great on that side angle. You can see how high they're pressing their hips around the back. They're really driving through and stepping out. It's very much the women's rowing team under Andy Randall. The GB rowing team is very kind of hip driven, and that's definitely the way that kind of Great Britain at least is kind of developing their sculling and sweeping, big high hips, and yeah, you can see that there, which is really nice to see.
It's a great point, Erin, because the hip drive is the peak of the force applied in the power curve of the stroke. So if you ever analyze a stroke profile, that's typically when you'll see the most power being applied, and then that boat picking up the most acceleration.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's about that pickup. See, this is one of the challenges here. You've got everyone basically turning around and coming back home. That's one of the things I actually find as a coxswain, one of the most stressful parts of racing is getting everyone to the start line safely and then getting everyone home again. The racing itself, you know, I know what to do there, but there's a lot of variables when you're working in a really busy regatta like this.
I can see that, because particularly that responsibility lays on you as a cox, because the athletes will have done their work on the course, but it's your job to make sure that they land safely. So
yeah, and they're tired and they maybe don't always listen to you, especially, well, either the race has gone well or not, you know, it can be a bit tricky.
Oh, sorry, my speaker malfunctioned again.
Okay, so you can see these crews getting ready. So we are moving on now. This is the B Langridge trophy, and this is junior quads. Now, we've seen some big entries, but this is the biggest of them all we're seeing this morning.
Yes, absolutely. This is the Wycliffe College Boat Club. They've had a fantastic season last year, winning absolutely everything, securing so many GB vests for their athletes. And now just look at that sheer power. Quad is one of the fastest boat categories in the sport of rowing, and you can see why. There are 8 oars working in perfect synchronicity all around, and you just see those splashes coming in and out of the water. That is a fantastically high rate.
Wow,
to my eyes, that looks about 45 strokes a minute.
It's pretty nippy, isn't it? And that was a fantastic shot there. So you can just see how much they're clearing those puddles. They're really driving it on. They're not leaving anything to chance.
And you can see the side waves going next to the paddles as the boat is traveling on. That is the testament of how hard they're driving that boat with the hips, because that shape of the wave gets made when the boat is landing at the end of the stroke. And just to what you said earlier about how important hips are in rowing, you can see that crew executing that almost to perfection.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. They were really driving it through. It'll be exciting to see what sort of time they're posting when they get into those side-by-side match races. But saying that, this crew is also absolutely firing off. This is crew 378. This is Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club, and now seeing which school they've come from, I'm not surprised to see them looking really sharp.
Definitely. It's another former teammate of ours, Chris Boddy, that is their head coach at Sir William Perkins School. And yes, very good. Interesting to see the different I
think it's a bit of a different style, isn't it? They're kind of a little bit, they've got their chests up a little bit, they're a little bit taller. They're rowing kind of a more compact stroke, aren't they?
Definitely. You can see them a lot more vertical than horizontal. Yes, that's what I was about to point out.
I mean, there's some very impressive caliber in this crew. The whole crew, they got a silver medal in the women's 18 kind of sculling, and junior sculling head, the 6th at Nat Sculls in the Champ 4s. And then they came third at Met Regatta. So they've done a lot of racing in the last couple of months as well.
Definitely, and they've got international experience as well. We can see GB Vest, World Championships, under-19 regattas, even regattas last month in Munich, also the big junior regatta. It's great to see. And here we got the local crew from the local stretch over in Henley Rowing Club, just on the other side of the Henley Bridge.
Jessica, Charlotte, Chloe and Nicolette. So they're on home turf. Do you think being at home gives you an advantage?
I think certainly, but maybe not as much as people think, because the course obviously does flip its direction. So you are actually training on the opposite side of the course for most of the year. But as soon as these booms come in, and for the racing, the circulation is reversed. I do think just knowing the markers, knowing the water physically, having that home crew advantage, by nature you're going to have more supporters cheering your name on the back. I think you can't really measure the impact of this, but I don't think it's insignificant.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm coxing with Leander Club, and we're based obviously at the top of the stretch, and so for Henley Women's we're boating for our home club. So I think, you know, for that it gives us a bit of an advantage in terms of, you know, we're just in our home environment. But then the downside is I think you miss some of the atmosphere and that hype, and so, you know, it swings and roundabouts. You've got to make of it what it is. But yeah, it's great to see this Henley Rowing Club. They've been working together. I think this quad's been together a little while, and they're just kind of really hanging on out there. What's really nice to see, no one's breaking their arms early. They're really getting that stretch on.
Definitely. And yes, being in your home environment will help so much, because you do your regular warm-up in your gym. You can just go through your routine as usual, and then just the racing is where everything else gets decided. And like you said, Henley have had some fantastic strong entries. I'm not sure what it is, this combination in particular, but I know they've made some Henley finals in the last couple of years or so.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see now just the banks are starting to fill up and everyone's getting a bit busy. Thankfully, it doesn't look like the wind's picked up that much at all, actually, so it does still look like it's a little bit bouncy on the water for these crews as they're coming along. But there's nothing particularly kind of blustery about it, and at least it's a little bit consistent as they make their way down the course.
And here we go. Headington School crew number 384, coached by Chris Hermes and Ryan Demain. Absolute legends of coaching at the junior level in this sport, in this country in particular. They've recently had some facility improvements. They've got a new boathouse.
Oh, have they?
Little bit further on the Oxford stretch, and it's fantastic, giving them the opportunity to row unobstructedly without too many bends over in Godstow stretch.
Yeah,
up
it's
in
a
Oxford.
little bit bendy. What I noticed about that Headington crew was just how quickly they were getting that top edge of the blade covered, which just looked really nice. It was setting them up around that front end. A lot of consistency in the way they were rowing.
Definitely. They will know exactly what they're doing. They start off their rowing in Headington School from a young age, from about 13, 14 years old. So these athletes, if they're racing in the J17, 18 category, this will be their third or fourth Henley Women's.
Okay, and this is Maidenhead Rowing Club. Again, relatively local crew. They actually placed second at Nat Schools in the second quad division. And then there were 6 at Met Regatta at the senior women's Sculls. So we've had a couple of these crews kind of racing. Actually, I've done them down. They actually were 6th in the senior women's quads, so that's even more impressive.
There you go. And from our information system, that shows us that this is their B crew. So that's another interesting point here.
So we've got that crew 382. This is Putney High School. We've got 3 year 13s in there, but then we do also have a year 11 in Flo, and Flo has actually attended under 19 GB trials, and as a J16 has kind of leveled up to join these year 13s, but I'm not actually entirely sure where she's sitting, which actually shows me that she's just gelling completely well, just getting that in, because they've got that crew from 3 or 4, that's Headington School, that's chasing them down, so they'll be giving them something to push off.
I think that's also an important factor in a time trial. If you have a crew that you can work with going along the course, it just makes the whole experience a little bit less lonely, and you feel like you're in a solitude sort of state of mind. And yeah, if I was to hazard a guess, I would say she's in the 2 seat in the engine room of the boat. And yeah, that crew was rowing together so nicely. Putney High School, they're training on the Putney embankment stretch of the river, and their coach is familiar face of crew room, Pete Brewer.
I do love to watch quads row, and we were talking a little bit earlier about kind of that stern and the bow, and making sure you're not kind of checking the boat too much and you keep running. And I think a quad, when it rows really well in time and everyone's really in sync, it just sits up out of the water really high, doesn't it?
Definitely. I love racing in the quad. It's such a fast boat, and it's a little bit different to a different style of rowing also that has to take place compared to racing in a double, for example, because you do, that position where your relative distance to the water, where you're catching, the position of your hands it just varies ever so slightly. It's also a heavier boat, it must be said.
Yeah, very true. This is Kingston Rowing Club. You can tell by that those red lycras. And Kingston, that's stroked by Lana. She's actually J16, but she's up there with the rest of the J17s. And we actually have Ava in the bow seat. She's actually from New Zealand. Kingston is a great club because it's really developing kind of all the way through their junior, and then their master's program is really successful as well. And I always think it's so great when you've got a club that has, it's got strength in every single level and every single discipline. It's really exciting to see.
Definitely, and I know at Kingston they definitely know how to have fun as well. It's a classic club rowing atmosphere, and I always love visiting there.
I was at their boat club dinner this year as the keynote, and I can agree they know how to show a good party.
Definitely. Also how to enrich some of their internal club competitions. Sort of erg tests, we'll be measuring their biceps and things like that. Just great laughter. This
is great. This is George Heriot School Rowing Club. This is Kate, Rosie, Zoe and Freya. Again, there's a lot of success in this crew. This is the kind of they came first at the Scottish Championships. And then second in the junior sculling head as well.
So this is the J16 crew, so these athletes will have an opportunity to race here again next year and possibly the year after also. This is Surbiton High School. We've got in this crew Amelia Hazard, Paloma Crutchfield, Sasha Khan and Sophia Michael.
So they seem to be kind of quite accomplished, some of these athletes in sculling and sweeping. We can see here the two of them race in the junior 8 last year, and then 2 in the junior quad. So they're able to switch between sculling and sweeping, which I always am very impressed by.
And yes, absolutely. And Surbiton does also produce some great athletes. Also, most recently, we've seen Lola Anderson in the women's quad take gold at the Paris Olympics after a very, very dramatic finish.
Oh yeah, heart in my mouth, that one. We just missed there. That was just Shrewsbury School coming through. That was Molly, Holly, Maria and Katharina. And then along here, this is Marlow. Yes, Marlow Rowing Club. This is Marlow A. So here we have Ione, Aoife, Lauren and Eve. Eve's surname is Pinsent. I don't know if is Pinsent or not.
We'll have to ask.
We'll have to ask Matt. I've seen him most mornings actually. We seem to be crossing. As I'm going to training, he's walking his dog. So I'll ask him next time I see him.
Definitely. This is Wallingford Rowing Club, coached by Katie Greaves. We've got... This is bow number 396. We've got Zara Richardson, Jessie Clayton, Ava Dowman and Isabel Hollow in the distinctive black boat. And it's not very often you see boats other than white or yellow, which is the signature colours of Empacher and Philippi, two of the most popular boat manufacturers. Here we've got Shipley College, 395, another local crew, just a couple of locks over to upstream, moving away from Henley, coached by Dave Curry. They've had such a fantastic result on that school. This is I believe if this is their J18 crew, I think they've taken on the gold medal at National Schools Regatta. Yeah,
and they're just coming into kind of the final third of their racing here. But they're looking really strong. They don't look like they're kind of sagging at any point during this race, and you can see that kind of the bounce on the water. We've been seeing in the background, obviously you've got those big boats going past, those river cruisers, and it does provide a bit of challenge, but yeah, we're liking the look of this sculling.
Oh, beautiful. Just talk about that hip drive. I just got lost looking at it. You can see the bow sits so high off the water. The stern doesn't get checked too much. These athletes definitely know how to move that quad oh so fast.
Yeah, they've actually, Shiplake, the men and the women have been down doing a little bit down on the Henley stretch, which has been nice to see them and share the stretch with them when I'm normally down there training with Leander. So this is Oundle School. I never know how to pronounce that. Oundle School? Oundle.
I would say Oundle.
Yeah, let's go with Oundle. Yeah.
You're the native speaker.
Ooh, I know. Sorry. This is Maisie, Beatrice, Grace, and Abby.
So they finished second in the B final in that Sculls after placing 8th in the time trial, which is their exact position, and they also came 7th at Junior Sculling Head. So for this event, this is BL Language Trophy. If you're only joining us now, this is Junior Quadruple Sculls. We've had 47 entries, and only 16 of these crews will qualify. So that means only 1/3 of the crews that you see on the screen, only 30% of them will be going through.
So it's not surprising to see so many of these going really hard off the start, trying to really make their mark on the time trial early. And this is Molesey coming down here, so the Molesey B crew. And there's an Erin in the boat. You never see any Erins, so that's exciting. There's Erin, Siri, Marcella and Rhiannon for Molesey. And they are looking like they're rowing really long, actually, getting really hooked up around their front end.
Lovely to see, yeah. Now we've got another shot here. This is Hereford Rowing Club. You can tell by their blue horizontal stripes.
Yeah, so we tend to obviously, we've got a lot of junior time trials this morning, and obviously one of the very obvious reasons for that is, school is still very much ticking on. We've got some of them will be doing, just finishing off their GCSEs. Some of them are doing A-levels, depending what year they are. And it's one thing I think is just so impressive, these young athletes who are able to kind of juggle their academics and also training, pretty much full time. They're going to be working pretty hard, so it's quite impressive to see.
I think it's definitely something to be said about other commitments that these athletes have, and not just the juniors. Even yesterday, the academic crews. We were catching up with some coaches, and half their crew is unavailable because of exams, so we might not see their full lineups. And the exam season starts in May, but doesn't finish till July, so it's just really difficult navigating all of this. So this is just another aspect. And like you said, you can still have your A-level exams. I mean, last time I raced at Henley, in the morning of my race, I had an exam.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's really challenging. I mean, another thing, we're looking at a US rowing boat here. This is Newport Aquatic Centre. They're going to be dealing with jet lag as well. They're coming over across from Newport. This is Kiana, Allegra, Bridgie and Sydney. I love this. So we've got a little commentary Bible which is helping us, with some notes of the score on different squads. We don't hold all of this information in our heads. We're going to be commentating on, nearly 200 crews. But they have put in their commentary Bible that they want to prove that Americans can scull.
Well, just looking at what they're doing at the moment, I think they're moving away from the camera so fast. I think they're bound to put down a really good time for later.
Yeah, they look fantastic. Henley Women's Regatta really look after international crews. So I was earlier this week at the international crew reception at the River and Rowing Museum, which was lovely. Get to see them all dressed up in their finery with their nice blazers as well, and just kind of appreciating the fact that people come from all over, and it's such an international, worldwide regatta.
Definitely. It's just a pleasure to see that Henley is the uniting factor for so many rowers from around the world. I think I hope that both events keep growing strength and strength in that aspect. You can see a lovely drone shot of the Q House school crew with their distinctive green all-in-ones. Just rowing a little bit shorter towards the front end. I suspect they don't want to check the stern too much, so they've moved their footplate positions backwards, and they just want to give their athletes a little bit more room around the back end for that clean extraction and quick movement of the hands.
This is a good opportunity to see kind of how the river moves around the course. So here you've got the barrier that they've just come through. So as I said, that's kind of just over 650 metres through. And that little inlet you can see on your left, right by where the launch is, that's normally where I'm marking at around 750 from the start line. Obviously, bear in mind, this is a time trial, so it will be a little bit shorter. So we've gone through halfway at this point. They're definitely through halfway pretty much now, and they're going to be again on that home stretch. But you get a little bit further away from the bank, and it does kind of change. It gets a little bit quieter, so they've got to really be internal.
So you can see this shot here of the Molesey B crew catching up to their opponents just up ahead of them. Stratford-upon-Avon, that's crew number 401. If you're in that Molesey crew and you're coxing and you can see that you're catching up, what are some of the calls that you'd go through?
So one of the big things I would try and kind of do is actually not make loads of big pushes, because actually what you're already doing is making your boat hull run faster. And what you don't want to do is kind of drive and peak and then sag to something that's a bit slower than you actually started with. So for me, it would be kind of doing what you're already doing, maybe a little bit more of, a focus on the drive phase or that front end to really try and drive it on and drive it up and keep that bow lifting high. This is Molesey A, who are just coming through. I think they're going to be crossing the line very shortly.
That is another fantastic example of quad sculling. Just rowing so nice, smoothly, accelerating that boat, just eyes and heads completely in the zone, focused. And that's then coming along nicely for each stroke. Here we got Headington School, top junior program here in this country. This is the B quad. This is Jessica Anthony, Sophie Benson, Joanne Owen and Joey Gervasio.
Again, you can just see that they carry their blades quite close to the water actually, but it's not stopping them from kind of getting connected around that front end. They're just kind of cutting underneath the wind a little bit.
We've got Nottingham and Union Boat Club, bow number 407. This is Lily Hawthorne, Eleanor Swan, Zoe Campbell and Imogen Colwyn.
Yeah, nice. So you can see kind of one thing I'm often talking to the rowers about when they're in the middle of the race, which might sound a bit weird, but kind of talking about having a long neck. But basically, you know, as these guys are coming into, they're coming into that last like 400 meters or so. It can be really easy to let your shoulders kind of get tight into the traps and, you know, pull your shoulders up and your neck just starts to disappear.
Yeah, when you slouch, you're not going to be gripping that water so effectively, and also you just want to protect your back, make sure it's in a safe and strong position here.
Yeah, this is Nottingham County Rowing Association. This is Lulu, Lila, Martha, and Evie. This is actually Martha. She's in the stroke seat there. This is actually her first time on the Henley course, which is really exciting for her. And then you've got in the 3 seat, Evie closely missed out on qualifying for Henley Royal. So she brings a lot of experience to the crew, which is always useful. It's useful having kind of that range of experience.
Definitely it's useful to have a teammate that's at least gone through the process once, because at least they can calm you down, talk you through the process, what is typically about to happen or not about to happen, how to behave in certain situations, you know, how to respond to the umpire waving the flag on you, and little things like that.
So talking of people being far traveled, we're talking about that US crew, but here we have Mercantile Rowing Club. This is Lily, Scarlett, Ella and April. They're from rural Victoria and they all went to Gripston Grammar. Started rowing in year 7 yeah, they're over here rowing, so happy birthday to Scarlett, who turned 18 on Wednesday.
It's fantastic to see Mercantile turning up again. We've seen so many of their crews at Henley Royal Regatta last year, and I think most of these very far international entries will be making that trip for about 2 or 3 weeks to Henley, about 1 week to settle in and let you sort of fight the jet lag, and then the rest just preparing and competing in the events.
Yeah, totally. This Norwich Rowing Club, this is Amelia, Neve, Emily and Maya. Absolutely chasing down that crew, but it's nice to see they're both conceding safely and everyone can just focus on just finishing off these last couple of strokes. They're really coming into the end of their race there.
Oh, there was just so much power being driven at the end of that stroke. You could see just the release of the blades was great to see, and also not often you will get to have another crew side by side in a time trial with you, so psychologically that's a very good indicator of where you are with your speed or your race strategy, but also it can be a little bit difficult rowing in the wash until they move over.
Yeah, I was training out this morning, and yeah, rowing through some people's wash was really tricky. So we can see crew 411 and 412. So this is from Peter School Boat Club on the Buck Station on the far side, and then coming up here, this is crew 412. This is Cambric Girls Grammar School. These are also coming over from Australia. This is Sophie, Emily, Charlotte, and Isabel. There's some serious punch in that second half, isn't there?
Absolutely, you can tell that they've got a rowing philosophy that is very distinct to their rowing club, and they're all emphasising that super well.
Yeah, that's really nice. So one thing I'd be looking for as a coach or as a cox is just the way that kind of those elbows are coming through and finishing. You know, you want the speed of the leg drive, the speed of the hips, to basically mean that those arms have nowhere to go, just to shoot back through to you. You know, you're not adding that much more value with that pull. You know, making sure you're almost pushing the handle into the body.
Definitely, if you've provided yourself with enough acceleration by opening your hips, then the hands should just naturally just come all the way past your body, and like you said, nothing else needs to be added.
This is Methodist College, so these guys have come over from Belfast. That was Freya, Rebecca, Romilly and Sophia.
This is Reading Bluecoat, crew coached by another former teammate of ours, Jonathan Jackson.
We, as you can tell, Peter and I, we rode together at Leander, gosh, goodness, 12, 13 years ago now? Something like that, 10, 12 years ago? Too long. We're very young, we don't look it. But yeah, it's great to see so many of our peers who've gone into coaching and making an impact on junior programs around the country.
At least we know these athletes are in safe hands.
Exactly.
And they will be learning how to row to their absolute fastest potential.
This is Bedford Girls Rowing School. This is Emily, Evelyn, Martha and Caris. Given they're coming into that very last couple of 100 metres, I think they're looking really relaxed, but they're getting a lot of power underwater.
Definitely, you can see there's a lot of power being sort of driven into that boat, but then still relaxed. Like you said, there's no jolting, there's no unnecessary movements. It's still the crew is keeping their composure for sure.
So another crew needing to keep their composure. This is Northwich, rowing club, but relatively hot on their tails. You've got Methodist College Belfast who are driving up. So, it's going to be challenging for Methodist because they're going to be a little bit of wash from those bow side blades coming through from Northwich.
Yeah, so in this situation, Northwich should be moving over to the Buckinghamshire station, or there are exceptions sometimes, for example, like here.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's one of those ones where it's using your common sense a little bit as well. If you are fully kind of on Berkshire and then you've got another crew that seems relatively happy and is tracking down the middle, crossing all the way in front of them is probably actually something that's a little bit more dangerous to do. So it is making sure that you're being safe as you do so.
Definitely. It's not an exact science, and it is a little bit of an art and subjective interpretation here as well.
So if you're joining us now, this is Junior Quads. We have a lot of entries. There's 47 entries. This is the B. Langridge Trophy. And this is sponsored here by the Philip Booth Esquire. This is a fantastic exhibition of junior sculling.
The next event we'll be moving over in just a few crews will be a Coxed 4.
This is my favourite. We'll stay chatting about sculling, but let's wait and have a good chat about Coxed 4s, as that's what most of my international career has been in.
Fantastic. I'm glad to have you here with me.
You can see here, the range of kind of steering and speeds going on here, because it's really challenging. I think everyone thinks it's so easy just to steer in a straight line, but as a coxswain and let alone a rower, it's really tough.
Well, there is something to be said about that, because obviously there are 8 blades going into the water. They won't be applying the exact same power, so there will always be discrepancies, and that boat will never be moving in a perfectly straight line, so there's always going to need to be some adjustments. So again, if you're a steers person for your crew, don't worry, you will have to make some adjustments, but I'm sure if you follow the markers, if you follow the guides from Erin, if you just pick one thing to focus on, or you focus on the church tower, you will be arriving safely.
Yeah, this is Monkton Combe School. This is Martha, Helen, Kalula and Gesser. And okay, this is the last boat in this category. Monkton Combe is actually coached by my old coach, Nick Baker. So Nick was the Paralympic coach for a number of years, and then head Paralympic coach, one of the most successful Paralympic coaches in the world, and he has moved over to school rowing over in Monkton Combe, so it's great to see his crew represented here as well.
I've had a chance to catch up with him back in February. He's very optimistic about what he can bring over to the school, and just a little bit of professionalism carried over from the GB rowing team. I think this is going to pay them dividends. It's a lovely location in Monkton Combe, and we've seen a few Olympians also come away from that school, particularly Alex Partridge.
Oh, I didn't realise it was Monkton Combe.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. This is crew 41. This is Reading Bluecoat. As we said, it's just up the river. They look like they're hitting a pretty kind of high rate still as they're coming up towards that finish, which is impressive to see after they've had their time trial. It's hard when you're on your own to kind of really simulate that finish, to kind of bring the rate up and keep that boat speed driving when you're not necessarily being pushed.
Definitely. So you will see in some of the shots there will be a person here in the boat that is making the calls like a cox would in the cox category. So that person will then instruct the crew to lift the rate, go through those gears and try and simulate that finish, because like you said, it's difficult to bring it out without anyone else pushing you on.
Yeah, absolutely. just making sure that, you know, as you're coming into that finish, that the form stays. You know, you're basically trying to get that seat to feet. You're trying to really drive the speeds as much as you possibly can, and keep that hull moving right until you cross that finish line.
Fantastic shot here overlooking the Henley stretch. You can see just what's happening on the bank. There's so many boats being carried at the moment. It's a little bit of chaos. The umpires, the volunteers have a lot of work to be done, and their role in this event must not be understated.
Yeah, a huge thank you actually while we're here just to everyone who volunteers and supports Henley Women's Regatta. We have a huge host of volunteers who make it all happen, and then we've even got volunteers managing the volunteers as well, and they're all giving up their time to make sure the regatta runs smoothly. And you can see that's that Moncton Combe crew just coming across the finish line and knowing they've spent that all. I think that's all you can ask for, really. You know, when you've come across the line and you know, well, we've done everything we could.
Yeah, that way you can go away and be happy with your performance regardless of the result.
Absolutely. So we can chat just a little bit about the Cox 4, seeing as we're waiting. That is going to be the next event that's coming up. This is the Groton School Challenge Cup. So in these junior Cox 4s, you've got 27 entries, which will be, again, dropped down to that 16. So just under half of these crews unfortunately won't make it through to that side-by-side racing. So it's all to play for as they go into this next part of their day. Have you done much Cox 4 work?
I've done Cox quads,
okay.
Not necessarily Cox 4s, but then in one of the interesting factors, depending on whether you had an older or a newer boat, the Cox would either be in a bow loader position or sitting in front of the strokeman. Can you outline some of the differences in how you approach Cox in those different crews?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to explain what that means, people who aren't too sure. So you can have what's called a bow loader. So essentially, this is the kind of the newer shells, and you know, the last how many years that you've been down basically in the front of the boat. So where the bows are, you're essentially almost lying down in the front. So you'll go feet first. Depending on the shell, you'll either be supported through a bar across your back, or kind of a bar against your neck and a sling across your back. I can hear you almost saying aloud, gosh, that sounds uncomfortable, and it really is. It's not particularly the most comfortable, but what it is a lot more aerodynamic. So you are down in the front, and obviously what that means is you have pluses, an unimpeded view. You can really see where you're going, you can steer really well, but the challenge is you also can't see anything that's going on behind you. So in terms of steering on the booms, you know, you've got to have real confidence that you know how wide your boat is, because you can't see the blades and where they are against the booms. So that is, I think, a challenge when you're coming onto the course.
That is such a good point. We talked a little bit yesterday about trying to judge the distance. If you're, for example, if you're on a stroke side blade, but then you've got the steering, it's difficult to judge if you're on a Buckinghamshire station exactly how much space you should leave for the bow side. But I guess as a Cox, like you said, you can't see anything.
No, so you may sometimes just see out the corner of your eye that the bow person's blade, depending where they are. But yeah, it is quite tricky. So I would be surprised if we see many stern loaders, but we might see one or two. And a stern loader essentially means you're sat almost like you would be in an 8, sitting face to face with your stroke person.
And which is your preferred seat style?
Bow loader.
Bow loader.
Yeah, it's more aero.
And you're not worried about getting hit in the head by someone swinging their hips really far back?
Well, and then it means they're rowing properly, so I'll let them off. It's been the two bow people I've worked with both have a fantastic hip drive, and Ellen Buttrick and Frankie Allen, and so I've always, you know, I used to wear a bun at the top of my head, and I knew if they were tapping the bun, I meant that they were getting their hips over properly, so I didn't mind.
There you go, a little technique marker for all the Coxes out there. But as for now, we've got the next category. Like you said, the Groton School Challenge Cup is right now on the course. We've got the first contender in this event. This is the Surbiton High School Boat Club, coached by Pete Robinson. That crew won the Coxless 4 at Wallingford Regatta and missed out on racing at Nut Schools on the Sunday due to the weather cancellation. So they will be really looking to mark their presence here, since they didn't get a chance to do that at the other big event this year.
Yeah, that was so sad when that wasn't able to happen with that cancellation and the weather. But it's really exciting, you know, that they still get to come and they get to race Henley Women's, and it's great to see this Surbiton crew kicking off at the Cox 4s. I've spent a lot of time in Cox 4s over the last 8 years, and it is one of my favourite disciplines. And they're picking a really nice line here. They're obviously deciding to stick just that little bit closer to Berkshire, and try and stay out of the stream for that little bit longer, which is, I think, when you've got a Cox, it's, you know, it's a choice you can make, and that is a little bit easier. And then coming up next, we have Headington. So Headington, as we said, Ryan Domain has been at Headington for a very long time and runs a really successful program. So it's not surprising to see these women heading off nice and early, being really dynamic across that front end. Because with a bow loaded 4, it can be really heavy if we get it wrong, because essentially you've got the cox, aka sort of me, or these coxes here who are sitting in the bows.
Yeah, all these athletes will have to share that extra little bit of weight amongst themselves, distributed evenly on each blade, and it's different just in terms of the start sequence, how you have to apply power. You have to obviously make sure that your oar doesn't overbend and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is one of those ones which is a little bit challenging, I think, when, especially when headwind, because if the race is a bit longer and it's a little bit kind of slower, then you are just trying to have to basically manage, and then you've got the challenges of kind of working around that front end and not over fatiguing too early.
Definitely. And have you ever coxed a pair at the race?
Once. I've never actually raced it, but that's a heavy boat.
Yeah, I heard that's one of the ones where the athletes can feel the cox the most, obviously, because there's only 2 of you and with 1 blade on each side. Here we've got Kingston Grammar School, coached by Bethan Thomas and Ed Green.
Yeah, Bethan was coaching at Leander back in the day when we were there, and she's an absolutely fantastic coach. She's really technical, gets the best out of the athletes.
And Ed Green, some of you may know, he was the first coach of Andrew Trix Hodge, the triple Olympic champion.
So they won the Jim Mason Plate for the Girls' Championship Cox 4s at Nat Sculls this year. And Amy's also rode for England in the home countries in 2024.
Mm-hmm. And then here we can see the Shipley College crew racing in their very distinctive Janusek boat. Like we said, it's a British boat manufacturer. And you can see them really driving those hips, swinging both forwards and backwards.
Yeah, so for me, I think there are different ways to row a Cox 4. Like for me, I think the pickup has got to be really dynamic. You need to be ready. So I often talk about kind of in that pickup, the way you've got to prepare your body is just thinking about almost being at the bottom of a deadlift. You've got to make sure you know where your feet are. Your feet are really planted on the foot plate, so that when you're picking up that work, you can use. You're relaxing the upper body and you're loading your hips, and you can basically drive it as if you're kind of that dynamic deadlift feeling at the bottom.
I couldn't have said that better myself, Erin. I agree with that completely.
Yeah, so here we have Headington School. Interesting backstory to the name of their boat. So yeah, you can just see it just by that Felipe stripe. So it's called RECK, R-E-C-K, and it's actually named after the first letters of the names of their crew, which is Rosie, Amelia, Chloe and Kate.
That's fantastic. Little sentimental touch from them.
Yeah, I love that.
I wonder if they're going to rename the boat next year for something different.
Yeah, maybe you can peel them off. I quite like that as a little thing. You need to make sure you've got a couple of vowels in there. So you can see the cox as she is lying there. This is Rowena, who's coxing there. So you can see she's got the kind of that little headrest, which is kind of keeping her head propped up. But what she's doing a really good job of there is basically not moving too much with the boat. So when you're in an 8, I feel like you kind of want to move with the movement, because you're sat up taller, your weight is going to move around just that little bit more. But when you're in a bow loader, it's that stillness, and I prefer to be as tucked down as possible. But you will see some people, sometimes because they're just a little bit taller as well, that their heads stick up a little bit more. And
when the balance gets a little bit thrown off in the middle of the race, do you ever worry or wiggle about in there?
No, I trust my rowers. I think it's, I've never been in a boat that's tipped so far. But this is a good example here. So I actually think this cox doesn't have a cox box. So that is particularly impressive. I think this is Godolphin, B crew. I couldn't see the microphone on her. I may be wrong. But if they do, normally you would have a mic which is connected to the speakers in the boat. So whilst you are kind of shouting and making some noise, it's more for tone and effect, not so they can actually hear you.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and that was Godolphin and Latimer. Here we've got Tideway Scullers School. It's interesting what you said about when you sit in that stern loader, you want to almost move with the boat. Very often we'd perform drills just with blades flat on the water before even taking a stroke, and we'd just be swinging our hips back and forward. And actually, you can make the boat move underneath you if you're skilled enough. So there is something to be said about adding that extra little bit of marginal gains. And with so many close finishes, even here in this weekend, bow to bow ball, very, very narrow margins, you want to take all the advantage that you can. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw Wimbledon High School earlier on in some of those time trials, and this is them again. This is Ashlyn, Florence, Emily, Iona and Clemmy. So Clemmy is coxing here. You can see she's sat up just a little bit taller, so she's most likely got kind of that steering on, sorry, not the steering. I was looking at her steering, which is why, because she's steering with two hands. But she's got that, she's kind of got the shoulder against the bar. But what's interesting here is she's steering with two hands, which is a real personal preference. You'd always steer with two hands pretty much in an 8, but generally in a bow loader I actually used to steer with my left hand and brace with my right to try and keep that stillness there. I'm actually right-handed, so I don't know how I ended up steering with my left hand, but now it's really hard to steer with my right.
That's interesting. Yeah, it is also not something that you notice, because yeah, it makes sense that you'd hold on to the boat with just one hand, but is there any performance benefit to holding on to the boat versus steering with both hands? Are you able to make those movements faster, or it's largely the same?
I think it's largely the same. I think it is just a bit of personal preference, but for me I think it helps me to brace and make sure I'm like not slopping around in the bottom, especially off the start, which is a bit tricky. So here you've got this is Hinksey, Sculling School,
coached by Boda Schulenberg.
Yep, absolutely. And again, you can see the difference. This Cox is sat up just a little bit taller, but they're taking some nice, long, powerful strokes here.
Yes, definitely. And Hinksey had a very, very strong 8 last year, actually. They had a squad of 8 girls, plus the Cox, and they've managed to make it into the weekend of Henley Royal Regatta, which was very, very impressive. They also won the National Schools Regatta. They just got, I believe, beaten by the Row America Rye School, which is a composite of many of the top schools in North America.
That's really impressive here. So we're just coming through. This is Godolphin and Latimer's A crew, Emily, Eloise, Megan, Lucy, and the Cox is Magali. And now we have the next crew coming down. This is a crew from Putney High School. So Putney High School's got a fantastic growing program.
Definitely, they've got facilities that can accommodate about 30 athletes training at any given time, just during the winter indoor sessions. As for their boats, obviously being on that Putney embankment is so significant, such a significant stretch of the river, and the bridge also when it comes to UK rowing. Obviously, as a former Oxford athlete, you can explain to us why.
Yeah, so kind of say again. What do I want to explain to you?
Why Putney is such a significant stretch
Sorry,
of the
I
river.
thought Oxford and then I was getting confused. Just while they come past, because I love these lycras. This is Glasgow Academy here.
They are fantastic lycras, aren't they?
They're really jazzy. I love a good jazzy lycra. This is Emily, Iris, Ruby, Sophie, and they actually won the J16 Coxford at the British Junior Championships in 24. But going back to what you were saying, yeah, Putney is the iconic start of the boat race. So Putney is probably the kind of the rowing hub of clubs in central London who are rowing on the Tideway, which is that tidal piece of river in central London, that everyone rows on.
Exactly.
And Putney is that start.
You've got London Rowing Club, Thames Rowing Club, Vesta Rowing Club, Imperial College Boat Club, Putney High. You've got Wimbledon, KCS Wimbledon as well. You've got Dulwich College, Westminster School. There's Crabtree Boat Club. There's just so many.
There's loads. So the thing I noticed first about this Blair Academy crew that's on our screen is look at the run they're getting on that boat.
Yeah, that is quite remarkable, actually. Just seeing how nicely they're moving the boat underneath them. I don't think that is by accident. I think these athletes know exactly how they want to move that boat. And obviously, being an international crew from the USA, they will have a slightly different rowing style. I'm sure you don't have to be too eagle-eyed to see that. But then, exactly, just letting the boat do some of the work for you is always a good strategy.
They look really high above the work. So they're almost, if you look, like with the way they're driving their handles, they've got to get that knee speed as they're going to kneecap themselves because they're rigged quite low. Whereas this boat here, their elbows are drawing up just that little bit higher. This is the William Perkins School.
So this will be because the Americans had to borrow the boat from LEH School. So it's not the boat that they've traditionally probably been used to rowing in, so rigged to them. So it all depends on whether it's the right fit.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have kind of a real range of experience coming through in these junior fours. So as we had in the junior quads, there were some people who are J16, some are J8, you kind of just finished their A levels and going to be on to kind of under 23 level next year. So it's all to play for in this section, because we've got 27 crews that needing to just be whittled down to just 16.
So 11 of these contenders we will not be seeing. This will be their final run down the track. So they are looking to make the most out of it, and it's a fantastic experience. We said this before already today, but it's a memory that will stay with you for a long time, just running down that Henley track.
Yeah, interesting. So this is a Scottish composite. By the looks of things, they're listed down with us as St Andrews, but we could see there that there's a couple of different clubs, and you can tell by the different lycras they're wearing. So if you ever see people going down the track and you're thinking, why are they not matching, often that's what's called a composite. So lots of different crews are kind of coming together with a couple of athletes to put together a project, and it's always exciting when that happens, because as a Cox, you've got to blend different styles of rowing and try and get everyone on the same page.
Oh, for sure. And another reason for making those composite crews could be, for example, this was a Scottish crew. They could be preparing for the Home International Regatta next month, which we mentioned as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. There's some real calibre that comes out of Nottingham, so it's great to see some of the different clubs representing. This is Mary, Amy, Ella, Phoebe and Sophie is the Cox. A lot of length here.
Very nice amount of length, very nice amount of speed and drive as they're going through. I wonder if it is because they're using comp blades here.
They are, yeah.
So that does allow them to just rate that little bit higher, but then they can go for that length because that spin will be going through the water in a bit of an easier manner.
Yeah, look at the bank behind them and you can see the geese. They're giving us a good marker of just how bouncy it's getting, actually.
Definitely. You can't quite see everything from the shot in terms of the conditions that the athletes are racing in, but it does get tricky at different portions of the course. It does tend to be variable though.
Definitely, and I think it's just racing the bit of water you're on at the time. The crew that's just coming past at the bottom left of our screen now, that's the King's School Worcester Boat Club. That's Amelia, Sophie, Rebecca, Amelia, and the Cox's Emily Andrews.
Another American entry here on our screen, just on the left hand side. Now we're moving over with our view, panning over to crew 446, which is the Wycliffe College Boat Club, but this time is their sweep outfit.
So in the stroke seat is Georgina Joy, and this is actually her fourth time racing at Henley Women's, and seeing we're in a junior event, that's pretty impressive. She's been rowing here for a long time. She learnt to row at Newark 7 years ago, and she is leading them in that rhythm in the stroke seat.
Wow, that is fantastic.
That's impressive. She's done more Henley Women's, I think, than me.
There you go. She could be giving
half my age.
She'll be giving you a few tips on how to race 1500 later on today.
Absolutely. So we can just see here we've got crew 441 we haven't seen yet. This is Gwynedd Mercy Academy High School crew. So again, another Catholic, it's a Catholic prep school over in Pennsylvania. So they've come over from Philadelphia. Very young program, beginning in 2018. And I actually met some of these women at the International Regatta. They're a really new program. They're only 7 years old, and so it's super exciting to see them coming over. And they brought, a good contingent, and you can see obviously they're making a really big impact in this time trial, moving up on Sir William Perkins School, which is no mean feat.
Oh, they are absolutely looking to overtake them and increase their advantage to clear water. I know this is not side-by-side racing, but they will be using every single bit of that advantage. But just having another crew next to you to push off of is fantastic, yes.
Wow, racing really well. So you can see again, I think maybe that rowing style is a little bit, they are quite flat. They're kind of just keeping it nice and relaxed, keeping their shoulders loose, and just getting into it, which is really, really exciting to see. And it's great to see so many of these crews. So if you're joining us now, this is the Groton School Challenge Cup. This is the Junior Coxed Fours.
We have 27 entries and only 16 of them will qualify, which means this is the last round down the track for 11 of these crews. Here we've got a shot of another American crew, and you can just see that difference in the rowing style. It's a very great reach that they've got at the front end of the stroke, going for a lot of length, and they want to get on those legs as soon as possible.
That crew that just went past as well, half of the 8, that is half of the 8 that will be competing in the Prince Philip in a week or two's time. We're moving on now to King's School Canterbury Boat Club. So this is a great example. Here we are seeing a bow-loaded Cox 4.
Stern-loaded.
That's what I meant. Stern-loaded Cox 4. So you can see he's sat up, and there's a great example. We just got a little bit of a contrast. And then you've got that. That's the stern-loaded because they're lying down in the stern. This is Canford School just coming past us now. That's Zoe, Susie, Clementine, Isabel and Ella Dance as their Cox.
Leeds Rowing Club as well. It's a very varied field here. We've got entries from all over the world. We've seen obviously Australian crews, Irish crews, American crews, like I said, crews from Devon, Kent, Scotland, all sorts of different portions around the UK. You can just tell that there is a lot of hunger and appetite for these athletes to be testing themselves on this scene and over here in Henley.
Yeah, it's really impressive. This crew's only swept for the last couple of weeks, and we've got 4 different age categories making up the boat for this Leeds crew. This is them. This is crew 449. Again, this is King's School Canterbury. Just as they're coming up and over the line.
So would you recommend in this position in the stern loader that the Cox tries to mimic the movement of the bodies together with the crew?
I don't think you want to be kind of moving the bodies together, but what I think is, I find personally is if you're really rigid, you can offset the balance a little bit, because if you kind of are locking up and then, you know, it's kind of dropping from one side to the other or whatever, and you can't kind of move with them. Whereas actually, I mean, to be fair, he's holding it very excellent, and this is Edward here, is sitting, and he obviously has a good core, and he's not checking the balance at all, but it's kind of getting that balance, because I think Coxes want to kind of absorb the way the boat is going, but whilst also kind of holding your core and keeping it kind of still. In the same way, to be honest, is if you've got athletes who are rowing and you hit a load of wash, you've got to move a little bit with the wash, but you don't want to switch everything off and flop around.
Oh, that's exactly right, yeah. We've also seen some tapes on the shoulder of the two-person. What's the reason that some of the athletes are wearing tapes?
So that will be most likely just protecting a bit of a niggle or an injury. It might just be to kind of provide a little bit of support. The way that was on there, it looked like maybe there was a bit of trouble with a rib or lat, and so that tape is if someone's coming back from injury or they're picking up a bit of a niggle, just to make sure that they are feeling kind of secure and their bodies held together as they go through the race.
I also heard it's good to sometimes activate the muscle, because you can feel it exactly, so it's easier to sort of visualize exactly where you need to be applying the force.
Totally. This is Millfield School Boat Club. Charlotte, Olivia, Poppy, Zara and Sophia is coxing. Just coming across the line there. Now, we've added a couple of blades. All of a sudden, we have moved very seamlessly into the Peabody Cup. So this is the Junior 8s. There are 28 entries, and once again, we are whittling it down to 16.
Oh, that is an absolute beautiful rowing style to watch here. You can see Headington absolutely powering off that start, and they just keep accelerating. You can see the front and the backsplash going off those blades as they enter the water. They're doing that and executing it in such a clear, clean, clinical fashion. Ryan and Chris have definitely prepared that crew well, and they will be one of our strongest contenders here for this trophy. This is the Peabody Cup. We've got 28 entries and only 16 of those crews will qualify, so it is very important to put down a very good time. And in the 8s, the margins tend to be a little bit different than in the smaller boats. A boat length is about, what, 3.5 seconds?
Yeah, about 3 seconds, I'd say, yeah. This is Lady Eleanor Hollis. Again, another fantastic crew. They're looking really flat, quite dynamic as they're getting off that front end. They were 4th in the time trial at Nat Sculls, and they are kind of a crew of kind of older athletes, so kind of most of their J18s that are in this. They have 6 J18s, 3 J17s, and their J18s have just finished their A-levels. So well done to them, and I hope they're just enjoying being on the course.
And they're also coached by another former teammate of ours, Jamie Kirkwood.
Oh, yes. So Jamie Kirkwood previously was in London. Now he's moved across. So it's exciting to see what he's going to do in his first full season.
And he arguably was one of the fastest lightweight single sculls we've ever seen in this country.
Oh, absolutely. He absolutely used to make that single fly.
Here we've got Shiplake College, the winners, I believe, of the National Schools Regatta earlier this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some of those athletes. We were expecting to see some of these, I'd imagine, into kind of the junior international programs as well. And you can see here, so this coxswain's taking a slightly different stance in an 8. So it is a little bit more physical when you're coxing in 8. I know I've spent a lot of my life in 4s, and I've been back in 8s this season, and can really feel it in the kind of in the body and in kind of in my back as well. And it's being in a different crew. And one thing you'll notice in the Shiplake boat here is, can you see if you look on the riggers, they've got some little kind of sticky up. I don't know the right word to say.
Straws.
Straws. They look like straws, but they look a little bit more robust, don't they? What are they for?
They're for serving as visual aids and markers for the athletes to make sure that they are getting to the right length.
Absolutely. So you can see some of them are just tapping them. It means like it's kind of an acknowledgement, being like, yep, that's where you need to be.
Don't overreach. This is exactly where you need to be. Yep. Here we've got Wallingford Rowing Club A crew, consisting of Ellen Bahadori, Annie Collins, Lucy Mead, Naomi Bell, Hannah Scott, Florence Shalitzi, Lily Clayton, Tabitha Gowden, and Cox Alice Hall.
So that's not Hannah Scott of the GB Women's Squad gold medal fame. She's not just jumped into the Wallingford Rowing Club. But hey, that's not a bad person if you're sharing a name with and you're in the rowing world, hey?
Definitely. Just need a separate Wikipedia page. Absolutely.
Okay, so you're seeing this crew. So again, you'll see some of these 8s as well. So you can see some of the wiring on the boats. They'll be racing with what's called telemetry. So they'll be racing with that. This is St Edward's School here.
Coached by Adam Moffat.
Is this not Natasha Townsend? So Moff is the head coach, but I'm pretty sure, yes, it is. I'm looking at the names of the crew. This is Teddy's. This is Natasha Townsend is coaching them. Natasha, previous housemate of mine and previous coach of mine as well when I was at Oxford. And I've actually jumped into this crew. When Zaki, who is their Cox, had to drop out for a day or two, they asked me if I could jump in. So they very kindly treated me to a session with them before Nat Schools.
And how was that as an experience?
It was really fun. I was nervous. You always want to do a good job and help them find a little bit more speed. But yeah, they had a really good pickup, and Natasha works them pretty hard.
And how do you just jump into a crew and sort of learn what their style is and learn what is best for them as a Cox?
One of the big things for me is, I think when you're jumping into another crew is basically making sure that you don't try and make it too complicated, because a lot of the language you're using is maybe not what they're used to. And so trying to pick a couple of things to really try and work on and develop, chatting to the coach, seeing what they're working on, and yeah, try and give them a bit of new vocabulary, but also keep it simple and make sure you just actually take time to listen and feel to what they're doing.
I think that's so spot on. You definitely should be taking some time to get a feel for the crew before telling them what they should or shouldn't work on.
Yeah, totally.
This is Tideway Scullers. Before we saw Latimer Upper School.
Tideway Scullers have given us a lot of information on their crew. Specifically, they said they hope to go fast. So, I hope that's the case for all of their crews. But I'm glad to know that's the plan for Tideway Scullers.
Definitely. I think just by looking at the power and the determination and just how they're rowing their crew, I think they're translating that hope into a very serious effort.
Yeah, so in A4, you would be expecting to go into the time trial in a junior boat, somewhere in the 420s. Obviously, very much dependent on wind, but the stream is quite low at the moment, so we could be seeing some records over the weekend if the wind stays away.
Well, hopefully we'll get the wind facing the right direction, because we definitely will have some people competing for the course record.
Absolutely.
In the single.
Yeah, yes, we will. Here we have Godolphin and Latimer School Boat Club. We've got Alice, Jessica, Maria, Chloe, Olivia, Maya, Hannah, Lara, and Cox by Olivia Wilson. And one thing we might have clocked before, obviously I was talking about Zaki from Teddy's, is whilst this is Henley Women's Regatta, we will have some boys competing as well because they'll be coxing.
Yes. That's an interesting experience also to come away with a medal or a pennant from a Henley Women's Regatta, but to be a male athlete.
Yeah, a very good friend of mine, Dan Boddington, who we rode with, he actually won Henley Women's Regatta when he was in the womb because his mother was pregnant when she raced and won.
Well, that's just a fantastic story.
Okay, this is Wimbledon High School just coming along, and I'm really liking the way they are really driving those hips through. Nice and dynamic. And those elbows are just coming through, nice and long through the arms. I think that wind is picking up a little bit, so he's going to need to make sure in this headwind they're really being driven out front.
Hopefully the conditions won't have changed enough so that we'll see a tangible difference between the start and the end of the time trialists in this category. But as an 8, it's a little bit easier to navigate and manage the conditions, isn't it, Erin?
Yeah, it's a bigger boat, so it's more stable, and it's less likely to get impacted by the wind in the way kind of a single is. And also you've got the coxswain, which in an ideal world is kind of having a look at what's going on. If you see a lot of wind coming, you can warn your crew and kind of get everyone on the same page. It's a little bit harder if you're in a smaller boat or you've got someone who's rowing and also trying to do the calls and steer as well. Coming along the end of the island then, just hitting the booms. This is William Perkins.
For sure, and you'll be doubling the weight of the boat together with the athletes almost, particularly when looking at Coxless / Coxed force. So yeah, each different gust of wind will be affecting you less just by the nature of being a heavier unit.
Yeah, absolutely. So William Perkins School here.
You can see a bow-loaded, bow-rigged boat here. So
yes.
That means the stroke person is actually on bow side. What prompts the coach to make such a decision?
So I think it depends on kind of your athletes, who you have and kind of where their strengths lie. You might have someone who is particularly kind of an excellent stroke person and, you think you might want to bring them forward. That might be because of the way they row, their style, their length, their experience. That just because we call it stroke side, we do confuse the Americans who normally have port and starboard. But it just may well be that the coach kind of has a preference to getting that on the other side. And to be honest, a lot of the cruise that I've raced recently has been bow rigged. And
the only caveat with having a different person on a different side stroking the crew is that you do have to re-rig the boat.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain, and 8 riggers is a bit of a way to go. But we haven't actually seen any buckets coming down here. That was the William Perkins School just going past, and then this crew that's coming past. This is the King's School.
Chester.
Chester.
Fantastic. There are 3 rowing clubs in Chester. There's Royal Chester Rowing Club, who made the Henley final in the Brits last year. You've got the Grosvenor Rowing Club, with a fantastic clubhouse just overlooking the stretch, and then on the other side of the river you've got King's School Chester. Yeah. It's a lovely stretch of the river up there.
It's really nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I know some of the Welsh development camps have taken place in Chester. It's a really nice, quiet bit of the river, not obstructed with too many pleasure boats going around, as you can see on the screen here, creating some of that wash. But I can't blame them for wanting to enjoy this weekend. We have an absolutely fantastic weather, and this is just what you want to come to Henley and see.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's interesting you had that cox there at the King's School Chester was sitting quite high up out of the boat. I'm quite a big fan of coxes kind of doing what they need to do to make their seats are comfortable, so they are in the best possible position, because we have everyone got different length torsos, different length legs and all that sort of thing. Me and Matilda Horn, when we were both coxing the women's 8, would be really funny because I've got very long legs and a short body, and she's got a long body and shorter legs. So whilst we're the same size, we looked very different when we were actually in the boat together. But yeah, it was quite entertaining.
Definitely. And this is Emmanuel School there on the screen, and the coach. The new coach this season is John Moon. He previously used to coach at the Lady Eleanor Hollis School. This is Henley Rowing Club now, just on the home stretch of the river, with this distinctive white all-in-ones with the dark blue shorts.
Yeah, so here we've got Grace, Ella, Emma, Molly, Holly, Sophie, Daisy, Isabel and Elise. And now we have Emma Floyd and Sophie Floyd. We don't have it written here, but I would be very surprised to learn if they're not sisters.
Yes, for sure. Potentially even in the 5 and the 6 seat.
Yeah, they look like they've given it their all. It's exactly what you want when you're just coming across the time trial feeling like you've done everything you can.
You will have to beat 11 crews in order to qualify for later. This is St. Paul Girls' School here on the screen.
St. Paul's Girls' School has produced some fantastic rowers in the past, and Coxless as well. So did Toledo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Olympic silver medalist, and Wok's mentor is a St. Paul's girl herself. And you have a lot of this crew have been really successful. They were in the women's 15s, 8s at Nat Sculls. They won that one, and then the rest of the crew are bronze medalists at Nat Sculls and silver medalists. You know, we've got a lot of talent in that St. Paul's Girls' School boat.
Definitely, and it's just by looking at the sailings, we can also see there's a little bit of international flavour to them.
Yeah, fantastic. You can see that tape as well we were talking about a little bit earlier, just helping those athletes to feel secure if they've got any niggles or anything going on. And this is the Sir William Perkins B boat.
Wow, they're rowing fantastically for a B boat. I think they just must have such a high pool of talent over at Sir William Perkins, because the way they're rowing is really beautiful to see.
So a big thing that I'm often looking for as a coxswain is looking at how we're clearing the puddles. So what that means is essentially kind of when that blade is going in and connecting, the person in the bow seat, which looks to be here, Kate, and she is basically going to be trying to kind of push her puddles as far as it can. And obviously we want the 7th seat, the person on the same side, which is Amelia here, to not be putting her blade into where that puddle is. So they're not quite clearing the puddles, they're almost there, but given it's a headwind, I think that's probably to be expected. But that's a big thing I'm looking for, is a reference point, just how well we're basically travelling this boat.
Yeah, distance per stroke is one of the key measures that we'll be evaluating as coaches and athletes when reviewing a performance of a crew, and this is just the instant feedback, I guess.
Yeah,
just by looking at it on the water, you can see it right there in the flesh. You don't need any data to sort of make that assumption.
Well, this is Wallingford Rowing Club coming to the last third of their race. This is Phoebe, Charlotte, Gemma, Cecily, another Cecily, Daisy, Holly, Nell and Cox Orla. It's always a pain when you've got people with the same name in your boat, especially when they're on different sides.
Oh, yeah?
Well, when you're coxing and you're trying to make a call for someone and then someone does something else, you're like, oh, not you. So yeah, I'm a big fan of nicknames in my crews.
Do you use nicknames rather than numbers?
I try and always use people's names. I think it's more personal, and I think it'll probably elicit a better response. The only time I don't is when I'm asking for taps. I ask for bow and two, because I don't want to be thinking about names.
So if someone's just tuning in, what the hell are we talking about?
So just to acknowledge this crew that's going past. This is Bedford Girls Rowing Club, coached by Molly Fulbig. So we'll use these Bedford Girls as an example. So the person who is closest away from the coxswain and sat in the bow is known as bow, and the person that's closest to the coxswain is known as stroke. This is the same in any boat, whether it's a pair, a double, a quad, four, etc. And then the ones in the middle are numbered from the lowest number in the bows all the way up. So you skip 1 because that is bow, and then you will have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stroke.
So as a cox, when you reference and talk to your athletes, we were talking about earlier, when you got 2 of the same name in the crew but they're on a different side, you can choose to address your athletes either by a number or a name, by their nickname, and that's down to your personal preference. I was just interested and curious to find out what your tactic is here, Erin.
Yeah, this is Norwich School as they're coming past. Another
set of sisters here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. Oh, do you know what? Actually, the bow pair of twins. There we go. There's an interesting... there was, in the GB rowing team this year, there were 4 sets of twins in the whole of the GB rowing team. There were 3 of them were in the quad, and then one of them is obviously Helen Glover, who was in the women's 4.
That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Well, we should get their other twins rowing as well. Yeah. Double the squad size.
I think some of them are boys, so might struggle to be in the women's 8. But yeah, they. I think there's something to do with when you're competing with your siblings. And this is Great Marlow School Boat Club. The
former club of Sir Steve Redgrave.
That's it. We've got some more siblings in here. We've got 7-seat and 3-seat. Bea and Poppy are sisters. And we've got our club captain, Charlotte, in the 2-seat. So it's great to see her leading the charge from the bows.
And 3-seat and 7-seat are going to be rowing on the same side unless there is a bucket here. So that's interesting to have two sisters rowing on the same side, which means they can't actually go out in a pair together. But what is fantastic, what I really like about seeing the family combinations in that same crew is just it makes for such a great week and away trip for the whole family to come in and support and get together and just cheer the crews on. I think that's a factor that's not spoken about very often when it comes to rowing regattas.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Latimer Upper. They're actually rowing in T-shirts, which are known as a very rowing term, but as Zephyrs.
Zephyrs, yes.
I remember when I first heard this rowing thing, what is everyone talking about? The place you often see them in is the boat race.
It's not the Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
No, slightly different. And I mean, it's actually probably pretty good. They're going to be keeping cool, because that's one of the big challenges when you're rowing in the heat of the day. How do you keep cool and not overheat before you get going into racing?
And we've seen from the names there's a lot of international entries in that boat as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and look like they're setting a really good pace. We're just moving over. We're seeing crew 475, and this is Pangbourne.
They're relatively a local crew.
Yes.
They're about 5-6 logs down.
Yeah, absolutely. Frankie Allen, who was in the Paralympic 4 with me in Paris, is Pangbourne born and bred. She's a Pangbourne school.
It's a really lovely stretch of the river. I know it's where you want to go down and do some quiet, long stretches.
Yeah, Harry Brightmore's been doing some work with them as well, and obviously the Olympic champion Cox, so that will have really rubbed off on them, and they'll be learning some racecraft from him.
Here we've got Habs Monmouth, which is a Welsh crew here.
Yeah, Haberdashers Monmouth Rowing Club. So they're rowing a slightly lower rate here, but that's probably just they're getting into the thick of it, into racing. You can also see the wind on their backs. You can actually see them. The ribbons are actually giving us a very helpful reference that there is a bit of a headwind pushing through. So making sure that you can't rate higher in a tailwind, right? In a headwind, sorry.
Yes, it's not too optimal purely because of how heavy each stroke feels. So you want to lower that stroke rate purely so that you can maximize each stroke rather than go for too many, but just go through the water a little bit quicker. We always say in a headwind you want to focus on sitting up tall and straight, but keeping all the power down low in the legs and the hips so that it's largely unobstructed by the wind.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, this is crew 473. So this is Royal Shrewsbury School. You've got Paula, Katie, Daniela, Amelie, Violet, Isabel, another Isabel, Annalie, and Cara coxing.
And another former coach of ours, Carl Reed, is one of the coaches at the Shrewsbury School, looking after some of these crews.
So the first thing I noticed here with that crew was just they were very long out the front, which was really nice to see as they're coming off that start. This is crew 477. So this is St Mary's School, Cambridge. Nice and tidy on that pickup on the stroke side there.
Yeah, it's a great long shot here.
So here they're just coming up to the barrier. So they're coming out of that first 500 and then getting into that second part of the race. So you can hear the Coxes kind of taking the choice to maybe steer them just a little bit closer over to Bucks to try and make the most of staying in the best part and out of the stream.
We're talking about lines earlier. You can say this is perfectly in the middle. So that's your exact recommendation here.
Yeah, I think it's one less thing to think about. You're not worrying about other crews. And if you do have a crew coming up on you, or you're coming up another crew, you've got the option.
Choice, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic steering coming from here.
So you can see we're just going past the barrier, which is about 650 meters into the race, which means these athletes will have just over 3 minutes to go here.
Yeah.
Although in an 8 that will probably be slightly shorter because those boats do tend to run a lot faster.
Yeah, so in Championship Women's 8s yesterday, kind of all the times seemed to be, in the around the 6:20s, in those top qualifying crews, and obviously different day, different conditions. So I'd imagine these junior 8s, going to be kind of looking in the 6:30s. 6:30s, 4:30s, 4:30s, not 6 minutes. Goodness me. 4:30s.
For some crews. Some of the singles had
some of the singles, yeah, absolutely.
But then that just shows, it's the same event. You're racing an equal amount of times, but if you've each had 4 races, you will have 8 minutes of racing more in your legs.
Yeah.
And what does that do to the lactate levels in your muscles, to the soreness, to the recovery, to your respiratory system? How much more oxygen do you have to supply? It's a really interesting debate, probably for another time, but it's just one of those things that you not always think about when it comes to just watching and spectating the sport. Exactly just how much goes into fine-tuning a crew for an optimal performance.
Absolutely. This is St George's College Boat Club here. You can see their cocks really driving them on. They're saying really dynamic with the hip drive, which is really nice to see. Really pressing them high. They're coming into the last section of their race here.
That's a true mark of a really well-drilled crew, is how well did the bodies and the legs move down and over together. Because if you're able to make that movement as synchronized as possible, you will get such a big performance benefit. It can honestly make or break a crew and win you a few races if you get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're joining us now, we are watching the Junior 8s come past. They are all competing for the Peabody Cup. Peabody Cup is sponsored by Kitchen Architecture, and we're grateful for all the sponsors and everyone who kind of helped to make Henley Women's Regatta what it is. We are really enjoying watching all these crew come past. And I think, I was telling you we're in the Peabody Cup, I think we've just moved on. So we are stepping on now into the Champ Women's Doubles.
So this is the WPA Cup here.
So
we've got 7 entries and 6 of these crews will qualify. So the slowest of these entries will not be featuring for the rest of this competition. I suspect it's a bit brutal really when there's 7 entries and only 6 of you qualify.
It's a little bit like at the games for the 8s. There are 7 8s at the games, at the Olympics, and only 6 end up making the final, which is pretty savage.
So whatever you do, don't come last.
Absolutely. So this is Upper Thames. Bronte has been rowing out of Leander for a lot of this year. She is someone who you just love to have in part of your team. She's absolutely hilarious. You should check out her TikTok if you haven't seen it, because she makes some funny rowing videos and all sorts. But she's a great person to have on the team, and it's lovely to see her racing with Upper Thames today.
We'll set up a collaboration with Feather and Square.
Absolutely. And then we've got Bath University. So these are going to be coming thick and fast, because these Champs Doubles are going to be absolutely smashing it down the course.
This looks like international crew. Yeah, there we go. Here's the crew from the Netherlands. We don't see them enter a lot of junior events, but they feature a lot in the academic and senior events, the Dutch crews. We spoke a lot yesterday about the difference in the rowing style. They're a lot more fluid, perhaps not too long around the back end, and a little bit shorter around the front as well. They just focus on keeping the boat moving, never stopping that movement. And we were debating yesterday about where that difference comes from, and the Dutch crews here, you can see another great example of that. They primarily used the RP3 rowing machines for all their indoor training as opposed to Concept 2, so they're on that constantly moving bit of equipment, which I guess does translate into the boat a bit better.
Yeah, okay, so this crew here, they have actually been rowing together in the double all season, competing in the Dutch kind of national rankings, and I think we're going to see that really pay off with this crew. It's been not just put together in the last couple of months. They've been rowing together all year, and so they're going to be really in tune to what each other are doing. So this here is Anna and Emily as they make their way down the course.
That is absolutely amazing to see. They know exactly what to expect of each other. They will have taken tens of thousands of strokes together throughout the whole season. So hopefully no conditions will be a surprise to them here during this week. But I believe we're quite lucky with this mini heatwave we've got going on at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is Reading A. So these Reading athletes, again, Reading has got a fantastic sculling program. It's known, renowned in the university world for their sculling program. Chris Bartley kind of leading the charge on that, and he's been there for a good number of years and has really built a really successful program.
Definitely. I was at Bucks last month just commentating on the regatta as well, and Reading were absolutely dominating the sculling, just like you're saying. They're a powerhouse. I believe they switched from sweep just a number of years ago, and they've just made that distinction for sculling. And I think for a university that's actually quite good, just to pick your niche and stick with it, because then that work will really start to pay off dividends. And even that Met Regatta a couple of weeks ago, you had almost an entire final comprised of just Reading University scullers.
Well, that's where we just switched camera focuses. You might think, oh, it's following the same crew. But no, this is another Reading University Boat Club. This is Anna Rose and Alexandra. And this is the Reading B crew. But they are racing with some real intensity as they come up to halfway.
We've got a local crew from Upper Thames, that one that you talked about earlier. And we've got now the Proteus Iratus here, Laura Kempen and Leonor Boss, just chasing them down. You can see the difference in the stroke length and the stroke rate. The Dutch do seem to be a little bit more relaxed. That boat is moving very fluidly through the water, as opposed to the Upper Thames crew, which is absolutely powering and throwing it around. Both rowing styles yield very good results. It's just all about how well you commit to that plan, style and execution here. This is BB Colgan and Robin Selby-Smith. So BB is a sponsor of this event, and she won a World Coastal Championship silver medal for Australia.
And then Robin's also won gold in the 4 and the 8 at the World Champs in 2005, and was also very impressively in the Australian Olympic 8 in 2012. I've seen these guys out training, and they've been working hard, putting the hours in.
Well, it's fantastic to see them here competing. Let's hope they qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic. So we've got a composite crew here, which we can tell by the 2 different lycras. And then this is the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. So we've got Bethan in the stroke seat. She only started rowing kind of 16 months ago, which is really impressive. And then she broke her arm in January, but has managed to get back into a boat and come back.
So we see here something that used to be a bit more prominent about a decade ago. We see the compression socks. Can you explain the use for them, Erin?
So, yeah, different athletes tend to wear them. Someone who actually wears them a lot is Lauren Henry, who is
Olympic champion.
Olympic champion, and our current single sculler who is killing it in the international scene. And the compression socks kind of promote that blood flow, so to try and kind of keep that blood moving in the same way as you might use compression in the gym, and blood restriction to kind of increase muscle and push the oxygen basically into the muscles.
And it saves your calves from being cut by the shins on the boat.
Yeah, it's a double win. And we have moved relatively seamlessly into the lightweight doubles now. As we said, for that previous event there was only 7 entries. We've got 5 entries here, and 4 crews are qualifying, so a little bit savage, but we're going to make sure that they are working really, really hard. This is Imogen and Aylin.
It's always interesting trying to pick out the differences in what separates and ranks the lightweight crews, because there's very little to separate you just on a physical basis. You're all roughly the same weight, same height. You will be rowing together you'll be rowing together in a similar manner. So then it really just comes down to technique, race strategy, and just that mental fortitude, which can win races.
Absolutely. So we've got here the Australian National University Boat Club. They're from Canberra. This is Hannah and Alexandra. They've got a lot of international credits to their names, and also Alexandra's been part of Henley Royal in the Princess Grace and got to the quarterfinals in 2022.
Well, that is a fantastic achievement indeed. This is Glasgow University, Bow 489. We've got Elspeth Jolly and Frances Chorley. Fran learned to row at Kingston Grammar School, coached by Bethan and Ed Green, and then she's returning to Henley Women's Regatta for the first time in 6 years, actually, where she rowed as a junior. Elspeth learned to row at the Lincoln Rowing Centre, so it's great to see that they were able to come together at Glasgow University in Scotland.
Yeah, and they're racing in the Lottie Burgess, who was a lightweight rower back in the day.
Well, there you go. It's all very, very sentimental.
It all comes around.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Reading University, looking like they're really long, really relaxed. So with lightweight rowing, the way that works is there'll be an average weight for the crew. Maximum weight and minimum weight will be 55 or 59 kilos, with the average weight at 57. So, ideally you have both athletes kind of weighing in at 57, but it depends. One person might be a little bit taller, and that's something for the crews to manage themselves. What it means is, because there is a set weight for the crew, as you were saying, it makes for some fantastic racing.
Yes, and then it's interesting that you also have the disparity limits, I believe, as well, because you couldn't get someone who's 80 kilos to row with someone who's only 20 kilograms.
Exactly, yeah. Just putting a kind of toddler in the bow seat or something like that.
Yes, the jam sandwich.
Totally. And this is now the Championship Lightweight Doubles lightweight pairs, sorry. And this is Newcastle University. So we've got Hermione Brewster and Charlotte Kelly.
A little bit tricky there with technique off the start. We saw a little bit of a flimsy stroke, but they managed to get themselves back on track, and they didn't actually lose anything in terms of steering. They're keeping a very good line, and you can now see with this great shot the acceleration and just how well they're moving that boat together. Coached by Alex Lee, Newcastle has been a powerhouse of a university for a number of years now, particularly since Angelo Savarino took over the club, I believe in 2005.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you can see here how they've actually racing. It's what's called clams on their blades. So before, essentially, it's that kind of orange thing right before their gates. And you might do that. So you've got the option to kind of row with longer blades, but if you want to shorten the blades a little bit, because the wind is doing something in particular, it's a quick way and easy way without kind of rejigging the entire blade setup. You can make a kind of late decision and pop some clams on and make it a little bit easier, because basically rowing is all about gearing, so you can play around with the gearing by doing that.
Definitely, it gives you so much flexibility. For example, also if a lot of these athletes will be rowing, let's say in an 8, then they will split into a 4 and potentially 2 pairs. So they can reuse those same blades by just applying these clamps without actually having to change the length every single time, and that just allows for some quick fixes.
Yeah, this is Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. They are, according to them, our Bible is they are quadruple threats, because they can both row both sides, they can both steer, they're both really good strokes, and they can
both can make calls.
Yeah, so I mean they could do it all. That's Shimei and Emily. That's from Mortlake.
Oh, so this is what we talked about earlier. So the bow is 5'1", the stroke is 5'10", but they both look the same size in the boat purely because one of the athletes has longer legs and the other one has a longer body. So this is what you were talking about with Matilda earlier, where there's that same height but just a different size.
Yeah, and this is Barnes Bridge.
Ladies.
Yes, absolutely. This is Eleanor and Anna.
Barnes Bridge training out of the Signet Rowing Club, right next to Emmanuel School, I believe, on that sort of stretch of the river.
Yeah, right by, unsurprisingly, Barnes Bridge, but which is a kind of a marker on that tideway course in the boat race. As you're coming up and under Barnes Bridge, you're coming into the last 3 minutes of the boat race.
Very painful territory to be in, I bet.
Yes, it's the least fun place to be. And generally, I think there's a rule. I might get misquoted here, but no one can come. No one can message me. Essentially, I think only one crew that's been up at Barnes Bridge. Hang on, let me get this right. One crew that's been down at Barnes Bridge in the boat race has ever come through to win.
And we're talking about over 100 races.
Many races. Yeah, absolutely.
That's an absolutely unbelievable statistic.
Yeah. Okay.
Is this Cambridge?
Here we go. Just seamlessly into Cambridge University here. This is Freya and Madeline. This is the pair, and this is, I believe, coached by Matilda Horn.
Fantastic.
So Cambridge, as an Oxford gal through and through, have to congratulate Cambridge on their absolutely outstanding results all the way through this year, and it's not surprising to see them looking really slick as they're coming through.
They have been so great indeed. You can take a look at the different handles here. We spoke a little bit about that earlier. The bow person chooses to have an orange handle for a slightly different grip and perhaps a bit more of a narrow pull, versus the black handle is a bit more of a softer material. Perhaps it's something to do with blisters or with whether your hands get sweaty or just how you like to hold the blade.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're coming up to crew 493, which is the Sons of the Thames. This is Ruth and Linda. They won their category at Pairs Head at the end of last year.
Another strong entry. So for this lightweight pairs, Championship Lightweight Pairs, this is the last event of the time trial. We have 5 entries and 4 of these will go through. So it's a little bit like being chased by a lion. You don't have to be the fastest, you just don't have to be the slowest. You just can't be the slowest, and then you'll be through.
Yeah, I was chatting to the Sons of the Thames. So they are this is the only boat entered from the Sons of the Thames. They came on the Wox course walk earlier this week. So just wishing them all the best. But it looks like they're steering a fantastic line to get going, and hopefully they just have a nice clean run at it and get the best out of it, because they clearly have a lot of success having kind of winning Hammersmith Regatta and Chiswick Regatta too.
And if you're eagle-eyed, you can spot the double seat pad here on the seat as well, and that's typically used to raise your hip angle in relative position to your foot plate, allowing just that little bit less strain on your hip flexors and hamstrings as you rock over and get a bit more length in the boat.
That was a great spot.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, they look quite relaxed as they're coming along. along the course here. I mean, actually, it looks like the wind's pushed into a little bit of a tailwind to me. As it bubbles along, and you can see how much quieter it is over on those docks in the boat park as well. As we're wrapping up those time trials, we're going to be moving into side-by-side racing coming up just afterwards, and this is something that's, this is what we're all here for, isn't it? These side-by-side racing, matched racing, which we don't get to do all that often.
Definitely. And the reason why the boat bays are a little bit empty now, the athletes will be taking a rest. Most of them will have completed the time trial, and then they'll be catching some last bit of relaxation and prepare for this afternoon's heats, quarters, semis.
So this is Barnes Bridge as they're coming up. They're going to be making sure here that they're just being kind of really diligent, making sure that they're finishing every stroke. It can be really tempting when you're getting a little bit tired and you're coming into those last few to kind of cut the stroke short around that back end.
That's exactly right, yeah.
So you can see here, and also in a pair, like what you can see here is because they've got an external steering bar. So some crews, some of them, they'll be kind of hidden inside the boat, but generally with pairs, you can see that steering bar, which is just to the right hand side of your screen now, and then one of those in the boat, I'm not sure who, because either can do it. You can steer from the stroke, or the bow will be steering as they go along as well. So just, if it wasn't complicated enough, they're also needing to steer a straight line.
I think that's a very good visual cue. For example, if it's the bow person steering, you can see where you are, you can see your foot's position, so you know where the rudder is on. But in the pair, it's such an elusive boat. It's difficult to get the balance right. It's so easy to upset it by any margin. So if you can also give your stroke person that visual cue, exactly like we're saying with the externally exposed rudder, I think that's just a benefit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And minus some wind, wind resistance.
And you can see those. And this is the last crew as they're coming up. So this is Cambridge University. They're taking some nice big pressed out strokes. Okay, so Cambridge, one thing I really noticed when I was watching the boat race was just how clean they were around that back end.
Yes, their rowing profile is just something to be studied really and replicated. They're very clean, I would say they're very intentional with the way they're rowing. There's not a wasted movement. They know exactly what they want to achieve, and they do it perfectly. I don't know if it's all these drills that Matilda is making them do throughout the winter, or if it's a lot of erging, or just a lot of... I know they also work on technique in the gym during their strength and conditioning. For example, they do a lot of overhead squatting just to sort of form your ribcage into that position where you're nice and strong around the front end, and you're actually able to both minimize rib injuries by about 40% in the whole squad. Amazing. But also you can just activate those legs a lot better.
And that's that last crew over the line. So that's the end of all the time trials for Henley Women's Regatta.
And we've seen some fantastic racing, not too much clashing. We've seen some really good speeds, different rowing techniques, different styles, a lot of international flavours as well.
And thank you so much for joining us. And we're just going to pass back over to Megan, who's going to talk to you about what's coming up later on in the day.
It's been a pleasure. I'm Piotr Golawski, and this is Erin Kennedy.
I'm down here at Vesta Rowing Club on the embankment in Putney. Now, I joined Vesta just under a year ago when I moved to London, and I was looking for somewhere new to train. I wanted to get back on the water, and ultimately wanted to find a community and make some friends in a city that can be quite big and quite isolating. There's one thing that's been really clear to me around the boathouse here. It is that sense of community. A regatta campaign isn't just about those top athletes that end up racing down the track. It's about the teams, the squads, the clubs, the whole club behind them, and supporting them in the days, weeks, months, even years leading up to race day itself.
My name's Shai Pilgrim, and I've been fortunate enough to work with the double this year, the Aspirational Double for Festa. And it's been a learning curve. They've been together for about a month, and it's nice to see how they've grown over a month. Neither one of them was Sculls beforehand because of sweep season, and they have improved week on week, and it's just been a pleasure to be part of that throughout. But that's only one part of Festa. We've had 9 boats entered this year, and it's going to be unbelievable. We have been, as people know, rebuilding the year last year, and this year we kind of stepped on even further. So yeah, I'm excited to see what comes of it.
I'm Izzy, and I'm doing a single at Henley Women's this year. I started rowing when I was fresher
at Durham. So I've been rowing for 7 or 8 years now, on and off. And then I came to Vesta, just over a year ago, and have been really enjoying it.
Hello, we are the Women's Coxcore Development Category for Henley Women's 2025.
I feel like we made a lot of progress in the last short amount of time.
I just love that structured time together, and you just really bond, I think. Tia, our Cox, actually made some bracelets for us to wear on the course.
So, the women's initials. Yeah. That means that we like each other, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's a good.
No,
I think the past, well, I've been training much the past 2 weeks, but I think the past week everyone's got closer. We learn a lot about everyone on and off the water a lot. I think that's helped us when they're on the water and to keep morale up when it's a tiring long session. And even though it tends to different people's rowing strengths, and then if you use that to get better as a four, you keep teaching each other on the water as well.
Hi, I'm Isabel. I'm in the Aspirational Doubles tomorrow. Feeling a little nervous, but I think I'm just going to enjoy it. My doubles partner has taught me everything, and she is amazing. And she is there to support me when I have my moments of weakness. So yeah, I think it'd be really good. And I've loved training. It's been so much fun, and being a double again has just brought back my love of rowing. So
Coaching is what the row. Rowing, you get satisfaction from performing well and the boat come together. Coaching is seeing everyone grow day on day. And as a rower, you kind of just focus on your boat. Whilst as a coach, you kind of look at the whole squad, and it's just been nice to see where they come from September. Because we've had novices, we have people who have rowed for years to come back. And it's just good to see that now they're at a standard that they can do Henley Women's, and Henley Royals. So yeah, it's been really good.
So those 5-6 minutes on the race course in Henley are going to be the culmination of and representative of so many hours of hard work, so many people pitching in and helping out. And whether it's their very first race or their 100th race or anything in between, I, for one, am so excited to see what our girls can do.
Everyone check their rigger that is tight. No? Oh, there's some blank faces.
I really enjoy helping people develop and, get the most out of themselves, being a part of their journey to get them where they want to be. So I think that's the part of it I really like. And then there's also the fun part of the competitive edge.
Blow that handle out, get the hips going over. There have been moments where I've worked with a crew for quite a long time and they've done everything before you've even asked them to do it. And when you reach that moment, I think you've done your job really well, because actually you've trained them to do it for themselves, and that's what they've got to do. That you're not out in the water with them. You want them to be really efficient and just problem solve themselves.
Really honest about it, you're always in the minority, and that's never easy. To be one of a few that working in a bigger environment, I would just encourage women out there to go out and apply for jobs and positions. So I definitely would like to see more females out there in the head coach positions and or the leading boat positions.
I'm here with Rachel Hooper from British Rowing. Rachel, thanks for chatting with us. Now, Rachel does incredible work to support coaches, and particularly female coaches. Can you tell us a little bit about that work that you're doing?
Sure. So I'm part of the Learning Education Development team at British Rowing, and a fundamental part of that foundation part is our coaching qualifications. But over the last few years, we've been looking at the coaching community, who they are, who they're made up of. Are they really representative of what the wider sport needs? And one of those groups that we've recognised that's quite in terms of a balance of gender is that we've got quite an imbalance between male and female coaches. So a number is that we've got 31% of our members, our coach members, are female, and that's what, compared to almost 70% male, it shows that represents an imbalance in there. And we know on days like today, we have so many amazing women in our sport. It's not necessarily that they need women coaches, but we want that balance to be going all the way through sport in all the roles in the sport as well. So what we've identified over the last few years is a number of programs specifically to support underrepresented groups, and one of those underrepresented groups is women.
So coaching is such an involved job, and it sounds to me like there's so much juggling involved. How are your programs supporting coaches in those sorts of situations?
So we have a number of initiatives at British Rowing to support underrepresented groups in coaching, one of which is women. A lot of that is around understanding really what the challenges they're facing in showing that authenticity in their coaching. And part of that is communities of practice. We're holding communities of practice at events. We have them at coach cafes, we call them sometimes as well. So at our big events, we really invite coaches to come and talk to us and engage with each other. And also we've had a lot of online communities of practice as well at Henley Women's this weekend. We've got a group that are meeting up just to get to know each other a little bit more, just to understand I'm not alone in this. Actually, there's a group of people that can support me through this.
Hello and welcome back to Henley Women's Regatta. It's the Saturday. It is beautiful here in the Thames Valley. My name is Tom Morgan. I'll be taking you through the next few hours of racing, and I'm delighted to be joined by Morgan Bainham-Williams in the commentary. I would call it the commentary oven because it is very, very warm in here. It's very, very warm on the banks as well, but more pleasant because there is a breeze flowing down the Henley Reach. So come down if you are in the area and enjoy some phenomenal racing. Morgan, what are you most looking forward to this afternoon?
I'm getting pretty excited to see some of these singles racing that we've got coming up. I think there's a little bit of wind starting to come on the track. We're seeing such progression in the standards of women's sculling, so trying to see some of these people get into the business of what they've been training for throughout the year. And I also just think the mentality of being in a single over that 1500 metre track is really kind of crunchy and tough. So seeing some of these people execute some of their processes, getting a bit of an idea of what their plans might be, I think that's going to be pretty cool.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got a tranche of singles to kick us off this afternoon. This is the first of our side-by-side races today. We've had a slew of time trials to open the Saturday, and now we're into the heat and thick of the side-by-side racing. It is match racing, one-on-one, very gladiatorial, and Henley is world-renowned for it. So we are going to be seeing the Fiona Dennis Trophy here. It's a quarter-final race 109, and it is USR Triton Gwydion Najens, who I feel like I probably pronounced that horrendously, but she rose for Triton. She was in this event yesterday, impressed me a lot. Actually, all the Dutch scullers have had really, really good starts to the regatta, and she'll be up against Long Beach Rowing Association USA. It's Claire Pace. Scullers on these state boats at the moment. What's going to be going through their minds?
Well, right now with the flag coming in the air, you're definitely going to be watching that, listening to the starter, trying to have clean first strokes. Those first three, really important to complete those strokes.
Both scullers away nice and clean, and you can see right to left there, the Netherlands to the USA. It is the sculler from Triton who's had a much, much better start, jumping out to nearly a boat length's lead already. You could see she was just a little bit more explosive in those first couple of strokes, and that seems to be paying dividends now.
I think it's really interesting in this opening stage of the track, what's happening with the stream as it's coming and diverted around the island as well. So you're always trying to be aware of what's happening to your bow, are conditions being diverted, what's the wind doing, or what might you be preparing for as you come into the closing stages of the island itself.
These singles accelerate and decelerate very, very quickly. So a length in a single is not an insurmountable distance, but you can see there Gwydion of Triton extending her lead now. She's probably got a boat length of clear water and has left Claire Pace of Long Beach Rowing Association a lot to do.
I think just really trying to find your rhythm coming into this stage of the track. So what they do over these next 2-3 minutes is really important. You have to drive that transition quite hard. The rate will be coming down a little bit, but that doesn't mean the power backs off. What you can do physiologically over this middle section of the track, in the single you can close some of these gaps down. So it's trying to be mindful of what is within your plan. How can you move best tactically? How do you feel? And are you within your racing strategy?
And at this stage, you talk about strategy. For Claire Pace, who's obviously down a couple of lengths, does the strategy change now based on what she's seeing around her?
I think it's maybe a little bit of focusing on, okay, am I sharp in the right places? Are the blades going in clean? Maybe I can be a little bit springier on that pickup. So the vortex edge around those kind of comp blades, it does give you a bit more grip around the front. I'd really try to capitalise on that and then naturally lean into kind of the acceleration, just trying to stay in a little bit more of a contact. So, you know, a couple of inches really starts to change the tone of what's happening.
Well, that wonderfully smooth style on show from Gwydion Najens of USR Triton, sculling down. She's now got a couple of boat lengths of clear water over Claire Pace, so extending her lead. She actually competed at Henley Women's Regatta last year in the Aspirational Lightweight Doubles, so she knows the course. She'll have a good understanding of where the right parts are to make moves and to do things that can influence the race, but at the moment she's able to dictate the terms here, just swinging past the barrier. It's left Claire Pace with a lot to do in the second half of this course. And I think the other thing to reflect on here, Morgan, is how great it is to have in a quarter-final Holland versus the United States of America at Henley Women's Regatta.
Opening stages of kind of this afternoon's side-by-side racing. It's pretty cool that we've gone international so early on.
Yeah, it has a global appeal, this event. People come from far and wide to race on the world-renowned Henley course. And at the moment, it is Goodine of Triton who is leading the sculler from the Long Beach Rowing Association in the United States of America. So we will be watching that race unfold in the left-hand side of your screen. But on the right, we can see race number 110 starting here, or about to start. They're under starters orders, and there goes the umpire's flag. And it is an aspirational lightweight single scull, the Fiona Dennis Trophy. It's Ava Robertson of Glasgow University on the Berkshire station, and she comes up against Florence Humphrey Weeks of Exeter University on the Buckinghamshire station.
A little bit of early correction there from Florence on the Buckinghamshire station. You just want to stay on top of these things early on. Don't get thrown out of your rhythm. You're still going to be taking your short strokes quite high in the rate, but you want to make sure that you're holding your correct position, because otherwise the umpire is going to warn you.
Well, you'll have steered this course many, many times, of course, both when it's got booms and not. How hard is it coming out of those starting blocks?
I think it's quite easy to be drawn towards the centre of the racing fairway. It might be that you catch a little bit harder on one of the blades on either side, and that can very quickly change the direction of your bow. The best thing is to just remain quite calm and present. You can correct these things just as quickly as they have, in fact, changed. Or it's not necessarily that it's going wrong. Your ability to recognise, I think, is what separates you from others.
And so often that is hard to do because, of course, you're in the boat, you're only really watching what's around you. It's quite difficult to ascertain where you are on the course. But at the moment, both scullers staying their lines really well. And I'll tell you what, we have a hell of a contest underway here between Ava Robertson of Glasgow and Florence Humphrey Weeks of the University of Exeter. I watched both scullers compete yesterday and dispatch their opposition with relative ease. So two athletes in good form with great pedigree coming into this event. And it looks to me like it is Ava Robertson of Glasgow University who just has the slight lead here. And we'll keep, as I say, watching that one unfold. We're back on the left-hand side of our screen with the conclusion of race 109, which to me, Morgan, looks like a comfortable win for the sculler from Triton.
I would concur. I do think you can see it's a little bit bouncier down in the second half of the track, so something to bear in mind for these scullers that are in kind of the entry stage of the race right now is the conditions will change, and when it's a tight race, sometimes it can come down to who is going to be able to handle those conditions best.
Crossing the line there. It is Goodine Nigeans of Triton defeating Claire Pace, whose pace unfortunately was not enough to overturn the sculler from the Netherlands as she exits the competition and the sculler from Triton advances. And so we're back with the contest between Ava Robertson and Florence Humphrey Weeks, and it looks to me, Morgan, that Ava Robertson has just very attritionally, in quite a measured fashion, extended her lead.
Absolutely. I think you've got to be really quite decisive through the barrier. This is a 1,500 metre race, so what you're doing in that kind of middle 250, 300 metre section of the track within your race, it's got to be clear, it's got to be decisive. You have to make an active commitment.
So if you are joining us for the first time today, welcome to our coverage of the Henley Women's Regatta, and you can see on screen a smiling Ava Robertson who's making her way down the course in her quarter-final of the Aspirational Lightweight Singles, currently leading the sculler from Exeter University, Florence Humphrey Weeks. We have two races on the course, I should say, at the moment, and one of those is the one as described. The second of those is race number 111, and it's another quarterfinal of this Fiona Dennis Trophy. It's Kingston Rowing Club, Francie Bachman on the Berkshire station, and she faces Catherine Jackson of Worcester Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And just watching these two scullers, there's a chasm of space between them, but it looks to me like the sculler from Worcester, Catherine Jackson, has had just the slightly better of the two starts.
I actually think the Worcester sculler has capitalised on that little bit of shelter quite well. It's clearly jumped out off the start here. I would really try to just hold my position now. You know, I've got a good commanding distance, a good commanding lead. Just hold my distance from the booms, trying to steer as straight as possible, and then just concentrate on the length and the rhythm that I'm driving down that track. So rhythm isn't necessarily found, you're creating it, you're making it. Make that rhythm that you've practiced in training and stick to my plan.
Well, whatever she's doing, it's working for Catherine Jackson. Really fluid and dynamic sculling style. Francie Bachmann, who learned to scull at Lady Eleanor Holly's in 2021 and joined Kingston in 2023. She actually raced in the quarterfinal of the Frank V. Harry Cup for Development Coxed Fours. So has experience on this course, but at the moment, not able to unseat an impressive Catherine Jackson. So that one swinging past the quarter mile mark, but it's Ava Robertson of Glasgow University Boat Club at the top left-hand side of your screen, who has done a lot of the early running and continued to extend her lead through the middle of the course. She is a name to watch out for as this competition progresses to semi-finals. You can just see the bumpiness of the water there as the pleasure crafts come past. It's such an occupational hazard of rowing on the Henley stretch.
Absolutely. I think, the booms trap it in, but these lightweights are doing a really great job. You often see a very high standard of technical capabilities within the lightweight category, and this is a very clear demonstration of that right now.
Sculling to a standstill there. Ava Robertson progresses to the semi-finals. No big celebrations over the line. Job well done for the Glasgow sculler. She will progress onwards through the competition and will return back to race 111, which is the third of our quarterfinals in the Fiona Dennis Trophy Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls. And I think, Morgan, left to right, we are seeing Catherine Jackson just continue to turn the screw here.
It's interesting as she comes past the opening in the booms here, so you can often be exposed to a little bit more wash. At the same time, it can also travel a little bit freer between those areas, so knowing when they're coming up, depending on whether, it's been timed in your favour or not, if there is a crew or a kind of like a pleasure boat going past at that time, just a bit of an awareness for that, and just try not to get distracted. You want to be focused on the processes that you're driving. We're seeing some very nicely timed catches here, trying to build those 4 points of contact, so face of blade, handle, foot stretcher and the seat. Timing those things really nicely, focus on the strokes that they're taking.
And is that sort of the constituent guidance that you have when you're sculling, is those 4 points of contact? Is that, because you're talking to almost a layman here. I haven't been near a boat in about a decade, so you're going to have to dumb it down for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're trying to build that connection so that you can drive the boat, you can move the boat past the blade itself, and the gold standard is you want those 4 points. If you can get 3, so sometimes you might have the handle that's timed with the face of the blade and the feet, but then maybe the seat slips out, so that might be down to 3, or you might be down to 2, so the seat slips and maybe the feet are a bit late, but actually the hands have caught the boat quite nicely. Thinking about those things, certainly when you're watching video, as it slows down, it gets easier to kind of tune the eye into those elements of the stroke.
Well, Catherine Jackson getting it all right so far. She looks like a pretty good bet for our third semi-finalist in the Fiona Dennis Trophy, and race number 112 is underway, which is our fourth quarterfinal. For those of you who have been following all four, it is Leanna Daniels, one of the early race favourites, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, and she comes up against another sculler from Triton, and Sophie Serrans, who is representing the Netherlands. And at the moment, it does look like the sculler from Holland is doing the early running. She has about half a length, but we're not seeing that same level of margin, are we, in this contest compared to some of the others we've seen so far?
We're definitely a little bit tighter earlier on. Been some steering corrections here, so just trying to settle into what we're doing, back onto the rhythm. This is starting to shape out in quite a good race, so it's going to be really interesting. These next kind of minute and a half could be quite deciding.
So we're fairly confident in race 111. The winner will be Catherine Jackson of Worcester Rowing Club, and she will meet what is likely to be the winner of this race. Ava Robertson and Gudine Najins were the ones who progressed through in the first two semi-finals, but this one is looking like the best of the 4 races we've had so far in terms of the crew's proximity to each other. Leanna Daniels, a real talent on the Scottish rowing scene, but at the moment meeting more than her match in Anne-Sophie Serrans, who actually won the last national meet in the aspirational lightweight field in her native Netherlands. So clearly a very gifted sculler, just as we watch Catherine Jackson coming over the line. Job well done. Yeah, these two are pretty tight at the moment, and there's not an awful lot to choose. And I think if I'm looking at that drone shot, Morgan, I'm seeing a bit of a comeback here from Leanna Daniels on the right-hand side.
Definitely taking a move through this kind of inside station. What's been quite interesting is I definitely think that the rates have been slightly different, so kind of getting onto their rhythm in different ways perhaps. So Leanna Daniels has been a little bit lower in the rate, perhaps trying to look for more distance per stroke. You do tend to see higher rates within the lightweight category, so currently it's working. I think they may even be drawing through level now.
Yeah, it's a curious thing, isn't it? When you do race at Henley, you go out early and you try to establish clear water as quickly as possible, because that elastic band that sort of connects the crews, it's intangible, but it's felt more acutely in match racing. If you can snap that, it means that you have complete control over what is likely to happen next. The Dutch sculler never quite got that, and Leanna Daniels has been allowed to reel her back in, and I think you're right, Morgan. I think she's probably just taken the lead. We'll see as they come past our static camera. But sculling really dynamically and really proficiently, and there we go, the drone shot illuminating for us. I think Leanna Daniels has taken the lead.
It is very tight though. Maybe a little bit of a lighter springy rhythm could be helpful. We'll definitely see the quality of that connection, the quality of the connected length, see how that prevails coming down the later stages of the track. We are going against the stream here, so you would imagine the rates might be slightly lower, but I'm sure if we saw a crew like the Romanians on this track, they'd certainly be driving the rate up quite high.
Yeah, I don't think they come down below 40, do they, generally speaking?
Must be not allowed.
Yeah, the numbers just don't register. But Leanna Daniels sculling quite impressively here. The question will be now, in the last third of this contest, how much gas she has used to overtake the sculler from the Netherlands, and Sophie Serrans. But still looking pretty composed. Not too much of a grimace on her face at this stage. And she'll know she only has probably less than 500 metres left to row now to secure her spot in the semi-finals in what is shaping up to be a fascinating tussle for the Fiona Dennis Trophy Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls.
She just looks very relaxed on the handles, that nice loose grip around the release, timing the blades quite nicely to just actually allow them to step out of the water. I think that can make such a difference, how we move from release into quarter slide where the boat is going to be kind of moving towards its fastest point between half and quarter and recovery. So having that clean release, clean extraction, especially when there's a bit of bounce, can be really paying dividends to the quality of the hull speed that you're producing.
It looks to me like the Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club sculler Leanna Daniels on the right-hand side of your screen is upping the rate here, intensifying her progress in an attempt to secure passage to the semi-finals, because I think the Dutch sculler from Triton is still in touch, and indeed there goes the rate, the two sprinting for the line. It does look to me, and this angle can be deceptive, and I have been guilty of calling this wrong on numerous occasions, but it does look to me like Leanna Daniels continues to maintain her lead.
I do think it could be closing up here.
It looks to me like that Dutch sculler is sprinting now for the line. What has Leanna Daniels got left in the tank? There you go, little look over on the left-hand side. You can see Anne-Sophie Serrans just checking where her opposition is. Another look there, so she must feel like she's got something left to give.
Really interesting to see if this increasing cadence can change kind of the result we're looking at here. There's a lot of wash coming through. Want to be within range. Does it look like Leanna Daniels might still be just in lead?
Yeah, she never looked too hassled, did she? You have to say, she kept the rate and the intensity relatively high, but never felt like she needed to sprint there.
Yeah, incredible composure, because I'm not sure I would have been that relaxed there. I think I would have had a lot more towels across my face.
Yeah, credit to Leander Daniels. That was a phenomenal performance. She timed it really well, and she will be our fourth semi-finalist in the Fiona Dennis Trophy. We're moving boat classes. We're moving back up to the start of the course, and it is the Avril Vellacott Cup for Championship Coxless Fours. It's Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, right-hand side of your screen, and it's Imperial College Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station, the left-hand side. So black up against yellow. As I say that, of course, it switches over, and it's yellow and yellow, the two M packers making their way down. But Imperial were the better of the early running here.
There's been some really impressive women's sweep coming out of both these clubs so far this season, so I think we're going to see a very high standard of that women's sweep racing coming throughout the whole regatta itself. It's going to be really interesting seeing in these kind of Coxless Fours what is going to be the dominating factor. How much will it, the start, does that going to play into the results that we're starting to see? Will it come down to the transition? It definitely looks like Imperial are quite comfortable here in what they're doing, have established a lead quite early on, a little bit more horizontal in their style. We're seeing a slightly flatter running hull between the two. Sometimes it's quite hard to tell on this track, but a little bit more horizontal in the way the hull itself is running, and quite a horizontal leg drive, so hanging for a long time with those shoulders in front of the hips.
Well, for those tuning in who maybe are rowing laymen, and I describe myself as a rowing layman, I have rowed, I have been in a boat, I have rowed on this course, but some time ago. Rowing is a highly technical sport. It's not all just about physiology. There is a lot of technique that goes in refining that, cultivating that over many, many years. And we're watching here Imperial and Thames putting on a clinic in how to row the Coxless Four. The question will be whether Thames can find their gearage in the last half of this. But we'll move back to the start. We've got another race underway here, and it's Strathclyde Park Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, and it's Leander Club, your home club, Morgan, on the Buckinghamshire Station. Now, Leander should have no excuses for steering poorly here.
They are coming close together. I think we might be about to see a little bit of a clash.
I think you're right. Yeah, those blades are definitely overlapping. I would think that Strathclyde, if you look at that drone shot, which is unforgiving, by the way, you can see that Strathclyde are right over in Leander's water.
I would agree. I think it's important that you don't overcorrect here. Small adjustments do make enough of a difference. There is also plenty of room down this track, so if you're holding your station and you're in the correct water, you can almost fit another crew in the middle of you. So just trying to be relaxed, composed. If you use that logic, you can kind of understand that there is enough room and you know which direction you need to move.
Well, as I'm watching the left-hand side of our screen, it looks to me like Thames Rowing Club may well have rowed down Imperial. That angle just giving me the sense that Thames have taken the lead there. So we've seen another role reversal, just like we saw in race 1-1-2 between Leanna Daniels and Anne-Sophie Sorens. The Dutch sculler going out early but being reeled in by Leanna Daniels. It's the same thing that's happening here to Imperial. They are on the receiving end of a second half charge from Thames Rowing Club. Of course, these two boat clubs sharing the Putney Embankment as their homes, and you can hear the noise as these two crews come up towards the finish. I think it's going to be Thames who are going to take this one over Imperial, so a really impressive second half of the race there. In Thames need little to no introduction, such a powerhouse program, consistently producing very high caliber crews right across the suite of boat classes that they compete in.
And I think this just shows you, it's not just about what you're doing in the start, it's your ability to transition into the race rhythm and have that connected length. Rowing is very much a power-based sport, so your ability to apply that and apply that together makes such a difference.
So Thames, our first semi-finalist in the Avril Vellacott Cup for Championship Coxless Fours, and now we're riding with race 1-1-4, our second of the 4 quarterfinals that we've got on the docket here, and it's Leander who are leading Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Any insight into any of these athletes? Morgan, I look in front of me on the Bible and I can see they're all second to third year athletes at Leander, so some experience.
There's some good experience within the kind of the Leander seasons as they roll out. You learn a lot from the programs year on year. Marin, she's sitting in the 3 seat. She has learned some incredible racing exposure through being at the universities in America. So she went to Oregon State. It's so competitive over there, racing in kind of those championships within the NCAA. it can be a battle every single day, and I think that does start to pay dividends and give you a little bit of edge when you come back onto this British racing scene. I think as well, some of the athletes that you get to row with at Leander, just that learning almost by osmosis can really help. There is such a legacy of incredible women that have rowed at the club, and the knowledge that they're willing to share is so incredibly helpful.
And it is very much an open book culture.
Very much. There are no secrets.
Well, true success is success scaled. And Leander Club's showing the dividends of that right now. A nice little tidbit in here. Jemima Furness in the stroke seat, you won't be able to see. She's got a green scrunchie on, and that's in tribute to her old junior rowing coach, Eric, who sadly passed away earlier this year. They actually came here together 6 years ago in 2019 when Jemima raced in the single, and she'll be wearing that green scrunchie for her home club of Cambois. So a nice touch, and I'm sure if he's watching, he'll be delighted with the performance here. In the great enclosure in the sky. I think that's what they call it, isn't it? Which is always a lovely turn of phrase, I thought. But Leander leading Strathclyde Park Rowing Club at the moment, left to right. On the right-hand side of your screen now, you can see race 115. The third of our quarterfinals, I should say, in the Anvil Vellecott Cup. And it's another Dutch crew in action here. Orca of the Netherlands on the Berkshire station. Certainly getting the better of the two starts up against the Tideway Sculler School on the Buckinghamshire station. I think this Tideway Sculler School has at least a couple of juniors on board as far as I'm aware. You can just see there, Morgan, the umpire getting involved, warning Orca back onto their station.
You just want to respond nice and early. You know, they want a nice, clean, fair race. They would like to see you respond immediately. So if you can generate that response, kind of point your bow a little bit more to the direction that you need to return to. But again, small adjustments. We don't want to see an overcorrection, just a little bit to allow you to get back onto your line, onto your station, and proceed within your rhythm.
Well, Leander successfully dispatching Strathclyde Park Rowing Club in their quarterfinals, so they will progress through alongside Thames. It's a bit of a who's who of UK club rowing at the moment. But Orca looking to disrupt the established order here. They've had a really good start. They haven't broken clear of Scullers, and that will give the women on the left-hand side of our screen a little bit of hope that they can find their way back into this race.
It's certainly still close enough that if Orca do continue to move off their station, they will get warned. So if you're the crew that is ahead and you are moving off your station, that counts as impeding the other crew, so you would be warned. You could be the crew that is behind and almost, you know, swerving all over the place, but you yourself won't get warned. So being mindful that you don't want to be in a position where your puddles are directly impacting the other crew, because that's what is gonna kind of expose you to the risk of being on the wrong side of a decision.
If I just watch these two crews, I think the Orca boats seem to me to be slightly more cohesive. I sense they've been together for slightly longer. I know they've won several national races in their home country, so it's not surprising to me that in the first half of this race, where things are just a little bit more chaotic, their sort of smoother style is paying dividends. But Tideway Scullers hanging in here. A couple of very talented junior athletes on board. And you can see a little look over in the bows from Ainsley Vickers. I'm sure she'll be telling her crew we're very much still in this. Still just a little bit of a lick of an overlap between the stern of the Orca boat and the bow of the Tideway Scullers School crew. It's now where the Scullers can respond.
I think we'll see the gap start to open up between Orca right now and Scullers. I think there's a very clear Dutch style there. It's the hull itself, when you're watching it, is quite energised, quite buoyant. So I think we can see we've got Meg Saunders here in the two-seat of the Tideway Scullers crew. A very strong, explosive athlete.
Yeah, Orca still under pressure here from Tideway Scullers, who just have refused to go away in this one. So definitely worth keeping an eye on. We have begun in our final quarterfinal of the Avril Velocut Cup. It's race 116, Molesey Boat Club on the right-hand side of the bottom right of your screen in their distinctive black kit on the Berkshire station, and they face, shall I try this in German? Heidelberg Ruder Club 1872 eingetragener Verein Germany on the Buckinghamshire station. This is the beauty of having a German fiancé.
I think that was pretty good there.
Oh, I managed to get the numbers right.
A very explosive start from Molesey Boat Club there. They really have jumped out. They look quite aggressive, but direct to the hull. It's important that that direction is connected to the boat and that we are moving the boat past the blade.
Well, Molesey have had a fabulous season in their women's rowing programme. They seem to be ultra competitive right across the board, and not surprising to see them leading out this crew from Germany. But going back to the finish here, or going up to the finish, it is the crew from Orca who have stamped their authority on this race. And Morgan, your race prediction midway through was absolutely spot on. They have stretched out their lead now to perhaps half a length of clear water, I should say. Credit to the Tideway Scullies who hung in there, resilient, dogged, but were unable to overthrow this crew from the Netherlands, who will progress through to the semi-finals. And now we get a shot of this Molesey crew, and you were right, explosivity is the name of the game here.
There is a little bit of swerving going on in the Molesey steering, so you would want to see them calm down a little bit, just kind of relax into their rhythm, know that they are moving the boat well, taking long strokes, so just kind of relax a little bit. I still think they are rowing a little bit stressed. They've got enough of distance. If they just loosen off a little bit, complete those strokes, they're going to get even more out of what they're actually putting into the hull.
So at the moment, from what you're seeing of this Molesey crew, you think they're prioritising power over placement to a certain extent?
I think more of the completion of the stroke. Sometimes we can be in a hurry to take another catch rather than to actually finish the stroke. And you certainly can feel that in the boat. It's often more jagged in the steering response when the strokes aren't completed. You want to be pressed out, pushing the bow high, then it makes it easier to actually control the steering of the hull.
And of course, these boats, for those amongst you who have been watching over the last couple of days, you'll notice there is no Cox on board. They are Coxless entities. And so the steering is done likely by one of the athletes via a footplate, which makes the challenge all the more sizable to not only get down the course and win the race, but actually navigate between these notorious booms, which have caught quite a lot of crews unawares, not just over the last few years, but in the last couple of days. We had a series of Coxless fours that crashed into the booms yesterday, but Molesey and the crew from Heidelberg Ruder Club making good on their promise to steer a straight line at the moment. And it does look to me like Molesey have just lengthened out a little bit now.
Yeah, they seem to have relaxed. Alex Watson there in the stroke seat. Former Texas athlete, NCAA champion. Hook 'em. Very composed, very relaxed.
Well, you, of course, coach in the United States, have a really good view on the programs out there. How additive is it to have that sort of cultivation of your style going out to the US and then coming back to the UK and adding value potentially to the senior national team?
I think there are a lot of different styles, and that's probably something to bear in mind is that the type of rowing stroke in which these programs are rowing, there is a little bit of a difference, but certainly at Texas they are almost famous for the use of the micro pause, which is certainly seen on the international stage within the Aussies, but I think Dave O'Neill does a fantastic job at executing that and communicating and teaching the understanding of how they take their strokes, I think is the important thing, buying into that and having clear technical focuses. You know, that's something that it doesn't necessarily matter what the technical focus is, but being able to take the time to listen, to learn, you can transfer those skills into the national team and that can carry you a long way.
Well, as we watch Molesey make their way down towards the finish line, it does look like they will be progressing through to the semi-finals of the Avril Velocut Cup. We move back to the small boats. It's the singles, and it is the George Innes Cup, the championship singles, so our premier event here for single scullers, and it is Tosca Kettler of Orca. We just saw an Orca 4 progress through to their respective semi-finals, so can Tosca join them? And she's up against Jennifer Titterington of Nottingham Rowing Club, a well-storied sculler on the UK circuit, but from my angle here, I think it is the sculler from the Netherlands, a national champion last year in our home country, who is doing the early running.
I would agree. I'm really enjoying this kind of rowing style, the sculling style currently coming out of Orca here. Again, it is a very Dutch style. There is not too much sit back through the release, but they have nicely got the hip angle coming into the catch, a very leg-driven stroke, and the hull's certainly responding.
Well, Tosca Kettler, actually a well-storied athlete on the international stage as well. She's raced at numerous World Cups for the Netherlands at lightweight level. Finished in a couple of B finals. She raced at all 3 last year. Actually, she won bronze at the first one and then B finals at World Cups 2 and 3. So an athlete with a huge amount of pedigree, and credit to Henley Women's Regatta for being a destination that she wanted to come and try her arm at. She's really dynamic and just there's loads of power you can sense with every stroke. The wattage that's going down there, super direct as well. There's not a lot of give at either end.
It's definitely some good championship single sculling.
Yeah, the field is incredibly stacked. And this is a reminder, it's a quarter-final of the George Innes Cup. On screen there, Jennifer Titterington, again a really, really pedigreed sculler on the UK circuit, but just not able to come up with the answers here against this sculler from Orca. And if you are, you know, riding in this Nottingham Rowing Club crew right now, you are Jen Titterington. What do you do? Well, how do you combat this?
I think you've got to continue to sort of play to your strengths and stick to your processes. I think your ability to be able to feel the boat is almost like the secret magic dust within rowing. So I always say to people, you want to be able to speak boat better than you can speak to each other. So if you can feel what's going on, you then know what you're perhaps not quite doing right. And so that's the thing that you might want to change. So that could be anything really. That might be trying to sit a little bit taller through the release to try and keep the bow higher. So then you feel like you're up on top of the handles rather than underneath them. Or, you know, knowing yourself how you respond under pressure. What are the things that start to kind of falter first? And then having a nice, simple, pragmatic change that is going to help you to make sure that doesn't happen or to kind of create that change. So you do have to be calm under that pressure. Nobody wants to be down. But I think it's being pragmatic still within that terrain.
Well, Tosca Kettler motoring along there. You can tell a former lightweight sculler just at the rate that she's keeping things at, not relenting whatsoever. And continuing to lead Jen Titterington of Nottingham Rowing Club, but we'll move back up to the start with one eye, of course, on 117. 118 has begun. It's another quarter-final of the George Innes Cup, and it's Natasha Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club on the Berkshire station. That's the right-hand side of that bottom right picture. And Molly Curry, Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station. I think Molly Curry, that name seems to ring a bit of a distant bell for me. I think she still holds the National Schools Regatta women's single scull record. I think that's right. I might need to fact check on that, but I'm pretty certain.
You're going to have to Google this very quickly.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check this one. But Molly Curry certainly was a title holder at junior level. Graduating from dentistry next week. And now out here on the Henley Reach and doing a pretty good job.
It's definitely got an early lead here. Slightly more dynamic through the water. She's certainly cycling the hands quite nicely around the back, so really trying to capitalise on any run that you are creating from the energy that you've put in, the work you've put in the drive. If you have got that acceleration, the hull is responding, you want to be able to almost cycle back around with that separation, with the body shift, so that you're still using the momentum of your weight to feed into that timing around the release.
Riding here in race 117, it is Tosca Kettler, who probably hasn't extended her lead a great deal over Jen Titterington since the last time we checked in, but she looks like she's going to have done enough to secure passage to the semi-final of the George Innes Cup. Almost a relentless rhythm, something that the Nottingham Sky just couldn't eat into, and we can see there probably a quarter of a length of boat clearance between herself and Jen, and that is a win for Tosca Kettler national champion last year, World Cup rower, and now she'll have her chance to go head-to-head against one of these two scullers in the semi-finals of the Georgian Cup, and it looks to me like Molly Curry is a fairly safe bet for that at this stage.
I think both scullers here look very relaxed, so from these kind of overhead shots, we're seeing nice clean blade work, clean releases in the puddles. Steering's been pretty good.
The old cliche goes that any sport that's done in such a way that it looks relaxed means it must be done well. Does that feel fair?
I think quite fair. I mean, sometimes we are proven wrong.
Me? Never.
This is some very nice sculling here from Molly Curry. They kind of talk about this sort of dolphining thing. So if you watch the bow, if it moves forwards or it accelerates in the drive, but as they shift over from body release, so arms away to bodies over, the bow kind of jumps in the air a little bit more as well. It kind of dolphins up, and that's always a good sign of good connection to the boat, good sign of secondary acceleration in that body shift. And the hull is remaining quite buoyant, quite high out of the water, and that's what we want to see. So not getting caught underneath it, good posture above the handles.
Yeah, Molly Curry raced at the Under-23 World Championships in 2023 in the women's quadruple scull, finishing second in the B final, and actually raced at the European equivalent in 2022, where she finished fifth in the same boat class. So an athlete with plenty of pedigree on the international stage, and proving at the moment just a little bit too much for the sculler from Walbrook Rowing Club, Natasha Gallagher. So as I said, we will just make sure that that one plays out in the way we expect it to, but the next race has begun, and it's 119 Ella McDougall, Barn Elms Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, up against Lily Church of Wycliffe Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And we can see the umpire getting involved nice and early here. No chances of these two scullers making them redundant. Warning, well, looks like both athletes in the early stages. Yep, that's a warming for Ella on the right hand side. Another one, and now there's the correction. The one thing I would remark on here, Morgan, is the quality of junior sculling. It's just every year when I come to this event, and to an extent the Royal as well, it is an exceptional standard that these young scullers meet. I mean, from behind as they come towards you, you would not be surprised if you were tuning in for the first time and thinking this could be a championship level.
No, I would absolutely agree. I think, sometimes I wonder, is it the introduction of a more common thing that we see where people are going after scholarships within the US, or is it simply that the standard of women's rowing has increased and is continuing to increase without the UK? But it's really cool to see that standard is basically driving from the juniors up, and the quality of the movement patterns, it's established early, like really driving that technical standard in early on is so important, and this looks like a really good race.
Well, two scullers who will know each other very well, I'm sure. Ella McDougall was the National Junior 16, that's her age group champion last year at the National Schools Regatta, and also a former winner of the Scullers Head of the River, which is one of the most challenging courses to win in rowing. Just as we're watching her come past our stationary camera, we can also see Molly Curry just easing up towards the line now. She will be progressing through to the next round, the semi-final of the Georgian Cup, sculling over the line a few lengths clear of Natasha Gallagher of Walbrook Rowing Club, which means we can turn our attention fully to 119, and it's Ella McDougall, who, as I said, had a pretty difficult National Schools Regatta this year, came into the Championship Girls Single Scull as one of the favourites, and actually capsized in the A final, so had a very challenging weekend all in Nottingham. The whole weekend was quite challenging in Nottingham for everybody, I think, given that Sunday's racing was cancelled, but she'll be determined to find her way to redemption here on the Henley Reach.
Absolutely, and I think, one of the best lessons you can learn within sport and life in general is you can't be too afraid of these things happening, making mistakes. It's about what you do after, what can you learn from those things. You might be thinking about, why did I capsize? What happened? Maybe I caught some wash, or is there anything in your control? You try and meet the uncontrollables with the controllables.
That's exactly it. Failure is not the incident. What defines you is what you do afterwards, and Ella McDougall certainly looking like she's responded incredibly well here. A very talented young sculler. A heap of trophies already in the cabinet, and she would love to add the Di Ellis trophy to that haul. She's got stiff competition. There are some serious contenders in this category this year, including the young lady who did win the title at the National Schools Regatta 3 weeks ago. Was that 3 weeks ago? That was 4 weeks ago. Time flies when you're having fun.
Just moving quite comfortably on the track there. There's been a little bit of bounce, but it doesn't seem to have kind of shaken her or wobbled her at all. I think that exposure to the tideway rowing certainly teaches you how to manage the hull in those bouncy conditions.
So Ella McDougall making good on her obvious potential here. She leads race 119 at this stage, so we can turn our attention to race 120, another heat of the junior single sculls. Now these athletes have already been out on the course this morning to navigate the time trial, which has slimmed them down to 16 athletes competing for the trophy in a side-by-side format. So this is their second run down the course. There will be a little bit of fatigue already in the legs. And here we have Derby Rowing Club's Eleanor Taylor on the Berkshire station. And she is facing down at the sculler from Headington School, Henriette Smith.
It's definitely close in this starting area. I'd be interested to think about, how did they recover following their time trials? How are the legs feeling right now? I mean, certainly they're probably going to be screaming in lactate this early on in the race, so just trying to stay composed.
Well, the one thing I can notice between these two athletes is the differential in their stroke rates. Henriette Smith on the left-hand side of the screen almost looks like she's out for a Saturday afternoon paddle.
Very composed, definitely lower in the rate.
Well, Eleanor Taylor taking on the more conventional role up in the 30s, I think, in these early stages, and at the moment leading this race. But you've got to think, if Henriette Smith, who's able to scull along at this pace, can find some gearage in the second half, we could be in for quite a compelling contest as we watch Ella McDougall scull up towards the line. Really professional showing. She'll be delighted to sort of shake that one out of the legs. Crosses the line. Several lengths clear of Lily Church from Wycliffe College Boat Club, who themselves are the holders of this competition. But it won't be returning to Gloucestershire this year.
Henriette Smith, very low on the rate here, but does very much seem to be in the game. This might be some of the most composed sculling I've seen. Definitely looks like Eleanor Taylor is in the lead, but will be interesting to see, whether it's in this race or if it's in future years to come. When a little bit of rate, the cadence comes in for Henriette Smith, be very interested to see what happens.
The cadence is exactly it, because the length is clearly there, the power is clearly there. It's whether she can find the racing gears, because try as she might, Eleanor Taylor just doesn't seem to be able to shake off the attentions of this Headington sculler. Starting to stretch out just a tad now, and I think clear water, that gap between the two boats extending with every stroke. But Taylor of Derby having to work hard for it.
I wonder if Eleanor, if she relaxes a little bit, might start to eke out the distance there. But it's difficult. It might be a length's lead, and that can feel like not enough when you are actually caught in this gladiatorial arena. So being able to compose yourself and almost keep command on what you're trying to do can be quite difficult.
Well, these athletes still all at school, so the maturity curve is long, but showing a great deal of it here on the Henley course. Eleanor Taylor just continuing to move attritionally away from Henriette Smith of Headington School Boat Club, typically more renowned for their sweep prowess. Winners at the Schools head of the river back in March. But Henriette clearly favouring a run out in the single. Spending a lot of time looking over her left shoulder. Why do you think that could be? checking out the booms, making sure that she's got suitable coverage from them?
I think looking for the booms and just keeping an eye on kind of the wash and what's going on, really. Definitely very relaxed. There's still a good horizontal rowing style there from both crews.
She's so relaxed, you'd almost be forgiven for asking whether she knows the race has started. It's like she's so composed, so long. I rarely see a sculler. I mean, she can't be... I haven't got a rate clock with me, but I'm estimating maybe 26, 27 strokes a minute, which, for context, usually scullers tick over at above 30.
I would love to know the power that's going down, because there's some pretty good hull speed still coming out the boat there, so... Those Headington coaches, I think, very exciting few years to come.
Well, the next race is on the course. It's race 121, and I'm excited about this one because it's Stratford-upon-Avon's Poppy Baines, one of our JRN writers. Super exciting to have Poppy out on the course. She was delighted to have qualified. I caught up with her just before today's contest. Really, really happy to have qualified for the side-by-side racing, but she knows she's got a hell of a challenge on her hands because it is the national champion, Scarlett Palmer, of Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club, who she is coming up against. So if Poppy can find a way to win this one, it would be a remarkable result for the Stratford-upon-Avon sculler, because Chester Street's Scarlett Palmer won the National Schools event, the Championship Girls Single, and came third at the GBRT trials in February. So clearly a very, very gifted athlete.
Definitely some stiff competition, but I think one of the best ways to learn and develop is to really try and race the people and compete against those that are at the top. So giving yourself that exposure it can be very tough at the time, but what you learn from that is very, very advantageous.
On the top left of your screen, you will see coming up towards the line the conclusion of race 120, and it will be Eleanor Taylor, provided nothing very dramatic happens in the closing phases. There we go, crossing the line to progress through in the Di Ellis Trophy. But more to come in the years to come from Henriette Smith.
I think that was really impressive. I would, coaches watching that, I think that is some really impressive distance per stroke, some very impressive connection, to be that composed down and to continue to row that way. It's going to be pretty cool to see what Henrietta is able to do over the next couple of years.
And so on screen now, it's race 121. It's Poppy Baines on the right-hand side of your screen up against the national champion Scarlett Palmer, who must come into this contest as one of the favourites for the entire event, the Di Ellis Trophy. And at the moment, in complete control of proceedings, coached by Aaron Lucock and Ellie Hall. And whatever that duo are doing is working, because she looks like she's got a lot of resilience, a lot of power, and a good understanding of her boat, and it's moving well.
Definitely rowing within her range. So we talk about this sort of a boxy kind of rhythm, so you're not overstretching yourself, not leaning back too far, not reaching too far to the catch. So making sure that you are moving within a length or a parameter that is you in your strongest positions. That allows you to both execute getting a reaction out of the boat, but it also allows you to be more efficient in the rowing that you're putting out there.
Well, efficiency is the name of the game on this 1500-ish metre course. Scarlett Palmer showing it in spades here up against Poppy Baines there in shot. She was inspired to race in the single at Henley Women's Regatta because she saw a sister race in the Aspirational Single for Cambridge last year. So a really nice story for Poppy to be out here competing on the Henley stretch. Credit to her for qualifying through to the side-by-side racing. But I think when she saw the draw, she probably thought this might be a step too far. And so it has proved. Scarlett Palmer continuing to scull down the course. We'll keep one eye on that one, but race 122 is underway. It's another heat of the Di Ellis Trophy. It's Chester Street in action again, so begs the question, why didn't they do a double? Susanna Yulton on the Berkshire station and Alexa Glyn Mills of St Peter's School Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station. It looks to me perhaps Susanna Yulton of Chester Street with marginally the better of the two starts here. Indeed, that bears out as they come past our static camera position, half a length to Susanna Yulton over Alexa Glynn Mills.
It's definitely quite tight here. I think over the next 250, how they are pressing out the length of their strokes is going to make quite a difference to what we start to see. So their ability to complete the drive, get a little bit longer as they're driving into the middle of the racetrack.
So on this Henley Women's Regatta course, in your mind, what's the most important section?
I always think it's the transition. So from the start into, as you transition into your kind of base race speed, I think that's very important from an energy system perspective, but also from the length of the stroke that you want to take and the sort of the return that you want to feel that we use to define the rhythm. That's, for me, is the most important part. You can still win races and not have transitioned that well, but I think for me it's always important that you're putting your best race out on the track. It's always better to have made the boat go the fastest that you can make it go and perhaps have not got the result you wanted than to have won by a significant margin, but you yourself failed to take the best strokes that you could take.
Well, race 1-2-2 progressing down the course. Race 1-2-1 nearing its conclusion now, and it is Scarlett Palmer who takes the win over Poppy Baines. Scarlett Palmer, the name of her boat, No Time to Die. Indeed, it's time to fly for Scarlett Palmer, and she progresses through to the next round of the Di Ellis Trophy. And here we join 1-2-2 well underway, and it looks like a very good day for Chester Le Street Amateur Rowing Club. Susanna Yulton establishing an element of control. She learned to row in the pandemic in 2021, won the B final at the Junior British Championships last summer, and then was selected to represent Wales at the Home International Regatta. And this year she was the B final winner in the Championship Girls Singles. So a whole final behind her compatriot from Chester Le Street, who we saw in the race before, but clearly a gifted sculler in her own right.
Absolutely, and I think there's quite a lot of racing experience there at such a young age, and learning how to race, learning how to compete is a skill within itself, and that's simply learnt by going and entering these races. So it can be helpful as you progress through your racing age, as we call it, so the number of years in which you've done some racing. Trying to develop that is a critical part of developing and shaping yourself as an athlete.
Well, based on the River Wear, Chester Le Street clearly with some good things going on, because they have boated two really, really impressive scullers, who both of whom look to be likely to progress through to the next round of the Di Ellis Trophy. So with one eye on that, we'll move back to the start. It's the Redgrave Challenge Vase, the championship pairs event, and it is Kölner Ruderverein von 1877, Germany, on the Berkshire Station, and the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Some pretty curious interpretations of a straight line here.
Definitely, we do often see a little bit of interesting steering in the pairs. They can be very reactive, and that's something to remember. So not only are you steering on a foot within these boats, but you only have one person on either side, and so as a result, the boat responds very quickly. Now, when you're under racing pressure, being able to make a small adjustment is much harder than you might think. So that is why we do see them swerve a little bit. Hopefully as they get into this kind of next part of the track, they will calm down a little bit, and we might see the steering relax.
Well, it's the Germans Pia Otto and Eva Hohoff who have moved out to a lead. In this early phase over the crew, Chelsea Armstrong and Katie Brooks from the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club. I mean, this German combination with lots of quality on board, including representation at the World Rowing Championships and the Under-23 European Rowing Championships in the lightweight category.
Yeah, I think we've got multiple international medalists here, so they're definitely showing their calibre out there on the track.
And plenty of Henley experience on board as well. Pia's raced in the Diamond Jubilee and the Princess Royal Challenge Cups at the Henley Royal Regatta, which of course starts in just 10 days' time. Super exciting period to be here in Henley for the next 3 or 4 weeks as we watch in race 122 the conclusion. Susanna Yolton sculling up through the line, securing her berth in the next round of the Di Ellis Trophy, seeing off the attentions of Alexa Glyn Mills, who sculled well but just didn't have enough to unseat the Chester Le Street athlete. And here we are riding with 1, 2, 3, the quarterfinal of the Redgrave Challenge Vars Championship Coxless pairs. It's important to say Coxless because there was Cox pairs not that long ago, but these crews steered by the athletes in situ, and it is the Germans of Cologne who are showing what it's all about in what is a beautiful reverse wing Felipe Schell.
I think absolute kudos to the bucket hat there in the stroke seat.
Don't tell me you're a bucket hat fan.
I myself can't pull them off, but I do think we're definitely seeing it be pulled off here.
I think if you win in a bucket hat, you pulled it off, and if you lose, then I'll let you fill in the blanks.
Very composed there in the bow seat. Just a nice, clear little command, moving through the plan.
Talk to me a little bit about that taping, because it seems like a lot of taping. I mean, is that injury prevention?
It could be all sorts of things, really. I mean, I myself am not a qualified physio, so nobody listening take my word for it. But it can be kind of, I guess, giving a little bit more support, holding things in the right sort of place. Sometimes as well, it just, placebo effect makes you feel a little bit better.
Protection from the sun?
Oh, I certainly think it will do that. You might get some cracking tan lines.
Yeah, some interesting patterns. Or whatever it is, it's working for this German duo, Pia Otto and Eva Holhoff, who are leading by some distance the crew from the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club, Chelsea Armstrong and Katie Brooks. Both raced for England at the Home International Regatta, and Chelsea has actually placed in the top 10 at the Women's Head of the River 3 times. So a pretty strong duo, but not enough to unseat this German combination. So we'll move back to the start for a race that I'm quite excited to see. 1-2-4. It's another quarterfinal of the Redgrave Challenge Vars. It's Aoife Casey and Jessica Martin of the University of London Boat Club up against Gwynedd Mercy Academy High School crew of the United States of America, Sophie Munoz and Isabel Garnachia. And it is, I have to say, students versus juniors here, which always feels like a bit of a mismatch, and so it is proving in these early phases.
Again, though, it's that exposure to that pedigree, giving yourself a very tough challenge to take on, but actually getting in there. If I was that junior crew, I'd be thinking, well, how long can I hold on to this crew off the start? What's it going to feel like lining up against them? Because when you line up against someone that is better than you or should be better than you, then it gives you a chance to try something new. There's no pressure on you necessarily. Everyone loves an underdog, so you can have a crack, try something else, and see how that is, how the results are in a response.
Well, this UL pairing, you've got to put them right up there with the top contenders in this event, because you've got Aoife Casey on board, a 2-time Olympian for Ireland in the lightweight women's double sculls, and then you've got Jessica Martin, an under-23 world champion from last summer.
I think that's a pretty good combination there.
We do know that Gwynedd Mercy Academy High School crew have brought over a Cox 4, which I understand is their top crew, so this may well be athletes 5 and 6, and look, what an experience to come up against the pedigree, like you say, of this UL boat, and I'm sure they'll learn a great deal, and also the pleasure of rowing down this Henley course is incomparable. And we can see there the Germans, top left of your screen, successfully making it through to the semi-finals of the Redgrave Challenge Vars. A fairly comfortable win over the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club. But now we're riding with this UL pairing who just are rowing beautifully.
They're doing a very nice job here. Good positioning from the booms. The boat's responding, nice and straight.
It all looks so easy, doesn't it? When you're that far in the lead, of course.
A good clearance from the puddles as well. So, you want to see how far the boat is running from the time that you release to when you then take the next catch, and you want to have good clearance from those puddles itself. So if you haven't got a speed coach, then that's quite a good metric to use to try and think about, how well is the boat actually running? How far am I pushing the blade or pushing the boat past the blade?
Well, we can wax lyrical about this UL boat, but let's give some airtime to Gwynedd Mercy Academy High School crew of the United States of America. They've travelled across the Atlantic to be here. And Sophia Munoz and Isabella Garnachea are part of the senior captain leadership at this club, at this school. It's a Catholic all-girls college prep school in Pennsylvania. And there's a young rowing team there. They were established in 2018. And these two athletes sat at stroke and 2 of the second Cox 4 that won the Philadelphia Scholastic Rowing Association City Championships Miller Family Cup, which is a bit of a mouthful. And they also raced at the head of the Schuylkill. So this could be the culmination of their season, a fabulous opportunity to come here and race on one of the world's most renowned rowing courses, and to come up against the quality of Aoife and Jessica, who are probably one of the favourites for the event overall.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough kind of quarter to have found yourself in, but I think the experiencing that you're learning simply from, you know, flying over, long haul flight over, the experience of the racing, maybe a little bit of jet lag, it's definitely harder coming to the UK than it is flying out to the US in jet lag terms. So those sort of things, they all add into the experiences and the things that you learn from throughout the rest of your kind of sporting and your rowing. So it's pretty cool what that they're able to do that, and then also the racing they get to see throughout the rest of the event.
Yeah, of course, a veritable smorgasbord of contests throughout the course of the weekend, right up to Sunday afternoon. So riding here with race 1, 2, 4, which is drawing towards an end, but it's 1, 2, 5 also on the course now, another quarter-final of the championship pairs, and it's Derby Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, who have been warned early for their steering, and they're racing up against Upper Thames, Lucy Ryan and Fee Gammond on the Buckinghamshire station. And you've got to fancy the home crew here.
There's definitely some calibre in this Upper Thames boat. You know, Fee Gammond is an Olympian from the Tokyo Olympics that happened in 2021. She's a Headington School alum. She also went to the University of Washington, so she has had some very good rowing exposure in her time.
Yeah, this Derby crew, Martha Nutkins and Lucy Stokes. Club captain Martha has been captain of the club for a great couple of years, including winning the British Rowing Club of the Year, and she individually won the British Rowing Volunteer of the Year, so doing God's work in our sport. And great to see her competing in the Redgrove Challenge Vase. Lucy has actually raced before in the Princess Grace at Henley Royal Regatta, which is the premier event for women's quads. But I think it's going to take something pretty special here to unseat this Upper Thames crew, who of course will know this course so well. They boat from just downriver of here. And then we can see a couple of boat lengths of clear water as UL cross the line in race 1, 2, 4. That's a win for them over the Gwynedd Mercy Academy High School crew of the United States of America. Comfortable outing for that boat. And it looks like it could be a relatively comfortable outing for this crew from Upper Thames.
Just the Upper Thames crew looking very relaxed here. They're still definitely, you know, putting a good effort, keeping the rate a little bit higher. They've got good length though, nice control around the release. Definitely confident in how they're moving. You can see Fee Gammon there in the bow seat, just giving some commands, nice and clear. Exactly what they want to focus on, what they want them to do. I think I'd say Fee looks like she's enjoying herself there.
Yeah, big smile on her face. And why not? Home water. Sofa length's clear. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon. What's not to like? I'm enjoying myself watching it. Yeah, you can get at this phase of competition a little bit of discrepancy between the two boats. We're still in quarter-final phase at the moment. Expect the racing to get tighter and more hotly contested as the weekend goes on. But with one eye on race 125, we'll move to race 126, which is our last of the 4 quarterfinals in the Redgrave Challenge Vase. It's the University Rowing Aberdeen crew of Maisie Aspinall and Zoe Beeson on the Berkshire station up against St Andrew Boat Club, Maya Healy and Anna Fisher on the Buckinghamshire station. So a Scotland derby here on the Henley Straits. Again, some curious steering here. I think it looks like the crew from Aberdeen just putting a bit of pressure on the crew from St Andrew Boat Club.
Yeah, I would say the umpires' launches do quite a good job at remaining in the middle of the racing fairway, and that's certainly something that, you know, for the people that are listening, or you know, you want some tips on how you actually hold yourself straight when you don't have a Cox, is have a little look at where that launch is, because you can be pretty confident that that is going to be in the middle, and so you want to be in the middle of between them and the booms itself. So
yeah, once again, I think we're seeing a little bit of class distinction between the two boats in front of us here. This crew from the University Rowing Aberdeen programme. Just unable to stick with St Andrew Boat Club at this stage. And we can also see Upper Thames, that pairing just moving up towards the line. Crossing successfully, and they will progress through to the semi-finals of the Redgrave Challenge Vase. And looking like they might well be joined by this boat from St Andrew Boat Club, Maya Healy and Anna Fisher, who qualified for Scotland in the pair at the Home International Regatta held in Strathclyde Park last summer, and they won that event. And this year the focus has been on Henley Women's Regatta right from the very start. Looks like a well-founded focus at this stage, because the pairing of Aspinall and Beeson do not have the answers to this very impressive first 50% of this quarter-final. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised. This St Andrew Boat Club pairing are the national champions in Scotland, a title they won just 2 weeks ago.
they're definitely a well-drilled crew, but you know, looking at the overhead drone shot that came up just then, I do think the University of Aberdeen crew were still moving their boat quite well. I think credit to the consistency in how both crews have moved their boats throughout the majority of this track here. It's a challenging one where your cruising speed just quite isn't up to scratch for the competitors that you're racing, but definitely both boats moving well.
Well, Maisie and Zoe used to row together as juniors before heading off to separate universities. Zoe went to Yale over in the United States and Maisie to Aberdeen. They raced together at the Under-19 World Rowing Championships in 2022 in the Coxless 4, and I think they're just happy to be reunited again as a pair. But not looking like they've got the, let's call it the mileage, that clearly Maya Healy and Anna Fisher have put into this campaign. One that will hopefully pay dividends for them as this trophy unfolds all its various narratives that I'm sure it will offer. But 126 on its way down. St Andrew Boat Club leading University Rowing Aberdeen, so we move to 127, which is a resumption of the Di Ellis Trophy. Another slew of heats here, and it's Reading Rowing Club's Keely Rees on the Berkshire station. She is facing up against Isabel Kalkman of Glasgow Academy Rowing Club, who's just been warned for her steering early on. You can see the correction there as that blue bow starts to point slightly worryingly towards the island.
I think both crews are definitely quite tight to the kind of the Berkshire side of the track there. I think a little bit close maybe to the boys themselves, so you can get pushed around a little bit up in that starting area, and it's just trying to be relaxed if you do end up in that scenario.
Yeah, so two races on screen right now, 126 and 127. pairs and singles challenge or championship and junior respectively. I think it's a bit of a foregone conclusion in race 126 that it will be St Andrew Boat Club's Maya Healy and Anna Fisher who will successfully navigate their pathway into the next round of the Redgrave Challenge Vase. And the Dialis Trophy looks to me, Morgan, Isabella, or Ella as she's known, Kalkman has had certainly the more punchy of the two starts.
Yeah, just a little bit more energised, you know, rate slightly higher. Sometimes you want to think about it like you want to be a bit springy, you know, you're trying to pick up your body weight and that's what you're trying to use to accelerate the hull. So trying to be springy in the execution of that. There's a little bit of conversation at the moment about check on the footboard, and actually that can be quite useful. So you don't necessarily want to slow down into the catch. You want to use that springboard effect off of it. So the rowing kind of nerds out there, I'm sure you can go and look into some of that. Valerie Kleshnad's definitely got some great biomechanical advice around that. So definitely being a little bit livelier is getting more response out of the boat here, and it's giving that acceleration and the response out of the hull itself that we try to get the boat to do.
Yeah, whatever she's doing, it's working here. Ella Kalkman comes from a strong rowing family, and I quote here, "This Scottish lass loves nothing more than being in her boat and moving through the field." And that's exactly what she's doing. Only 16, so she'll have at least another 2 shots at this trophy. But putting in a pretty good innings here. Several lengths of boat clearance ahead of Keely Reese of Reading Rowing Club. Just see that subtitle on the bottom is not correct. It is the Dialis Trophy. This is junior single scull, so all these athletes still in school or maybe just finished. Likely that Ella's just finished her GCSEs if she's 16. Although I'm never really sure how the Scottish school system works, so that might be complete nonsense. But one thing I would say is I think she's nominally supposed to be on the Buckinghamshire station, but I think she's just decided to take up situ in the middle of the river, which I guess the level of margin she's got now over her opposition means that she can basically row wherever she wants without disrupting the flow of Keely Reese.
Yeah, it's definitely something you've got to be careful about. So I'm sure she can see quite clearly what the umpire is saying and if, in fact, they are making any warning kind of decisions. But having a good, clean race, certainly when you're this far up, is what you want.
Yeah, so Ella Kalkman, if you are joining us for the first time on the Saturday of Henley Women's Regatta, you're tuning in to race 127. It's Ella Kalkman of Glasgow Academy Rowing Club, currently leading Keely Reese of Reading Rowing Club in a heat of the Dialis Trophy. And so we'll move back to the start for 128, which is another heat of the same trophy for junior single sculls. It's Harriet Bray of Hartbury University and College Boat Club on the Berkshire station, and she is facing up against Maisie Brittles of Warrington Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. In the bottom right, that is Maisie on the left and Harriet on the right.
I almost think off the start there, you know, Maisie kind of, before the stroke was even taken, was angled slightly towards the centre of the track, and so that's going to cause you to have some early steering adjustments. Steering does appear to have settled down, although possibly Harriet coming back over now. What you don't want to do is start reacting to the position of the other boat. You know, you want to know where you need to be composed, stay on that stretch. Don't react too much to the other crew. We don't want to be pushed around out there.
Well, we can see the umpire in the launch pretty busy early on. She's warned both scullers to return to their stations as they drifted somewhat into the middle. But it seems that Maisie Brittles of Warrington, who have a long and proud history of producing superb scullers down the years, has a slight lead here, maybe a length over Harriet Bray, whose return from injury has been long, but she's now, after winning the Junior 16 quad title last year at the National Schools Regatta, she's had to take quite a long time out of the sport to rehabilitate after an injury, but back in the single at Henley Women's Regatta. She's going to have to find some inner reserves of strength here to overturn Maisie Brittles, who is starting to scull away, it seems.
Definitely put quite a big move in there to open a margin early on, so either the cruising hull speed is higher, or sometimes we do see this, certainly at Henley Royal Regatta, is people come out very explosively in the start. So I don't think that strategy would pay off as well over this 1500 metre track. I think that it's not quite long enough for that cruising speed to be influenced enough.
So race 127 is finished, and it is Ella Kalkman, you can see there, just recovering from her exertions and waiting for Keely Rees of Reading Rowing Club to cross the line. And that was a win for the Glasgow Sculler. And we can see here riding with Maisie Brittles, Warrington Rowing Club, the National Schools Regatta, bronze medalist in the Championship Girls Single Sculls. So earlier we saw Scarlett Palmer, who won gold. Maisie won bronze in the same race. So another athlete with plenty of pedigree and recent form in the single scull, up against Harriet Bray of Hartbury, who themselves have a fantastic track record of creating very, very fast junior women's sculling outfits. I remember that period in the middle of last decade where they won 4 Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cups in a row from 2014 to 2017. It's quite astonishing, really.
I think we certainly see some good sculling come out of that kind of Hartbury and Wycliffe area. Maisie's got a very leg-driven stroke here. You just see how long that she's kind of like hanging off the handles, really keeping the shoulders in front of the hips as she presses the legs through. Just kind of lets her suspend her body weight for a long time, and that's what we want. So we want a kind of equal feel in the connection between the hands and the feet, just suspending that weight evenly between the two so that it's the hull itself that we're moving. If you get kind of that a bit more imbalance, so there's more resistance on the hands than there is on the feet, then you're probably going to move the blades a bit more, and you're moving the water as a result.
So if you are joining us for the first time here at the Henley Women's Regatta, it is the Saturday afternoon. We are midway through the Di Ellis Trophy. My name is Tom Morgan. I'm not Ed Evans. He was supposed to be on shift now, but he's busy taking photos. So I've decided, quite lovely, to cover for him, and I'm delighted to be joined by Jenny Bates here in the commentary booth. We'll be covering the racing for the next couple of hours, including a slew of semi-finals and quarter-finals. And on screen at the moment, I think we've got the Di Ellis Trophy, and it was, the last time I checked, Maisie Brittles leading out over Harriet Bray. That is indeed not changed on the left-hand side of the screen, but on the right, number 129, another Hartbury sculler, Catherine Gardner, the national GB Under-19 Trials winner on the Berkshire station, up against Mary Garrard of the King's School Ely Boat Club. And at the moment, Catherine Gardner looking like an unstoppable force.
Yeah, Catherine Gardner also was in the quad last year at the Junior Worlds that got a silver medal. So she will be looking to probably go all the way in this competition. She also won the Aspirational Double last year at Henley Women's, so we'll be looking to earn another purple box to add to her collection.
Yeah, an incredibly gifted sculler, Catherine Gardner, coming out of a storied programme in Hartbury as we watch Maisie Brittles cross the line. The National Schools bronze medalist will live to fight another day. She moves into the quarterfinals of the Di Ellis Trophy. And to me, Jenny, this sculler from Hartbury, Catherine Gardner, I've seen her a few times on the circuit, and it always impresses me with the way she sculls.
Absolutely. I think one to watch for the future, seeing her probably progress through into the under-23 team next year, I'm sure of it. But she's looking nice and in control of this race right now, taking the rate down already as she goes through the barrier.
As we've already touched on, Hartpury have such an impressive pedigree for producing world-class athletes right across the board. Just before you joined us in the commentary booth, I was saying to Morgan that they won 4 Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup titles at Henley Royal Regatta in a row in the middle half of last decade. So a programme that know what it takes to compete at the top end, and Catherine Gardner well on our way here in this heat of the Dialis Trophy.
Absolutely. They train on the Gloucester Sharpness Canal, and you can see how many miles they must have done this season because they're all looking very strong. They sort of dominated at the junior interregional regattas as well. And Katie Gardner is looking very good now, looking very much in control, very relaxed in the shoulders, and just getting herself hopefully safely through to the next round. But as we know, a lot can happen in between the booms, so it's not all over for Kings Ely. And she'll be racing hard to do what she can.
Yeah, I'm sure when Mary Garrett of King's School Ely saw the draw, she thought, for goodness sake.
Absolutely.
Come over here.
She's done very well to get through the time trial into a side-by-side.
Yeah, fiercely competitive, these junior events at the Henley Women's Regatta. This entire weekend gets more and more competitive as the years go on. It is a draw not just for athletes up and down the country, but for all over the world to come and compete between the world-famous booms. At the moment, Katie Gardner showing exactly how it's done. She looks like a pretty sure thing for the quarterfinals. So we'll have a look at race 130, which is off the state boats now. It's Newark Rowing Club. Naomi Williams on the Berkshire station, and she's up against a sculler from the Tideway Sculler School, Annabelle Noonan. And of course, the Sculler School, that's in the name, they have a great track record as well of creating some excellent young athletes.
It looks to me like Scullers might have had a little bit of a lead through the island on that Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, I think you're probably slightly underselling Annabelle's efforts there.
Yeah,
a little bit of a lead.
A little bit of a lead.
Yeah, she's got probably a length or two of clear water here, so a really strong start from Annabelle Noonan. And I guess from a single sculler's perspective, Jenny, talk me through how difficult it now will be for Naomi Williams, but what she can do to try and sort of restitute some of that gap.
Well, in a single, you can turn things around fairly quickly. So I think, it's not all over, but she'll just have to keep her head in the game, and it's always in a difficult position when you are back. It's harder. If you're ahead, you think you've got the momentum and you've got the confidence, whereas being behind, you sort of feel a bit lonely. You can't see your opposition, so she might not really know how far behind she is. But as you can see, she's in shot there, so she's still in range. She's having a little look around to see if she can see her opposition. And yeah, look at that grit and determination on her face. She'll be thinking about just how hard she can row and how long, and whether she can get through and build back into the race.
Well, I've watched all of these heats now. This is the last of the Dialis Trophy heats, and I have to tell you that Catherine Gardner, who's just crossed the line there to secure passage to the quarterfinals, looks to me to be the pick of the bunch. That was a sensational scull from the Hartpury sculler. I think that it's going to take something pretty special to unseat her at the top of the tree.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she has won the British trials now twice this year, so she's the one to watch, and I think it'll be very difficult to overturn her in this competition.
Well, that won't dissuade the efforts of some of the other heat winners here, including what could become Annabelle Noonan of the Tideway Sculler School, who at the moment is doing more than enough to see off the grimace of Naomi Williams. That pain face is real.
Absolutely. And Tideway Scullers also have a really good setup within junior sculling. They have had very successful women's quads across the years as well. It's also good to see them doing well in the smaller boats.
Well, I was quite disappointed this morning when I heard the time trial results for the B Langridge Trophy junior quads that Tideway Scullers had actually scratched their junior crew.
No, that's a shame.
Of course, they won the National Schools Regatta, so I was hoping to see them resume their fight with Wycliffe.
Yeah, that is a shame. Well, hopefully we'll see them back in for Henley Royal. It might be a smart decision now to help them out in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, I spoke with Rona this morning and she told me that just a couple of niggles on board, so best to just rest the crew ahead of Henley Royal and a tilt at the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, which if they win it would be their second in 3 years.
That would be great. And Wycliffe also another very strong junior programme. Good overhead shot here.
Yeah, those drone shots for us so useful as commentators, but they leave the athletes with nowhere to hide, particularly in a single scull. You can just see a bit of adjustment there on the steering from Naomi Williams of Newark Rowing Club.
But yeah, you can't fault her determination. She's still absolutely sending it, seeing what she can do to catch up with this sculler.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much is going to unseat Annabelle Noonan. I think she has got the hard work done in the first half and can now just perhaps ease off ever so slightly and conserve a bit of energy, because if she wants to get all the way to the final here, she's going to have to race at least 2 more times in the quarters and the semis before she comes to Sunday's showpiece event.
She still looks like she's still having to work pretty hard, so she's still potentially being challenged, and as we know, a lot can change in a single and things can change and turn quite quickly. So she's not able to relax completely yet, but I'm sure she is trying to save some beans for later on.
Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on race 130. It is the Scullers School, Annabelle Noonan leading Naomi Williams of Newark. But we move back to the start for the Rayner Cup 131. St Mary's School Boat Club, Cambridge on the Berkshire station. Elia Hutton and Anna Trapmore up against yet another Hartbury School or Hartbury University and College Boat Club. Combination, Rosie Reynolds and Phoebe Asquith on the Buckinghamshire station. I think as those two crews came past our static commentary point at around the quarter-mile mark, it looked like a fairly well-matched contest.
Yeah, looking pretty head-to-head so far. I think if I had to say, I think Hartbury might have about half a boat lead at the moment. This Hartbury boat are both still currently J16s, and Rosie is part of the PDA programme.
The PDA programme being
the Performance Development Academy. There's a few set up around the country, and it specialises in sculling. And they choose you based on potential to be an Olympian. And one of the main protocols is height, and then they look into how mentally tough you are and your fitness and strength as well. And it's a good way of developing rowers at various places across the country.
And of course, I knew that, obviously, but just in case anyone listening didn't know what PDA was, I thought it was public displays of affection, but I assumed that it probably wasn't in the context of what we were talking about here. But Hartbury, yeah, an absolute pillar in the community of sort of providing really, really impressive young talent into the national systems. And Phoebe Asquith, I remember watching her and Gracie Janes win the Junior 16 double at the National Schools last year. They came through to sprint to the line and win it in really impressive fashion. So a sculler with plenty of experience. As we watch on the left-hand side of the screen, Annabelle Noonan. She's successfully navigated her heat at the Di Ellis Trophy, and we're progressing through to the next round. But this St Mary's School Boat Club Cambridge crew, Elia Hutton and Anna Trapmore, they've been rowing together since year 7. They are the current double British junior rowing champions in both 2023 and 2024. So clearly a very, very good crew.
Yeah, they also won bronze at the Junior Inter-Regional Regatta and competed in beach sprints as well.
Fine, multi-disciplined.
Multi-talented, yeah. And it looks pretty close, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's hard to tell from this angle.
The Hartbury crew working hard. You could see there a little shout from the bow girl, Rosie Reynolds, just trying to drive that boat on. I think she senses that maybe now's the moment to go.
And this is actually 2 B boats head-to-head, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. Could be fairly well matched.
And your experience of racing this Henley course is far more than mine. How important is in-race tactics compared to the strategy that you'll have created on the bank?
I think extremely. I think before you get out there, you can kind of prepare for all scenarios so that you know what you do if you're down, or you know what you're going to do if you're ahead. And so there'll probably be, but then often the race plan just goes completely out the window and you just have to race the race in front of you. But it is a double, I think, is kind of like a partnership. You have to work together with the other member of the boat, and the better you can work together, the better you will do. And it's all about moving together and sticking together through this tough part of the course. And I'm sure the bow seat will probably be talking to the stroke seat to let them know how they're doing and potentially make calls and moves as they go through.
Well, both crews sculling beautifully, it has to be said, and adhering to their stations as well. No danger of them colliding with the booms.
Yeah, looking very, very nice out there on the water. And very good steering from both crews.
I do think there was a push that went in there from Hartbury.
Yeah, that could have well been part of their plan. We're going to move through this middle part.
So it's almost like a tennis match, isn't it? We'll serve, and we'll knock the ball to you. Can you return it?
Yeah.
And the question now is, can the crew from Cambridge find another gear?
Yeah, can we hit back harder?
Yeah, it does look like that Hartbury crew have stretched out now. And at Henley, it is so important if you can break clear of your opposition, if you can just snap that band that connects your stern to their bow, which Hartbury haven't quite managed, you can be in a situation where you're able to call all the shots. But coming up towards the line, a really good race.
Yeah, very mature racing work there, and timed very well with that move because they were able to just hold them off.
You can see how much it took out of Hartbury. They're exhausted, but delighted to make it through to the next round of the Rayner Cup for junior doubles. And on the course now, it is the next heat of this event, and it's Royal Grammar School Worcester Boat Club on the Berkshire station. Lucy Whiteley and Olivia Hodgson up against some Australians from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Sophie Murphy and Camilla Griffin. And if you've come from Australia, Jenny, you've got to assume that you've got some gas in the tank.
Yeah, you'd think so. Make the trip worthwhile. I wonder if they'll be looking to race at the Royal Regatta as well whilst they're here, or whether they're just here for Henley Women's. But it seems to be pretty close so far.
Well, this Worcester crew were semi-finalists in this event last year, so will be desperate to at least go one step further, ideally two, which would see them lift the trophy on Sunday. They've got to overcome a pretty impressive roster first. But at the moment, you can only beat what's in front of you, and beating the Australians is indeed what they're doing. And another crew actually here, as I read these notes, Jenny, who have World Beach Sprint experience.
Yes, they have. They competed in the last World Beach Sprints Games. Yeah, very good. It's nice to see athletes mixing up and doing a bit of both, and cool that beach sprints is a new sport that's up and coming that will be in the 2028 Olympics. But they're also doing a very good job of river rowing at the moment too.
And I wonder if one informs the other. I profess my ignorance when it comes to beach sprint rowing, but I wonder if one does help the other.
Yeah, I think so. I think you can build your explosive power throughout the beach sprints training. They do a lot of shorter ergo tests. So they do a 1K and a 250 and a sort of a 7-stroke max kind of thing. Whereas normally, traditionally, in river rowing, we'd do the 5Ks and the 2Ks. But they definitely help, especially with this. It's a shorter course. Also useful for back-to-back racing because they'll be doing about 3 races within an hour or so. And then come to Henley Women's and have to do back-to-back racing too.
So it will build a bit of resilience. So we'll keep one eye on this crew from Worcester in race 132. They are currently leading Canberra Girls Grammar School Australia, but race 133 has now begun, and that is Headington School Boat Club, Lily Parsons and Rowena Hems on the Berkshire station, and they're facing up against Rob Roy Boat Club, Martha Whitting and Laura Mathams. And again, this is another heat of the Rayner Cup for junior double sculls. It's pretty significant steering going on there from Headington in the early phases, just making sure their line is correct and it's true. But not a lot to choose, and that drone shot is so beautiful, isn't it? Temple Island looking resplendent. Expecting sunshine today, but it's pretty overcast.
But apparently the UV is still 7, so it's sunburning weather. So make sure you've got your sun cream on, everyone.
I burnt horrendously yesterday.
Oh no.
Age-old error, thinking I'm too old to sunburn. Not the case. Not the case.
Not good.
But yeah, a good opening phase here between Rob Roy and Headington. Essentially nothing to choose between them on the bottom right of your screen. Maybe Rob Roy with a slight advantage. Martha Whitting and Laura Mathams, who actually started rowing at Rob Roy through the State Schools Outreach Programme, Try Rowing, and were awarded scholarships to join the club. And they've actually both been offered scholarships to American universities, just showing how transformational that Outreach Rowing Programme can be. And wouldn't it be a lovely sign-off here on UK pastures if they can secure another race in the Rayner Cup?
Absolutely. And that was RGS coming through, Lucy Whitley and Olivia Hodgson going on to the next round.
Yeah, excellently timed and well-measured race. from the Worcester girls. Not a surprise, lots of experience and quality in that boat. So they will be in the next round of the Rayner Cup. And I wonder whether Rob Roy can continue to draw clear of Headington School. Rob Roy right in the middle of the course here, playing a bit of a dangerous game. I wonder if that's tactics.
It could be. They could be trying to push their puddles towards their opposition. But they're being warned now that they weren't quite clear, so have to get over to their station.
Well, this Headington School crew were the bow pair of the second 8 that won at the National Schools Regatta. And Headington, of course, split down into their smaller boats now in pursuit of glory at Henley Women's and Henley Royal. They'll still prioritise the 8. That will be their top crew, but their second 8 athletes and perhaps even some of the athletes from the Junior 16 squad will step up to race in doubles, singles, quads over the course of this weekend.
That's really good to see because it will give more athletes an opportunity to win in their respective events rather than being in the same event as their A crew. They'll have the opportunity to be in their own separate event, which is good. And they're doing a good job of sculling, having switched from sweep. Sometimes it can be tricky to go from rowing in an 8 to a smaller boat. And they've still got overlap with Rob Roy Boat Club.
Why is it difficult? Why can that be tricky?
It can be tricky because you've got a cox in an 8 and you've got 7 other people to row with, and you've also got 1 blade. And then now they've gone down into a double with just 1 other person. They've got to take more ownership and leadership over the boat. And also you have the complication of having another blade in the picture. So it's just a bit different type of rowing.
Is it true that good scullers make good rowers?
Absolutely.
Is it true vice versa?
Yeah, I do think so. And, you know, everyone's being encouraged to be a good overall athlete and be able to do both to a high level rather than just one, which Headington is showing us now.
Yeah, trying to cling on to the coattails of this Rob Roy School unit. So we'll keep one eye on that race as it unfolds, coming up towards the 3/4 mile mark. But another heat of the Rayner Cup is underway. This is our 4th so far of the afternoon. And this is Walton Rowing Club, Bella Hornsey and Holly Weddell on the Berkshire station, up against the American School and London Boat Club, Celia Carson and Maya Weiler on the Buckinghamshire station. And looking at this one, Jenny, I think Walton have had the better of the 2 starts.
They've just had to make a steering correction. They were warned just to get away from the middle and towards those booms a little bit. They seem to be managing that well, and they have got off the start very quickly and are edging away from their opposition.
But all these athletes school age, so that have been busy studying, taking exams in class yesterday, and now spending their Saturdays out on the Henley Riverbank in pursuit of Purple Box glory.
Yeah, it can be tricky to balance schoolwork, university work, or work in general with rowing, but it's great to see so many student athletes and school kids here today.
Yeah, rowing such a demanding sport, physiologically but also psychologically. But these athletes, these young athletes, making it look very easy to balance so many of life's priorities. Rob Roy coming up towards the line, top left-hand side of your screen, crossing, and they've done the job in the middle of the course, just attritionally drawing clear of the crew from Headington School. You can see there, sitting up nice and tall. That doesn't look like it's taken too much out of them, but they look delighted with their efforts. So it will be Rob Roy who join Royal Grammar School Worcester and Hartpury in the next round of the Rayner Cup. I think at this stage, Jenny, I would say that Walton are my suggested destination for that 4th slot.
I would agree with you there.
So if you are joining us here on the live stream for the first time this weekend, welcome to the Saturday of the Henley Women's Regatta. It's coming up to 2 o'clock local time. I'm conscious that you may be joining us from overseas. If so, especially large welcome to you. We do have a fantastic overseas contingent racing on this world-famous rowing course this weekend. At the moment, an all-domestic affair. You're watching race 134, Walton Rowing Club in shot, contesting the Rayner Cup. And they are currently leading the crew from the American School in London Boat Club. A full programme of contests right up till about 7:30 this evening, including basically every boat class you can think of: singles, doubles, pairs, fours, quads and eights, ranging from championship down to the juniors, which is what we're watching now. Phenomenal standard of racing right across the board. I was actually having a bit of a trip down memory lane this morning, re-watching my racing in the Forley Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta some 13 years ago, and thinking just how rubbish we were and how we would get nowhere near the regatta this year. The standard has just improved every single year, almost exponentially, to the point where now a lot of these athletes are being approached by top-level universities to come and row and be advocacy for their programme. And Walton doing a really good job here. Bella Hornsey and Holly Weddell just keeping a safe distance from the American School in London. Celia Carson and Maya Weiler. And like you say, Jenny, these double sculls, all about synchronicity. Two people almost have to become one. That unison is critical. And Walton showing that in spades here.
Absolutely, showing a lot of teamwork and synchronicity here. You can see their distinct Walton colours entering the water nicely at the same time. Have you ever rowed a double before?
Oh, have I ever rowed a double before? I have. I have indeed rowed a double before. I have to confess that I haven't been near a rowing boat. I've made this confession about 3 times this afternoon, just sort of massively damaging my credibility. I haven't been near a rowing boat in over a decade. So my job now is to talk about rowing as opposed to do it. And I have the utmost respect for all of the athletes. I do miss the Henley Reach. Rowing between those booms, there's no feeling quite like it.
Absolutely. Well, I think you're pretty good at talking about it, so that's good.
Talking nonsense about it mainly. But there's no nonsense here with this Walton crew. They have successfully dispatched the close attentions of the American School in London and will be our 4th quarter-finalist in the Rayner Cup for junior double sculls. That was race 134. And next up, race 135. We're into the big boats. The first side-by-side racing for the 8s, and it is the Aspirational Academic Cruise Colgan Foundation Cup. It's UL, the University of London, on your right, and Cornell University on your left. UK versus USA. Jenny, what are you seeing in these opening exchanges?
Well, I think it's potentially not much of a surprise here that London have absolutely blasted out the blocks. They will be looking to probably go all the way in this event. They've got 3 returners from last year's Aspirational 8. They were 2nd in the intermediate women's 8 at Bucks Regatta, and they were 27th at Weehawken, which put them as the 2nd fastest second 8 in the country. So they're looking very good here, nice and controlled, and they've got out ahead of Cornell University, who are excited to be here. They've come over from the States, and this is a completely different format of racing to what they're used to. They'll be looking to race at the Island Challenge Cup. And so they wanted to get as much practice as they can between the booms. I'm sure they're really enjoying themselves over here at the regatta. And lots of faces of determination and grit on their faces.
Well, not only will they be looking to race as many times as they can down the stretch, they'll be looking to put in a positive showing for the stewards, who will have their eagle eyes on proceedings from Henley Women's Regatta this weekend in view of their decision-making around who gets a qualification slot automatically for the Island Challenge Cup and who will be asked to race at Friday's qualifiers, which take place on this body of water in 6 days' time. So Cornell keen to put very much their best foot and oar forward.
For sure, but this UL8 are making that hard for them.
Yeah, UL really looking powerful, and you're telling me this is their second 8 essentially?
This is their second 8, yeah. Their first 8 was in the championship event, and this is their second 8, but they're looking very strong. They have the University of London have won the Aspirational Academic 8 several times, but they haven't won it in a few years. I think 3 years ago they won it last, so they'll be looking to get their name back on that trophy. And they're putting down a good marker here.
Absolutely. Well, we can see here riding with UL with that number 1 on the back, the distinctive purple kit, Hannah Shue, Ellen Grimes, Sophie Hudson, Mila Candon, Grace Newport-Tucker, Maya Varley, Nina Topiol, Ella Tarzi, and Coxed by Aaron Bogart. Making it look remarkably easy here. I mean, I love the 8s. They're just the speed at which they go, the dynamism, the noise, everything about it is just so great to watch.
It really is. And that must feel pretty cool racing down the track with number 1 on your back. Everyone would want it to be a number 1.
I think they call that a flex, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and she's just taken her glasses off mid-race.
Well, that's composure.
Yeah, that is skilled.
Yeah, Ella Tarzi stroking that crew. Brother, I think, of Calvin Tarzi, who is an under-23 world champion rowing out of Leander Club at the moment. Here we go with Cornell, Cara McCarrick, Catherine Harnenberg, Hannah Haley, Mary Gray, Zoe Benitez, Anna Duffy, Sophie Monroe, stroked by Fabia Emblem, and Cox by Hannah Woodall. If you are joining us from the United States of America, the East Coast, welcome to our coverage today. It's not great viewing for you if you are a Cornell, if you do bleed red. They're struggling at the moment to come to terms with this UL boat who just took the bull by the horns in the early exchanges and left Cornell with no real answer.
No, but they have been drawn against one of the best university programs in the country, so it is a hard task. And it looks like UL have taken the rating down a little bit to save themselves for the future rounds where they might have to race to the line.
Absolutely. Well, this is a heat of the Colgan Foundation Cup, and it's our first of the day. The second is also on the course, 136, and it's an all Newcastle University Boat Club affair, left to right. Newcastle and Newcastle.
Newcastle B versus Newcastle C. So I guess you'd assume that Newcastle B would be faster than the C boat, but you never know. Anything can happen. It looks pretty close so far off the blocks. Often one of the hardest things within these big programs is actually just being selected for the boat. Once you're in it, it's, you know, you think you're going to have to race other people, but then you get drawn against your own club, and that's often tricky too. So yeah, it's a good showing of strength for the Newcastle program, having so many boats entered.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's the UL8 there, safely progressing through to the next round.
Yeah, fabulous characterisation of that program that Newcastle can put 3/8 out, all of enduring quality. But if you are the C boat in this event, what's your tactic? Throw as much stuff at the wall as we can and hope something sticks?
Yeah, absolutely. Just give it everything. I mean, unfortunately, you probably know from training how you rank up against them, but you also know that anything can happen. And so you've just got to absolutely go for it and see if you can overturn them and just think, this is cool. I'm getting to race my friends. I'm getting to race my teammates. And if I don't win, then my friends do. So that's always good. But it looks like they're absolutely attacking it now and giving it everything.
Yeah, no supplementary info in front of us to add a flourish to our commentary. But what I can tell you is that the Blue Star are a proud Northern rowing programme. Many, many wins here at Henley Women's Regatta and, of course, the Henley Royal Regatta in some of the student categories, and have produced a slew of Olympians in the last 10 years.
And I think they've really, within their student women's eights, have been really on the rise over the last couple of years. They made the final of the Ireland Challenge Cup last year at Henley Royal, and this year they won the Bucks Championship 8s as well. So they really are on the rise and putting down an amazing marker here with 2 8s in this heat of the academic 8.
Yeah, coached by Alex Lee. As I say, a programme with so much depth, and I guess that's part of what builds success, is having 2, 3, 4 8s that you can boat week in, week out, who just go head to head, who can contest and compete with each other, because that intramural rivalry will inevitably make your A boat faster, your B boat faster, and subsequently your C and your D boats faster, and that's showing here. And I think if you are a Blue Star fan and you saw the draw, 2 Newcastle boats against each other, you're probably not thrilled with that as a draw.
No. You'd rather be on the other side of the draw than your own teammates, because you get to race them every day. But we will be seeing Molesey v Molesey later on as well, so it does happen.
Well, look, credit to these rowing programmes for boating multiple crews into the event. But at the moment, it looks like a Newcastle crew is definitely going to win this one.
It does.
And I think we'll keep one eye on that, but it does seem to me that Newcastle have got race 136 wrapped up. Run 37 now on the course, and a local derby. It's Oxford University Boat Club on the Berkshire station in their dark blue, up against Oxford Brookes University on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, so these two boat clubs rowed together at the same stretch at Wallingford, so they would have seen a lot of each other this year. They've potentially even had some friendly side-by-side racing within the Wallingford stretch itself, so it might not be the first time they've lined up against each other, but it looks like Oxford Brookes have got a bit of a lead there off the start. It looks like they might have clear water already coming through the island. Oxford Brookes have won this event several times. They've won it the last 2 years, so they'll be looking to make that 3 in a row, and it looks like they've got a nice lead over Oxford.
Well, your home club, Oxford Brookes, so
yes.
we are a little bit partisan
I'm a little
in the
bit
commentary
biased,
box.
yeah, but they can hopefully let the rowing do the talking here.
Well, they're certainly doing that so far, aren't they? Holders of this event, and looking like it's going to take something pretty special to unseat them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is, of course, the dark blue development squad. It's not anything close to the crew that competed in the boat race in April. Or was it April? It was April. God, it's been a long couple of months. But looking like they haven't really got enough to contend with this Brookes crew, who we just know churn out quality after quality after quality as we see Newcastle coming up towards the line. That's their B crew progressing through ahead of the C crew. But Jenny, talk to me a little bit about this Brookes powerhouse, because what is the secret? How do they do this year upon year upon year?
Well, I think they just build a lot of competition within the team. I found that the hardest thing was trying to make the boat I wanted to be in, and then once you're in it, you do have that sort of quiet confidence that you're probably going to do pretty well when you go and race, because I just think they train so hard. A lot of training on the bikes, on the C2 bikes, to build the fitness, and then lots of stuff in the gym, in the weights room, and hard sessions on the rowing machine, lots of 30-minute tests. And then you get out in the water, and you're never going for a chill paddle. It's always as hard as you can, side by side with the other rates, trying to get one up, trying to earn your seat, trying to get into the seat of the boat above. So you have that constant competition with your own teammates, and it's the constant feeling of you're trying to bring the whole squad up, and you're trying to push the girl next to you to do their best so that you can do your best. And you want to get that seat, but you also want everyone else to be good enough to be in it too. So it's a great, lots of camaraderie here. And the aspirational academic aids at Henley Women's is Brookes' thing. They have won this many times, and they'll be looking to go all the way today as well.
Well, down that boat, it's Daisy Janes, Gwenny Hunter, Millie Hurrell, Buzz Burnham, Olivia Doldrill, Abby Newman, Kleena Murta, Megan Colbert, and coxed by Sophia Bernal. And these 9 women look like they have fairly comfortably secured passage through to the next round of the Colgan Foundation Cup for Aspirational Academic Eights.
And Brookes actually had 2 8s in the championship event, so this is technically Brookes' third 8, but not looking like a third 8. They're looking nice and strong, and they've already brought the rating down, looking nice and controlled. And they've got a very distinct technique amongst the boats that you can spot a Brookes boat from a mile away.
Absolutely. Yeah, the intensity's still on for Brookes, and they'll want to make sure that they show Oxford University no quarter, but we'll move to race 138, the bottom right of your screen. And this is a match-up between opposite ends of the country, the University of Exeter on the Berkshire station, right-hand side of that bottom right picture, and it's Liverpool University Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station, the left-hand side, and a more evenly matched keel in this opening exchange.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see. I think they both had similar results across the season at Bucks and Weehawken. Potentially Exeter have a slight lead now. This Exeter boat is filled of lots of scientists. We've got some sports scientists and 3 medics. In fact, they're all in STEM other than the Cox, who studies history. And the 6th seat, she was a GB beach sprinter, and she's recovered from a serious knee operation where she could hardly walk, to then get her seat back in this top 8. So it's brilliant to see her racing today. And this Liverpool boat, I just bumped into Esme Booth and Sam Redgrave along the river, and they actually got them. As you do. And they said they got them boated for this race and gave them a big pre-race talk. So let's see if some pre-race talk from Olympic silver medalists will rub off on them.
But if that doesn't, I don't know what will.
Exactly.
There aren't many better motivators than folks who have risen to the very top of our sport. As we watch Brooks cross the line, I've got a delighted Jenny Bates next to me in the commentary tent. They'll be living to fight another day, and there we go. A little bit of paws rowing over the line, just showing the professionalism that's coursing throughout that programme. They have dispatched Oxford University, and now we are riding with the 8s here, Colgan Foundation Cup Aspirational Academic, and it is University of Exeter with half a length over the Liverpool University Boat Club.
Three of this Exeter University crew have raced at Henley Royal Regatta in the junior categories across the quads and the 8s, and this crew will be looking to try and qualify for the Ireland Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, which they missed out on for the last 2 years. So yeah, good luck to them for that.
Well, Liverpool University Boat Club, a programme on the rise. They have a fantastic beginner section up there, and all of this 8 learned to row at Liverpool University within the last 3 years, and 5 of the girls are graduating this year, and this is their last race with Liverpool, so they'll be desperate to go out on a high. And look, results are obviously the currency of our sport, but the experiences that you make on the Henley Reach are often intangible at the time, but will be irreversible and actually quite significant in the years to come. And I'm sure this crew from Liverpool, 5 of the women in this boat, will be graduating from the programme, but it's a special thing to both qualify for side-by-side racing at Henley Women's Regatta and then get the chance to take it on.
And this crew from Exeter, if they're looking likely, will progress and will race Oxford Brookes in the next round. But Liverpool still very much in it, fighting back. I'm sure their Cox is giving them a lot of encouragement, saying they're still in the race. Exeter not able to relax just yet. They'll be looking to break away a bit more.
Yeah, things can change quite quickly in an 8. There's a lot more coverage for overlap, and as we've talked about already, Jenny, that overlap can be critical for a crew that wants to mount a bit of a comeback. It's whether Exeter can just break away from Liverpool and put themselves firmly in the driving seat here.
Yeah, can Liverpool respond? They might have been saving a few beans off the start to put into this part of the race, but it looks like Exeter do have the lead at the moment. And their Cox, Misha Papasioulitis, will be encouraging them on. See there, she's shouting at them, "You can do this, we're in this, let's go girls."
Yeah, that's some serious direction there.
Yeah.
They'll be under no illusions what she's telling them.
She's actually learned how to cox at Exeter this last year, and has seen rapid improvement. She will be the Cox's captain for next year. And they'll be very happy with that to progress to the next round. Looking pretty tired, but brilliant racing.
Yeah, very confident, very controlled from Exeter. And they move through to the next round of the Aspirational Academic 8 Colgan Foundation Cup. And we're back now riding with the juniors. It's junior doubles, race 139. It's Wycliffe College Boat Club on the Berkshire Station. Hannah El Kami and Olivia Jordeo up against George Watson's College Rowing Club, Buckinghamshire Station. Lola Contreras Wood and Rebecca Miller. And Wycliffe, who need no introduction on the junior circuit. They are a fabulously well-decorated programme, having won Henley Royal Regatta, Henley Women's Regatta, National Schools Regatta, name it. They won it last year in the quad.
They even won Met Regatta and beat a number of senior crews at Met Regatta. So yeah, this is a very strong programme they've got from Wycliffe. Lots of success in the quads, but looking very good in the double now as well.
Well, last year they won, I think, the junior single and the junior quad at Henley Women's Regatta, and I think they were competitive in the double too, and looking like pretty good bets here for the double title this year, the Rayner Cup. Of course, this won't be their top athletes. Those young women are in the quad. But Greg Flower has built something quite astonishing over in Gloucestershire.
I think we were talking about yesterday how talent sort of breeds talent within areas, and there'll be different boat clubs in the same area pushing each other on. And in that Gloucestershire area, you've got Hartpury University, who we talked about earlier, and Wycliffe, all on a similar stretch of water. Wycliffe looking very sharp here. Blades entering nice and quickly at the back end together. And the shoulders are nice and relaxed and down. Keeping the rate pretty high at the moment. But maybe they'll be looking to relax into it a bit more once they're comfortable with their lead.
And that's the question, isn't it? At what point do you determine we've got enough of an advantage here to settle?
It is tricky because in the small boats you can make it up pretty fast, but they have got a fair lead there. But they could be saving themselves in other ways. It might look like they're keeping the rate up and the power on, but maybe they're saving a bit in their legs.
For sure. Well, we will keep a close eye on proceedings in race 139. Wycliffe, I would say, comfortably ahead of George Watson's College Rowing Club at the moment. And under starters orders now as the flag comes down is race number 140. Another heat of the Rayner Cup Junior Doubles. Warrington Rowing Club. Grace Reed and Lucy Fontana on the Berkshire station. And another Hartbury crew. And you're telling me this is their A crew?
This is their A crew, yep.
Gracie Janes and Daniela Ugarte. I probably butchered that surname, but there is no phonetic translation here, and it is quite a complicated one to spell. So Daniela and Gracie in the Hartbury crew, being warned early on for their steering. A little bit of a correction there that might have affected their rhythm, but I think as they come towards our camera, you can already see the decisive margin that they've taken over this crew from Warrington.
Yeah, so Grace is very experienced in the double. She won the J16 double at the National Schools Regatta last year.
With Phoebe from the other double.
From the other double, yeah. And she also raced GB France in the double as well.
So both of those athletes transitioning over. I have a feeling they used to row at, might be making this up, Stratford upon Avon. And over and now at Hartbury College. And look at that. That is, well, commanding.
Yeah, it's a brilliant setup at Hartbury where you can study BTEC or A-levels whilst pursuing your sport to a very high level. Got brilliant facilities. They've had a recently refurbished gym. They've got a great stretch of the canal to row on. And that is Wycliffe College winning that heat pretty comfortably.
Yeah, good run out for Wycliffe. They'll be pleased to navigate this. Although they were the favourites coming into that heat, you never quite know what's going to happen between the booms at Henley. But they have completed the dispatch of George Watson's College, and now it's up to Hartbury to join them. And if the early evidence is anything to go by, it's going to take something pretty remarkable from Warrington's Grace Reed and Lucy Fontana to find their way back into contention here.
Lots of shouts for Hartbury along the bank there.
Well, they brought almost an armada of crews, haven't they, this weekend? So many boats and so many categories.
And they're another club that mostly just focus on sculling, especially in the college programme. They sometimes might do a bit of sweep for fun in the summer, but it focuses on sculling. They've had a lot of success within the GB setup as well.
Yeah, they've supplied many athletes into the under-19 and under-23 teams in the last few years, and I think maybe even have a few graduates kicking about in the senior team now.
They do, yeah. Fergus in the men's 8 was at Hartbury College. Started off sculling and then transferred over to sweep after going to Oxford Brookes for uni.
I know it's off topic, but how excited are you to see that men's 8 go down the track against potentially the Aussies and the Dutch in the Grand Challenge Cup at Henley Royal?
Extremely excited, yeah. And I'm looking forward to the Roman Challenge Cup as well with the GB Women's 8 who've been winning so far this season. Be good to see them race against the Dutch and the Aussies as well. I've actually got the Australian Women's 8 living next door to me during Henley Royal, so that'd be good fun.
There we are.
Yeah.
Well, I think the GB Women's 8 are the best 8 in the world at the moment on the women's side.
Absolutely.
By some significant distance. So to see them win the Remenham on home water would be really, really, really rewarding. But look, this is the ambition for these young women in shot at the moment. Phoebe and Gracie and Daniela, sorry, to make that senior team and to be in the crews that we're discussing here and to be competing for the top honours. But a purple box is a fantastic way to put your name on the map, and I'm sure they will have a very firm eye on how this competition unfolds over the course of the next few days. So we'll keep a close watch on Hartbury, who continue to lead Warrington. But moving back to the start, there's another heat of the Rayner Cup for junior doubles underway. Race 141, Peterborough City Rowing Club, Emma Calver and Emma Dennis on the Berkshire Station up against Marlow Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station, Georgie Wells and Lowry Caldwell.
Marlow is another club that's got a really great junior programme, and you see a lot of those go through into the under 19 and under 23 teams as well.
Yeah, finalists in the Diamond Jubilee and Fawley Challenge Cup last year, losing finalists it must be said, but to have two crews in the two junior sculling finals at Henley Royal is a remarkable feat, and they were finalists in the B. Langridge Trophy at Henley Women's 2, losing out to Wycliffe on both occasions, but being held up here pretty well by Peterborough.
Yeah, they are. Looks to be probably one of the closest heats in the doubles we've had today.
Well, Pete Chambers has done a fantastic job of re-energising this Marlow junior programme. They've always been a sort of pipeline of talent in the Thames Valley, but now competing right across the board in the sculling events for men and women. Of course, while the women race here, we've got Marlow Regatta going on as we speak over at Dorney Lake, where the men will be putting in their final, I guess, audition for pre-qualification slots at Henley Royal Regatta. Just actually watching we can see on the top left there, Hartbury sculling up towards the line in no danger of being overturned for their seat in the next round of the Rayner Cup. But this is a phenomenal race unfolding between Peterborough and Marlow in the bottom right. You can see how bumpy that water is, all the pleasure cruisers out across the weekend. What effect is that going to have on these athletes?
Yeah, it can very much make you tense up, so it's just all about who can stay loose and over the water. It also increases your risk of catching your blade on the water, which you do not want. So they'll be thinking about having to clear their blades, tapping down nice and cleanly. But they seem to both be handling it very well.
That's one of the unique challenges of the Henley stretch, isn't it? Just making sure that you're able to navigate not just getting from point A to B, but all of the distractions and challenges that come with rowing on this piece of water.
Absolutely, all sorts can happen. There was one year where a swimmer actually jumped in off the booms. They had to stop the race, so anything can happen.
I think you're right, Henley Royal, was that the men's pair?
That happened in the men's pair too, but I was thinking about the women's eights, champ eights at Henley Women's. There was a swimmer.
Wow.
Yeah, between a Thames and Sculls race, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You would not want to get hit by an 8, that's for sure.
No, you definitely wouldn't.
And this boat named Paris 24, so I'm sure they'd be probably inspired by the Olympics and the Olympic double that won a bronze medal.
Well, taking great inspiration from Becky and Matilda from the GB women's double, because they have stretched out now Marlow into a lead that is looking ever more impressive by the moment. Just attritionally moving away. It's not been a surge off the start, and then they've just dictated the terms. They were held up for a long time by Peterborough, but Marlow just showing real maturity to evolve their plan during the race, and now out to nearly a length. You can see there, big shout from Lowry Caldwell. This one not wrapped up completely, so we will continue to observe from afar as Marlow try to break the cord between themselves and Peterborough. But race 142 now on the track. Molesey Boat Club, Phoebe Shepherd and Heidi Hemming on the Berkshire Station up against a combination crew from Nottingham Rowing Club and Northampton Rowing Club, Seren Page and Tegan Smith on the Buckinghamshire Station. It is this composite boat who have done the business in the early phases here, getting out to nearly a length. You've got to assume here, Jenny, that if this is a composite crew, they've come together for a reason.
Yes, perhaps they didn't have anyone at their club to row with, or perhaps they know each other from outside of rowing. But yeah, it's really good to see there's a few composite boats at Henley Women's this year. And it gives you more of an opportunity to row with other people. Otherwise, they may have had to do a single, which maybe wasn't what they wanted to do. And it looks to me like they're getting a bit more of a lead now. They're spreading out that gap.
Yeah, stretching their legs in front of the spectators area at Henley Women's Regatta. It is lovely and warm here in Henley today, and the racing is of the highest calibre. So if you are in the area, come down and enjoy a beautiful afternoon on the banks of the Thames. And we can just see their Marlow. Peterborough have really hung on in there, haven't they? Look at that.
Yeah. They didn't let them get away. They maintained contact most of that race. So really good racing from those two boats. And Marlow will be pleased to get through to the next round. They'll have to get their recovery on now to make sure they've recovered in time, as that looked tough.
You can see the exhaustion etched on all four faces there. But a brilliant race, and credit to both athletes, or both crews I should say, for putting on an exhibition there in double sculling. But we return to race 142, and it is Seren Page and Tegan Smith of Nottingham and Northampton rowing clubs respectively, who are currently leading this crew from Molesey. Seren Page, the stroke of that composite crew in the background, a silver medalist at the National Schools in the single scull. So coming together with Tegan, who won bronze at the scullery, to form what could be a pretty dynamic duo.
Absolutely dynamic duo indeed. They're looking very smooth here and strong. Blades really moving in synchronicity. Really good shot there to see, zoom in and see what they're doing with their hands. Looks like they're moving in time really well. Nice and relaxed in the upper body.
When you bring composites together like this, how complex can it be to become more than just the sum of your individual parts?
Yeah, it can be tricky. I think lots of different rowing clubs have different styles, and individual scullers have different styles as well. So you have to sort of adapt to your partner and try and bring the best out of them, as well as bringing the best out of yourself. But you know you're not going to get down that course on your own, so you need to make sure your doubles partner is comfortable and that they're able to get the best out of themselves.
Well, whatever they're doing, this Nottingham-Northampton pairing, it is working. They are extracting every inch of speed that they can at the moment, and that is drawing them further and further away from Molesey, Phoebe Shepherd and Heidi Hemming, who have no answers for the quality on show here from Seren Page and Tegan Smith. But if they want to go all the way and win the Rayner Cup, they're going to have to unseat some pretty impressive crews. Jenny, we've seen some really high quality in this event already today.
We have indeed. The Wycliffe Boat and the Hartpury College and University Boat Club as well, looking very strong. I'm sure there's going to be some close matchups as we progress through the rounds.
Yeah, and the expectation is, of course, we're in the heats phase at the moment, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then the final on Sunday to come. The expectation is that the racing will get tighter and more closely contested as the weekend rolls back. The stories that it has to tell for us. And it's an exciting place to be right now, the Saturday afternoon, hovering on the edge of crowning some greats of our sport here at the Henley Women's Regatta. An event that just seems to increase both in quality and popularity year on year.
Yeah, a brilliant showcase of women's rowing from all across the country and abroad.
So coming up next, after we wind up towards the conclusion of these Rayner Cup heats, on screen at the moment, Seren Page and Tegan Smith moving inexorably towards the line. They have done almost everything they need to do. The last stroke takes them up and over, and they will be progressing to the next round of the Rayner Cup. So that composite combination working wonders so far, seeing off the efforts of Molesey Boat Club. We're back with the eights, the fast boats, the Spit, the Spray, the Surge, Colgan Foundation Cup Academic Aspirational Eights. And it is Bath University Boat Club on the Berkshire Station, right-hand side of your screen, up against Nottingham University Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire side, left side of the screen.
Yeah, so this Bath boat, they won the Challenge Academic 8 at Weehawken, and they won the C final at Bucks Regatta. They've also got 2 Lotties in the boats who have both celebrated their birthday this week. And they look to have a slight advantage over Nottingham at this stage, but it's pretty close.
Well, it looks to me like Bath are rowing in the same shell that Cambridge won the boat race in.
They are. I noticed that the other day, and it's named after the athletes that were unfortunately not able to race.
It feels like there's been a lot of controversy in rowing this season.
There has.
Lots of flashpoints.
Absolutely. It's been a busy year.
It's not been dull at all.
No.
And this race doesn't like it to be dull either. I think it's Nottingham University on screen at the moment, straining every sinew to try and regain terms with this Bath University boat, who look exceptionally well drilled. 2 Lotties in this boat: Elizabeth Matenzagar, Elizabeth Poole, Harriet Fosker, Emily Dunn, Lillian Dufton, Carla Spires, Elizabeth Makepeace, Lottie Hendon and Phoebe Packman. And the 2 Lotties both have birthdays this week as well, and wouldn't that be a lovely present to themselves and to each other to win a heat here in the Aspirational Academic 8s, and so far putting themselves in a really good position to do that.
Yeah, it's great to see Bath doing so well in the Women's 8 event. We've seen a lot of success over the years in their sculling. For example, Becky Wild came from Bath, and there's been a few boys on the senior team from sculling as well, Keddle and Jamie. It's great to see the Women's 8 putting in a solid performance here over Nottingham in the Aspirational Academic 8.
And how important is it for programmes to have ambassadors like that, like Becky Wild, who obviously came out of Bath and has now gone on to win an Olympic bronze medal?
It's really important. I think you see athletes like that going through the same pathway as yourself, and you think, well, if they can do it, I can do it. And they can come back in and talk to you about the experiences they've learned and the things they learned at Bath, and how they sort of like fell in love with the sport at Bath on the same bit of river that you row on. I think it's really important to have role models that you can relate to as well. So yeah, you can see the boat race stickers on that boat there. So this boat won the boat race.
It is a beautiful boat.
It is a beautiful boat, yeah.
I mean, I am a self-confessed Felipe fan, but I think it is a gorgeous boat.
I've never rowed a Felipe 8. I've only been in an Empacher 8 and Felipe doubles and quads.
Sacrilege. Sacrilege.
Yeah.
Felipe doubles and quads are...
Oh, brilliant. I do like the Felipe doubles and quads, absolutely.
Tick.
Yeah, tick, tick.
Well, Bath putting it to good use here, stretching away from Nottingham University Boat Club in race 143. This is a heat of the Aspirational Academic 8. So it's student level 8s here for the Colgan Foundation Cup. 2 programmes on the rise, I would describe them as. Nottingham University under Aid Roberts continuing to find traction, and Bath, of course, with a good relic of the Performance Academy that they had, which I think was the one that propelled Becky to such great heights, continuing to churn out quality year on year. And this Bath crew is really well drilled, aren't they?
Absolutely, they're looking really good. Blades entering the water nicely together, nice and in sync. Good teamwork going on there. I'm sure their Cox is just talking them calmly through this part of the race, looking to get them safely across the line. Looks like they are conserving a little bit of energy there for their future rounds. Proudly wearing the gold and blue of the Bath colours. In the Nottingham boat, the 2-seat learnt to row at Nottingham and was women's captain this year. And the 7-seat is the club's president, learnt to row at Correlane Grammar School Rowing Club, and actually got silver in the lightweight quad at Bucks Regatta last year.
Oh, plenty of quality on board, but Bath showing what it's all about here on the Henley Women's Stretch, moving down towards the line. So we'll turn to the next race, which is underway. It's another heat of the Colgan Foundation Cup. Southampton University Boat Club on the Berkshire station up against Durham University Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station, who I have down on my list, Jenny, as one of the pre-regatta favourites for this event.
Yeah, they will be looking to go all the way in this event. They're one of the top university rowing programmes in the country. They've got quite a lot of rivalry with Newcastle, actually. They got knocked out by Newcastle last year in the semi-final of the Island Challenge Cup, but they had a fantastic race against them, and they'll be looking to make their mark in the Aspirational Academic 8.
Yeah, that was one of the races of the regatta last year, wasn't it? Phenomenal.
Was. Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. It's good having that local rivalry to push each other on. It looks like they've got quite a comfortable lead over Southampton University at the moment.
Yeah, these two boats hailing from opposite ends of the United Kingdom. Southampton down, tucked away on the south coast. My alma mater. Never did any rowing there. Tried to hide from rowing, actually. It was I'd been tormented enough by it at that point. But Southampton in the south coast, and Durham, of course, up in the northeast. But Southampton with a pretty interesting crew of athletes who have had varied times in the sport. The Cox, Heather James, their second time coxing at Henley Women's Regatta. She learnt to cox last season with Southampton University Boat Club. And some of these crews actually learned to row on the novice programs at Southampton. Some of them have contributed in the past. And I think, Jenny, we're seeing a bit of rain here at Henley Women's Regatta.
We are. We're nice and dry in this tent, so we're okay. But it looks pretty rainy out there. So they'll be making sure they're trying to hold on to their blades so they don't slip. So that's always a bit of a disaster.
Well, look, purely selfishly, I'm delighted that this heat can finally break. Yeah. And we've got a little bit of rain here at Henley because it's been very, very warm. You can see there people diving for shelter. I can't imagine this is going to last too long. But it's nice to have a freshener here after a pretty relentlessly warm 36 hours.
Yeah. It was feeling like it needed to rain earlier, and it eventually has.
Well, in the rain, Durham are bringing the pain, and they are continuing to move away from Southampton. You can see they've just settled down into a really nice, relaxed rhythm here, composed at either end of the stroke. Just starting to hopefully try their best to enjoy the second half. And like you said earlier, Jenny, conserve a little bit of energy for what is to come.
Absolutely. Because they could have a pretty hot contest against the likes of Brooks later on. So it'd be good to see how this competition unravels.
Well, just as it begins to rain, I am going to take my leave and no longer put you all through the suffages of listening to my voice. Chris McCarthy is going to be jumping on for me, and he'll be taking you right through to the racing to 5:30. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me. Jenny, you are still in situ for another hour.
Yep.
But Chris, it's all yours.
And in the bottom end of the screen, you can see we've got York University versus ASR Neuros. And this Neuros boat has got a lead at the moment over York. It's great to have so many competitors come from the Netherlands across the years. They'll be looking to race in the Island Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta in a few weeks' time. Yeah, this Neuros boat looking strong. They've competed at Henley Women's for several years now, and they obviously like it because they keep coming back, which is great to see.
Yeah, so in their seventh seat, Aline Trevisan, former Swiss junior. Cox Rochelle coxed at Thames last year, so that's maybe the connection, why they're back so often, and tells us that she brings British traditions and calls to the crew. So someone who's very familiar with the water and does appear to be serving them very well. Nearhouse have also told us in the Bible that they're all looking for partners to the Nearhouse Gala.
Oh, okay. Any takers?
Definitely looking very comfortable out in the lead. Ahead of the University of York.
It's always good fun when a Dutch crew win, because traditions is they sing a song on the podium.
And tradition is we normally have some spectators in the water.
Yes.
And we get to see the rather let's say, weathered blazers on the podium. It's certainly a sight if we get a Dutch victory. We were discussing it last night at Henley Royal, whether we would see a Dutch victory in any of the Opens events. I think probably a pretty good chance at seeing at least one.
And in the bottom end of our picture, we've got Bristol University against Newcastle University A.
It's the last heat for now in the Colgan Foundation Cup for academic 8s.
Newcastle putting in an early lead there as we come through the island.
That's crew Lucy Lindrea, Natasha Searson, Martha Warren Barrett, Emily Parker, Lucy Webber, Mary McWilliam, Matilda Mossop, Saskia Ward and Ruby Moritz-Kamak in the Cox's seat, who is off to do an MA at the University of Kansas. Later on in the year.
I think this Newcastle boat are also ones to watch within this event, coming in as some of the favourites. This is their top boat. We've already seen their B and C boat go head-to-head earlier on. So great to see 3 boats in this event. And, of course, they've got a boat in the championship event as well. So 4 women's 8s, which is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, very, very strong programming in that. Oh, so close to a win at Henley Royal last year as well.
Yeah, brilliant to see them in the final of the Island Challenge Cup last year. And they'll be looking to go one better this year.
You can see in the stroke seat Lucy Webber, who is actually a fresher, started the year in the 5th 8. So we're saying with the depth that they've got here at the regatta, at the start of the year Lucy Webber was looking to be at the bottom of that depth and has progressed all the way up to what is their second 8 at the moment. And so a very quick progression curve for her, and in the stroke seat as well, and leading that crew as they come through about halfway through, just past the barrier.
Yeah, fantastic to see. Newcastle as well have quite a distinct style of rowing that you can see across all their boats. Nice and direct, very sharp. All doing the same thing, which is good to see. It's working very well for them now.
Especially in a program of that size, so many 8s out, it's really useful to have that technical model. You can just chop and change people, and it often doesn't make as much of a difference. Not only the technical model, I'm sure their warm-up, their race plan is all pretty similar across the board, and it does just give you a little bit more flexibility if you do need to change lineups.
And they've had several Blue Star alumni go on to be successful at the Olympic Games, including Lola Anderson in the women's quad and Emily Ford in the women's 8. This Bristol crew doing well to hang on. Lots of looks of grit and determination, and a bit of a yell from the 3 seat there, encouraging everyone to give it their all. Stroke seat keeping calm. I'm sure the Cox is speaking them through it, saying they're still in the race. Anything can happen.
Yeah, certainly, especially here at Henley, even in the top 8s races, the booms are always there, just waiting. You know, wash, booms, wildlife, as we can see on the screen. Truly, anything can happen at any stage of the race. But, Newcastle looking very comfortable at the moment.
Newcastle stretching out their lead, looking good, looking controlled. I'm sure they'll be hoping to save some energy for future rounds in the Colgan Foundation Cup.
Yeah, certainly, especially with the heat that we've had, and that I'm sure we'll be returning later in the day, if not tomorrow. It can be a pretty demanding regatta. Quite a number of trips down the course for these ladies as Newcastle come across the line. well clear. Bristol in this final quarterfinal. 2 more races to go for Newcastle. Possibly 3 rather. Heat.
So this is the start of the Grosvenor Cup. Really excited for this one. This is the PR3 single. So we've actually got over double the amount of entries in this year's event than last year. So it's great to see the event growing in popularity. We've got Undall School leading at the moment. I think Marlow might have had a little bit of a clash with the booms.
Yes, that's Charlotte Taylor, Undall School, who is currently leading this race. Sheila Ford from Marlow Rowing Club over on the Buckinghamshire station, who got no bio. So in 2018, Sheila had a brain tumour removed, but only partially. So that's left a few issues that do impair steering, but which their coaches have let us know. There's many trees on the Marlow Reach that can attest to this. So getting down the course safely and cleanly will be the goal here at Henley Women's, and a great experience to have para rowing on the Henley stretch.
Absolutely. And Charlotte Taylor looking very strong here, nice and controlled, rowing very well. She'll be thinking about reserving some energy for her next round, which will be the semi-final. There's Sheila doing really well.
So Sheila also rows and coxes with the Army Rowing Club, so multi-talented. We've seen that. So with the PR3 class, you see a variety of different disabilities. So PR1 is what used to be known as arms and shoulders, is only from sort of above the waist mobility. PR2 is sort of from the hips and above. So you do have some are able to use your body rock portion of the stroke. And PR3 is where you have movement of all 3 of those groups. However, you might have another disability, like we discussed with Sheila before, or one of the more common ones would be a mobility impairment, or a vision impairment, as well as a really common one in PR3 rowing. So you have a variety of different abilities in the PR3 boat class. Obviously, here in Britain, the powerhouses of para rowing.
Absolutely, yeah. They had a very successful Paralympic campaign. I was actually out there in Paris watching. It was great to see them all do so well. Back-to-back wins. And I just think, yeah, absolute powerhouses. So it's great to see some more entries in this event at Henley Women's Regatta.
Back-to-back wins. I believe every Paralympic gold medal in that boat class has gone to GB. Yeah.
They have, yeah. And there was 1 silver in the double, and then the rest were gold. So it was very impressive. And we've got Erin Kennedy, who was one of those gold medal winners. She will be coxing the women's 8 that we'll be seeing later on today.
Charlotte Taylor extending that lead and starting to conserve a bit of energy in the closing stages of this race. She transitioning into the single scull, having rowed in the quad for Undall School at the National Schools Regatta.
Yeah, great experience for Sheila to be racing between the booms. putting in all her training on the Marlow stretch into good practice.
Yeah, it is a fantastic opportunity to have para rowing here. I think it's a really, really, I won't say valid, but a really worthy addition to the regatta, and seeing a boost in entries is fantastic as well.
Yeah.
Just the thing that so many people take away from Henley Women's. You have people who their goal is just to qualify or just to have a hit out in the stretch, and that's the goal of their whole season. And having that opportunity for para rowers is just so fantastic as well.
For sure, it just opens up more opportunities for more rowers to get between the booms and race such a high calibre of athletes. So here we've got the next race kicking off. We've got Exeter Rowing Club versus St Andrew Boat Club.
So Louise Dunn from Exeter on the right hand side of your picture in the lower right there. And Samantha Louise Goff from St Andrew on the Buckinghamshire station on the left. Don't have too much information on either of them here, but you can see Goff, the St Andrew sculler, just coming off a station there, but with the floats attached to the underside of those riggers, which for impairment limits balance or stability. Those floats are permitted in PR3 to help assist that. It'll be interesting to see as we come down the course. She's got a lead coming off the end of the island. It'll be interesting to see if those floats are more of a help or a hindrance on these bumpier waters.
Yeah, Samantha looking really strong there, nice and controlled.
So Samantha is defending champion in this event, and she's a multi-sport athlete in the Paralympic pathways, and has played blind football for England.
I'm sure she'll be looking to retain her title in this event and get another purple box.
You can see on there the radio on her back and the microphone there. So vision impaired athlete, the umpire's launch will be following closely, and she'll have a coach or a guide with radio communication to her, specifically letting her know what she needs to do with her steering. Of course, the umpire will intervene in any race should there be likely to be a collision, or if one crew is gaining advantage from being off their station. But in this instance, gets a little bit more guidance on her steering. Goff rode the able-bodied single at the Scottish Championships this year. Won the E-final across all women's singles, which very impressive indeed.
Yeah, Louise said she's very excited and happy to be here. To be here as a para rower is amazing. She said she's so happy there's such a strong entry, and it shows that para rowing is thriving. She said that her training has been a bit interrupted, but even just to get here is such an achievement. I'm a working mum, I've got 2 small children, and I'm going to go out there and do my best and try and enjoy it. Everyone at Exeter Rowing Club has been so supportive, and I just want to do them proud. And I think she's very much doing Exeter very proud here. It's tough opposition being drawn against the champion from last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a little bit of a quieter season as well for Dunn. As we see just the race before coming to a conclusion. That's Sheila Ford from Marlow just coming across the line there. So that first race was Charlotte Taylor from Undul, who looking likely to go up against Samantha Louise Goff in the semi-final.
So yeah, if you're a para rower looking at how to get into it, you can search British Rowing, para rowing, and get in touch with Nicola Benavente, who's the Paralympic head coach. and she will help you find a way to get into it. It's great to see Henley Women's have over double the amount of entries in this event this year. It just opens up more opportunities for athletes to get some side-by-side racing experience. And there's potentially a number of athletes taking part across Henley Women's who have who would actually classify for adaptive or para rowing. So if that's the case, then do look into how you can get into para rowing via the British Rowing website.
Yeah, it's just so many stories of Paralympians who didn't know, but hadn't even considered that little impairment where they can't quite fully extend their leg or their ankle, or that old rugby injury that they had back at school that's always given them a bit of grief might actually qualify you to row at a Paralympic Games for a Paralympic medal.
What incredible opportunities that will lead to. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, it looks like Samantha Goff of St Andrew Boat Club will be looking to get safely through to the semi-final of the Grosvenor Cup. Looking nice and in control there. She crosses the line, sculling very well, saving her energy for the semi-final. Looking relieved and happy to have crossed the line ahead of Exeter.
Yeah, I think that's going to be quite an intriguing semi-final. So both of them have had reasonably cruisy races, but
yeah, be good to see them in their full force later on. Could be quite close, couldn't it?
Yeah. Moving from singles down to quads now. The first side-by-side races for our junior quad sculls for the Bay Langridge Trophy, sponsored by Philip Booth. We've got Shiplake on the left-hand side of your picture on the Buck Station. On the Bark Station, on the right-hand side of your picture, Methodist College, Belfast. All the way from Ireland. A very clean start out of the blocks for both these junior crews. Certainly been reasonably tricky down there. We've seen a few clashes and incidents over the last couple of days. My stretch on the launch yesterday, I had 3 in a row with clashes, 2 protests in a row. It was all stations go in the club 4s. Looks like fairly level pegging off the start, so approach the end of Temple Island.
Yeah, Shiplake have had a lot of success in the past in the women's quad, especially in the Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal Regatta. They did win a few years ago. So this boat of Abby Hutton, Tilly Foreman, Felicity Hudson and Florence Dallas have got a slight lead at the moment over Methodist College Belfast Rowing Club. So Shiplake would have had a much shorter journey than these girls have from Belfast.
Yeah, certainly. So this Shiplake quad was their Cox 4 that won silver at National Schools Regatta, and adapting to the Coxless quad. I couldn't think of 2 more different boats to adapt to. The way that you apply the power in the quad is just so unlike a Cox 4.
Absolutely, yeah. Feel a lot lighter in a quad.
Oh yeah.
But somebody has got to take control of the steering and the commands of the boat, so they would have had to work that out between them. Yeah, looking nice and sharp there. But Methodist College Belfast still very much in it. Looks like they've made a bit of a push there and potentially closing that gap.
Yeah, so Methodist College, cut back to the drone, gives us a great idea of the margins. I think they just had a little bit of steering off the start. And it has a Shiplake have been arrow straight right from the get-go. I'd say if they hadn't had that steering, the girls of Ireland would probably be ahead, but they do have the momentum over Shiplake now as both crews settling right into their mid-race rhythm.
Yeah, and this boat of Freya Thornton, Rebecca Nugent, Romilly Danes and Sophia Young putting in a good shift there, not letting Shiplake get away. Balgar looking over, probably relaying to the others that they're still in it.
38 strokes a minute in the Belfast boat.
Wow.
Really motoring.
Yeah. Really on the move there, and it looks like
34.5 in the Shiplake boat,
wow.
So that's where the speed's coming from.
Yeah. Very racy in this women's quad. It's great to see a junior quad rating so high.
Yeah, I think that's very mature to be down off the start. Issues with the steering against the local crew, and really stamp their authority on their race. See calls from the bow seat there, urging them on.
Yeah, brilliant move.
Still just a little bit of rain about here in Henley, but some much milder conditions than what we saw yesterday. Methodist ladies pulling out to a little bit more of a lead now as they approach the 3/4 mile marker. The next race following them very, very quickly indeed. Got Undal School Boat Club and Henley Rowing Club. So another local school on the left-hand side of your picture in that bottom insert. It's Jessica Mack, Isabel Hughes, Chloe Hughes and Charlotte Tong.
Yeah, Henley are another program that got a really strong junior setup. I've actually been coaching down at Henley recently with the junior and adult Lanta Rose. It's a great club. We've had lots of success over Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta over the years, and they've got a really good sculling program going, as well as success in the bigger boats in the 8s. So do pretty well to do well in both sculling and sweep actually, because some choose to specialise in one or the other, but they have strength in both sides.
And clear water already as they head through the barrier. Had that clear water very early on. So.
Yeah. And that Methodist College Belfast boat have now got about 2 lengths lead. So that was exceptional racing from them. Kept their cool off the start when they were down and kept their stroke of rating incredibly high. They're still at rate 38, heading towards the finish. Whereas the Shiplake boat are a little bit lower on their rating. They look absolutely delighted with that.
So they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shiplake tried to hang on through the start there, but obviously really didn't have that top end in the middle.
Henley looking nice and relaxed here. Really good sculling. I'm sure they'll be one of the favourites in this event.
And really nice quad rowing in particular. Not too much sit back. Sort of making sure the finish is as simple as possible. It's in front of you. You don't need to be really leaning back as you sort of would in any of the slower boat classes and really levering it. It's really about getting that power down as quickly as possible and then staying neat around the back end. So it's a very, very quick boat.
Absolutely. They're just moving straight on to the next stroke. No hanging about. Making sculling look easy, which is really good to see. This is the boat of Jessica Mack, Isabel Hughes, Chloe Hughes and Charlotte Tong. So yeah, I assume 2 sisters in the middle of the boat.
Yeah. 31 strokes a minute and 34 in the Undal boat. So just a little bit more value for money, a little bit more run per stroke in the Henley Rowing Club crew.
This Undal School Boat Club of Maisie Shields, Beatrice Sullivan, Grace Fletcher and Abby Lawson. They finished second in the B final at National Schools Regatta after placing 8th in the time trial, and they also placed 7th at the Junior Sculling Head.
The next race following them down closely as they come through the end of the island. 3rd heat for the Bay Langridge Trophy in the junior quads. Putney High School Boat Club on near side of your picture on the right-hand side there on the Berkshire Station, and then on the Buckinghamshire Station, Marlow Rowing Club, who have been very impressive so far this regatta. I thought looked great in the time trials this morning.
Yeah, this Putney School Boat Club crew, they've got 3 Year 13s, Emily, Lucy and Honor, who were in the quad, which lost in the final of Henley Women's Regatta 2024 to Wycliffe. And then they've also got a year 11 Flo, who has attended GB under 19 trials, and she's only J16, so she's doing very well to row in this event.
Yeah, I think they'll probably count themselves a little bit unlucky having come up in against Marlow in the first round. This Marlow crew did very well in the time trial. I think they're one of the quickest crews in the time trial. Second or third quickest crew in the time trial. What's struck me about the Marlow crew, so the double come down earlier, they have that, like we were saying with we were looking at Newcastle earlier, a very defined technical model of how they open up the hips together. It's not quite the traditional way of rowing a quad, but they all do it together so well, and across the whole program do it together so well.
Yeah.
So that you can see just how they open up the back and swing back together.
Absolutely, very distinct style here, and they've had a lot of success at Henley Women's and Henley Royal in the past and the Diamond Jubilee, so it's good to see them doing so well with that junior program they've got going on over there on the other side of the river. Yeah,
buoyed by their first win at Henley Royal in a very long time last year as well, which I'm sure has lifted the whole club.
For sure. That was another very great race, wasn't it?
Oh, that was a fantastic race. I'll say so, especially because there was an Australian in the bow set.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, Marlow making short work of that in the first stages of the race. 2 or 3 lengths now. And we'll be able to conserve a little bit of energy in the closing stages. A few more rounds of racing to go in this very, very competitive junior women's quad field. We were discussing it last night for almost all of the same crews competing in the Diamond Jubilee here at Henley Women's, with the exception of Sculls, who have scratched a couple of niggles in that boat. And it's a pretty open field. There's not much to pick between the top few schools and clubs in this field. I think it's really going to come down to how they handle how they handle themselves through the rounds of racing.
Yeah, sort of last year we had Wycliffe dominating the season, but this year there's a few other names in the mix. But Putney putting in a very good fight there. Marlow looking cool and controlled. Really slick rowing from them. Nice and unified and synchronized. It's good to see that it's stopped raining now, so I'm sure the spectators are enjoying the racing.
Yeah, like the sun might just peek out. Which, for those of us in a slightly transparent commentary tent that does tend to turn into a bit of a sauna, we might hope that the sun just stays behind the clouds a little bit, and very mild conditions.
So in the bottom end of your screen, you'll be able to see Shrewsbury School versus Mercantile Australia. So, can you tell me much about Mercantile?
I can tell you a lot about Mercantile. They're Mercantile in name and in uniform, but these 4 girls from Gippsland Grammar in sort of the northeastern corner of Victoria, out in the country town of Sale, and had a reasonably successful season. All started rowing together in Year 7. The youngest in the bow seat, Lily Canfield's only 16. Ella Durand is rowing at the University of Alabama, and so she's actually graduated and headed back to Mercantile, and it currently has the steers in this boat. Scarlett Tabaski, the 2-seat, just turned 18 this week, and it is the Mercantile crew that have just got maybe a third of a length lead here as they emerge from the end of Temple Island over Royal Shrewsbury School. It's Molly Pearce, Holly Young, Maria Julia Costagoglia, and Katarina Weber, who are hanging on now Mercantile just moving out a seat every stroke or so. Crew coached by Nick Bartlett.
Yeah, making the most of their journey over from Australia. They'll also be looking to race in the Diamond Jubilee.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. Alongside, they've got a Prince Philip and a Wargrave crew we saw out yesterday. These girls only, I think, only arrived in town on Wednesday night, so.
Wow. Probably still pretty jet lagged then.
Yeah, so if you're watching the international cruise, the general rule of thumb with the jet lag is that you can adapt to about an hour of time change per day. It's 9 hours time change to the east coast of Australia, and so these girls will certainly still not be feeling quite at 100%. Not having it all their own way here, as crew from Royal Shrewsbury School pushing them all the way through the barrier now and still in contact. So this is shaping up to be a cracking race here for the Bay Langridge Trophy. .34.5 strokes a minute for Mercantile. It's one of the oldest clubs in Australia. Great history to it, and located on that very famous row of clubs, Boathouse Drive on the Yarra River, right in the middle of the Melbourne CBD. Lovely, very social place to row. It's not the easiest training water to row in, but where these girls row out in Sale and Gippsland Grammar, there's certainly some beautiful water on offer.
Sounds lovely. It's great to see them over here enjoying Henley Women's Regatta, spending a few weeks racing in Henley Women's and then Henley Royal. So they'll be looking to get a few races down between the booms, hopefully progressing through the rounds.
Yeah, certainly. I think just having a few, even if they're not feeling 100% yet, having a few laps down the course, experiencing the bumpy water, the steering next to the booms, certainly very, very valuable to be taking into Henley Royal in 10 days or so time. But they'll have to dispatch Royal Shrewsbury first, and certainly not having it all their own way. I think Royal Shrewsbury have just made a push now as we about 400 metres left to row in this race, and still certainly in contact and really coming out the Mercantile crew now in the closing stages of this race. .35.5 strokes a minute from Royal Shrewsbury. I think Mercantile have just seen that push and started to respond. 36 strokes a minute there, so they're at 34 about a minute or so ago. I think this is going to come right down to the line, and I'm sure our colleague Tom Morgan's not listening, so he won't get upset if I say it is bow ball to bow ball here on the Henley stretch. Can be very deceiving, the angle as they get closer. I think Mercantile have maybe just responded just enough, but they're not safe at home yet. Royal Shrewsbury going again. See their bow seat just looking out. Should be telling the girls where they're at, how much more they need to do, but Mercantile's response there, I think they will have done enough.
They'd have just run out of water, Shrewsbury, I think. But they've got overlap now. Yep, and Mercantile progress through to the next round.
Yeah, certainly didn't have it all their own way.
Yeah, so we
see
can
looks of relief there on the Mercantile faces.
We can hear a lot of noise, I think, coming from the two Champ 8s. We've got two powerhouses within British rowing. We've got Oxford Brookes University Boat Club A versus Thames Rowing Club B. In this Thames boat, they came second at Met Regatta, and between them became second to 19th at Weehawr. Some of them won the Champ 4 at Wallingford Head, and we've got several boat race winners, 7 in total, and multiple wins at Falls Head. And we've even got we've got a winner from the Wargrave, Rachel Heap, as well. And then in this Brooks boat, 8 out of 9 of these athletes won at Henley Royal Regatta last year, with Rihanna Sumter and Grace Richards winning in the Remenham Challenge Cup, and the rest of the boat, and B as well, the Cox, and then the rest of the boat winning the Island Challenge Cup. So some really strong athletes here going head to head. Thames and Brooks, quite a lot of competition throughout the years. These two boats, the Thames Rowing Club A and Brooks, were in the final the last few years, so lots of strong competition. Brooks seems to have got out to a lead over Thames at this point of time, but Thames will be looking to fight back. This will be Thames's Wargrave boat, and this boat, the Brooks boat, will be their bridge boat, which is a new event introduced to Henley this year. So it's great to see them both doing so well. Made it through to the quarterfinals, but they'll both be eager to make it all the way. Brooks looking to retain their title that they've won in the Championship 8s the last 2 years in a row. Lots of international pedigree in this boat. Olivia Hill in the stroke seat. She also stroked the under-23 8 to gold at the World Championships. Grace Richards sat behind her. She won the Coxless 4, and Rihanna Sumpter was also in the 8 that won gold.
Yeah, the two powerhouses, British women's rowing here. Thames, obviously a fantastic record in the Wargrave. That'll be the event they're targeting with this crew. But coming unstuck, I think a little bit there. I think they may have just hit it. I think they've had a bit of an encounter with some wildlife there.
Was that the Thames boat? Or
the Thames boat.
Thames
They've
boat.
just, yeah.
Ducks just get in the way.
Ducks.
Yeah.
They'll learn over the next
They
few
will.
weeks. And I think that will hamper any chance of a late charge for Thames on Brooks.
Yeah, Brooks looking really strong here, moving together. Thames are still very much fighting though. They did come against each other in Met Regatta, and I think Thames did beat them last time, but it's not looking likely this time. Brooks looking nice and strong as they get towards the line and are through to the semi-final of the Championship 8.
With that, I believe we are bidding farewell. So thank you very much, Jenny. First time in the commentary box, Becky.
Hi,
Paris
it's great to be here.
Olympic bronze medalist.
Yeah.
And multiple winner here at Henley Women's. What have you made of the regatta so far?
I love Henley Women's. It's always such a buzz down here, like on the bank, and it's great to see so many crews, so many supporters. It kind of brings all back like so many special memories.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic regatta so far. It's my first time here, so I've been very, very impressed and having a great time. We've got some fantastic racing, grade 8s racing unfolding here. So, second quarterfinal of the Ron Needs Cup for Championship 8s. Thames on the near side of the picture there, and Leander over on the far side of the picture, who are currently trailing by about half a length at the moment. So I think this is Thames's top crew, who'll be aiming at the new bridge event next week, and Leander, that is their second crew, who will be aiming for the Wargrave. So the other way around how we saw it in the last event, where we saw Thames's Wargrave go up against the top Brooks boat.
Yeah, Thames are looking really strong there. They're probably one of the favourites in this event, and will be looking to win that bridge later this month. And then, yeah, the Leander B boat. They're not losing touch. I think they can still stick in there. And like you say, this is their B boat, so these girls will be aiming for the Wargrave later in the month. And this will just be like a really important experience for them.
Yeah, so they've told us that they've trained really hard this season, and using this regatta as to set them up for the Wargrave, which is going to be some cracking racing among some of the crews that we've just mentioned. That Thames crew from the last race. I think the final of this event with this Thames crew, the Brooks crew that we just saw then, that were a really, really class act, is going to be an absolute cracking race.
Definitely. I always feel like this event at Henley Women's, the Ron Leeds Championship 8s, is harder to win than Henley at times. Harder to win than the Walgrave, such as like the depth of the crews competing. You have so many different crews because of eligibility rules. So for this this B boat of Leander, this could be like some of the toughest racing they'll have this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And having that toughest racing on the Henley stretch, where it's their home water, but it's where they're preparing, is a great insight for them, preparing what it's like to be in the cauldron, in the fire, under some pressure, and you can see not letting up in the closing stages. Thames really bringing down the rate now, and they'll know they'll need to conserve energy for the finals of this race. I think it's going to be a bit of an upset in the semi-finals, actually, because the Leander crew that we're going to see in the next race, the composite crew, is, again, another really class act, and is going to be fantastic, really interesting to see. I think the semi-finals is going to be better than the finals.
Yeah.
Or could be, depending
could be,
on how it draws.
Yeah.
That next quarterfinal underway. Molesey on the left of your picture. Let me correct that. Newcastle on the left of your picture. I scrolled past the race. Newcastle on the left-hand side of your picture. And on the Buckinghamshire station, and the Berkshire station, Leander Club. It's a composite with University of London and Durham in the bow and 5 seats respectively. And Newcastle University, this is their top boat. I think the vast majority of this crew were the losing finalists in the Island last year. They won the gold in the Champ 8 at Bucks this year, and doing really well to stick with this top Leander crew. Still almost within a length at the moment.
Yeah, this is one of the top university 8s in the country. These girls have performed fantastically well at Bucks this year, Bucks Head and Bucks Regatta, and the Island will be what they'll be aiming for at Henley Royal. And this Leander crew, it's pretty stacked with international experience at a junior level and 23 level, and even some girls that have raced a senior level for GB.
And for Australia.
And for Australia, yeah, of course. We've got some international representation. Yeah, it's a real mix of girls, and it's a really exciting 8. This is the first time they have had a race as a crew, so it's the first time they can really show what they've got.
Yeah, so you'd expect them to get better race on race here, wouldn't you? They only came together this week. I think they had some crew changes and things right up until the first race, and every trip down the course there's going to be a lot of learnings for them to take on board and improve for the next round of racing.
Definitely, yeah. There's nothing like racing to teach you some important lessons. So all of these races this weekend will be really important for this crew. They've just returned from Banyolas, a really hard training camp in Banyolas, so they'll be looking to try and show what they've done in training there, out here between the booms. And you can see there looking really, really strong.
Yeah, that's a formidable looking combination from Leander there. Newcastle doing very well to hang on to this crew. They'll probably feel that if the draw had gone the other way against that, if they were against that Leander B crew, or they would maybe be. I don't want to say a fairer fight. That's how it works. It's not unfair. It's just how the racing works. But as we said earlier, really valuable experience to feel what it's like to be down on this water, and what they need to do to overcome it, because they could be drawing on that in their next trip down the course, which will of course be at Henley Royal.
Definitely, yeah. You can't control the draw. You've just got to do your best, do what's in front of you, and they're giving a really good showing for themselves. I think these Newcastle girls should be really proud of how they performed this weekend, and should give them confidence heading into the next few weeks.
You're right. You can't control the draw, and I'm sure that'll be of little condolences to Molesey Boat Club, who in the next race have drawn each other, and I bet they wish they could have controlled the draw in that one. But two Molesey crews, the A and B crew, I believe, in that one. So in the inset at the bottom of your screen. The crew at the top of your picture: Kate Haynes, Jade Lindo, Florence Donald, Lily Abbott, Tonia Galland, Holly Dunford, Harriet Drake Lee, Hope Cresford, coxed by Christina Castagna, and going up against their B crew, I believe, Olivia Cheesema, Eleanor Stratton, Heloise Wormlington, Catherine Lush, Lauren Actolioni, Bass Andre, Georgia Thorpe, Isabel Cassidy, coxed by Omar Al-Makadi. It is the crew near side of the picture, as would be predicted. Not having it all their own way though. Throwing in the Holly Dunford with Holly Dunford in the crew. That's a unique feeling, racing in the boat that bears your own name.
Yeah, I often think the toughest races you can get are when A and B crews go up against each other. You know the B crew isn't going to relent. They're not going to give you an easy ride just because you're ranked above them. And yeah, this A crew, they're going to be tested the whole way. But there you go, showing their class.
I think it'd be even harder because the B crew has absolutely nothing to lose. If they come off second best, they're in exactly the same position as they were before the race. If the A crew come off second best, that's a lot more to lose, right? The B crew will be willing to absolutely hang it all out there and put as much pressure as possible on these ladies.
Yeah, both of them looking really strong. Molesey are developing a really strong women's program. They've got some girls that have made it into the senior team this year, and some girls that will be looking to challenge under 23 level. Liv Cheesema, for example, in the bow seat of the A boat. She's had a really impressive season sculling. Her single sculling performances at trials have been phenomenal, and the rest of this crew join her and looking very impressive.
Yeah, under the leadership of Sam Tuck, he's doing a great job. Molesey in his second or third year as head coach there.
Yeah, I know he's been at Molesey a few years now, but I think he's recently taken over the head coach role, and yeah, he's clearly developing something special there. And I think we'll see some Molesey crews getting far, not just here, but in Henley Royal later this month.
Yes, I think this A crew's have a couple of little injections of talent for Henley Royal in the bridge, which would be very interesting to keep an eye on. Our colleague in commentary, Fergus Mainland's got him tipped as his pick for the bridge.
Does he? Okay, interesting.
It's a little bit of a very fast sweepstakes that we had last night, and before we'd really dug into everything, needed some quick decisions. So we'll see how those play out. But certainly, all four of these quarterfinals of the Ron Needs Cup that we've just seen come down, the winning crews have been absolutely class acts. Really, really impressive outfits, and yeah, I think the semi-finals are going to be an absolute barnstormer.
Yeah, definitely the races to watch tomorrow for sure.
So just over a length, about a length and a third in the end. Molesey A over Molesey B in our final quarterfinal of the Ron Needs Cup. And we'll move back to the other set of four heats of the junior women's quad for the Bay Langridge Trophy. And another race that I've got a keen eye on is another Australian crew, Canberra Girls Grammar, on the right-hand side of your picture on the Berkshire Station, the Buckinghamshire Station. We've got Kew House School Boat Club.
So I believe the Canberra crew were state and national champions, correct me if I'm wrong?
State champions, national champions, and won the Schoolgirl Head of the River in New South Wales. That was the criteria set to them by the school to be able to come over here.
Wow.
It was actually the criteria set to them last year as well, and they were undefeated up until the semi-final at the National Championships when they came unstuck and didn't win the final there. Lost to Kinross, who we'll see at Henley Royal Regatta. And so I had to put the trip on ice. another year.
Brutal.
And their head coach, Kaz Pipers, has been very stressed when we've seen her at those regattas this year, as she knows that every race has got a lot riding on it, and it's a big undertaking to bring a school crew over here because, well, national championships is at the end of March. Things need to be organised before then. But seems to be paying off here. 2/3 of a length to the crew: Sophie Frost, Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Isabel King. Hello to you if you are joining us from Australia. It is midnight at the moment in Canberra.
Good night.
And it will be much colder in Canberra than what it is here as the sun comes out here on the Henley stretch. And Canberra Girls Grammar break out to a neat boat length lead over Q House School Boat Club.
Yeah, these girls are looking like they've made this trip worth it so far. Very strong sculling there.
Yeah. So in Australia, we actually row coxed quads almost exclusively at schools.
Okay.
So they've rowed the coxed quad. All of those events that they won were in the coxed quad. The state championships and the national championships, they had a row in the Coxless quad. And they just didn't quite getting a grip on the water in that faster boat, just being a little bit more dynamic. It is really tough.
Yep.
And it took them a while to get used to it, but a whole winter now of training, and they look like they're a lot more comfortable in the Coxless boat, and doing quite well now to look like they're going to progress through to the quarterfinals. Q House School crew sitting in second, the Stern pair, Isis Thurnham and Ava Thurnham, sisters, with Ava in the stroke seat being a J16. Joined by Charlotte Taylor Aubrey. And don't have a first name, but last name Prest in, I think, the bow seat. It is looking to go the way of Canberra Girls Grammar in their first side-by-side hit out down the Henley stretch. A couple of warnings for the steering early on, but seem to have gotten that sorted out, because that's, of course, the other tricky thing about learning to row a Coxless quad is learning to steer.
Yeah, someone's got to take that foot. But both these crews have steered really impressively. Doesn't look like they've had one warning so far, and this Q houseboat aren't going away from Canberra. They're not having it all their own way.
Yeah, just staying within touch, just within striking distance. They did get a little bit close to the booms there, but corrected before we saw too much drama. With both crews leaving plenty of racing room between each other. I think we should be on for a pretty cracking race in the next race. We're seeing the inset Wycliffe and Marlowe. I'm not 100% sure if the Marlowe crew we saw earlier was the A or the B crew.
And there we see Canberra crossing the line. 2 or 3 lengths ahead of Q House, but a really good show of sculling from both those junior crews.
Yeah, I'd be very pleased with that. A lot more racing to go still in the junior quads as we move back down to the crews coming just past the spectators area, and we have Wycliffe and Marlowe rowing clubs. Wycliffe crew at the top of your picture there, who have clear water already out in front of the spectators area, where everyone is very much enjoying the sunshine now here in the afternoon.
Yep, so Wycliffe have won this event 2 years in a row, and have had a good start to this season as well, placing second at Nat Schools before first place at Met Regatta on the Saturday. So a programme that has had so much sculling success in recent years and looks to be continuing that this season. Marlow actually won the Nat Schools time trial. I believe the A crew did. Their B crew have also impressed this season. And they're, again, developing a really strong junior sculling program there as well.
Yes, this would be the B crew, the A crew that we saw earlier on. That looking to go up against Wycliffe. Wycliffe would maybe hope for some more diversity in their racing, but if they have to go up against two Marlow crews, I'm sure they won't flinch at the challenge, really taking this race in their stride, looking very relaxed and comfortable here in the quad. It's very easy in the quad to just a little bit too tense, and it makes it very, very difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, having raced in the quad so far this season, it is a different boat class to the other sculling crews. It comes at you a lot faster. And yeah, it's just all about staying relaxed and trying to get as much power down with the legs as you can.
Very fast, very dynamic, very enjoyable when you get it right.
Yeah.
Very unenjoyable when you don't get it right. So it can be a very frustrating but a very rewarding boat, hey?
Yeah, definitely can relate to that.
A bit of steering going on for Marlow. So at the moment, Wycliffe just getting to the point where they may be starting to send some wash down that will get stuck, or the oars of the Marlow crew, the stroke side oars, they just start to get caught up in that wash, that turbulent water. They won't get quite as much traction on their stroke side blades, and that'll compound the issue. They'll drift further towards the centre, so it certainly gets tricky at this point. Wycliffe really shutting the race down now.
Yeah, you can just see them striding out to a lower rate. Really looking really strong there.
27.
Nice and strong. And that Marlow crew, yeah, having to deal with not only Wycliffe's wash, but the wash from all those cruisers out on a nice Saturday afternoon. It's what makes Henley so unique, and racing between the booms a little more tricky.
Yep. Every other regatta, we can enjoy the calm, reasonably sterile conditions. Maybe with the exception of National Schools this year. But that's part of the appeal and the romance of Henley, is that it's not perfect, and it does take that little bit of extra skill. Next race coming at us now with another international entrant. Newport Aquatic Centre on the Berkshire Station, and on the Buckinghamshire Station, Sir William Perkins School. So Newport Aquatic Centre from the United States there, who all the crew info that we've got on them is they want to prove that Americans can scull.
I think that's Maidenhead. I think Newport in the next one.
Newport are in the next one.
Yeah, we've got Maidenhead and Headington here.
It's just getting hot in here.
Yeah, it's been a long day. So we see Headington there on the Buckinghamshire Station. Looking like they've taken a bit of a lead already. Only just, though.
Jess Wiggs, Alina Price, Palin Hanna and Olivia Nicholson in that leading combination, ahead of Maidenhead's Holly Harrand, Amy Steele, Rose Lozelle Daly and Rachel Robson. But still certainly all to play for here. It was very tight at the end of the island. Headington just looking a little bit more lively in their rhythm as they come through the barrier. And just broken out a little bit of clear water now. In the afternoon sun, 36 strokes a minute in the Headington boat. 38 in the Maidenhead boat. So a little bit more run per stroke, a little bit more value for money.
Yeah, you can really see there the surge on the bow. Some really tidy sculling here.
Fantastic pictures that we're getting on the live stream this year. It is absolutely unreal. It's a joy to commentate on. It makes our lives very easy.
It's a pleasure.
So we were just talking earlier about a little bit of wash and dirty water, and we saw it approaching from the drone, didn't we? And Headington taking it in their stride, as are Maidenhead.
Yeah. Maidenhead placed second in the second quad division at Nat Schools, and then sixth at Met Regatta Racing Senior Crews. So they've had some impressive racing this season, and really seem to be developing as it progresses. And I'm sure these girls will look to return next year as well.
This is the race that I started commentating a couple of minutes ago, but we'll rejoin it. And this will be the last of our heats in the junior quads. Two crews coming very close together. Newport Aquatic Centre on the Berkshire Station on the right-hand side of your picture, and Sir William Perkins School on the left-hand side of your picture. And a few warnings from the umpire there as Newport Aquatic Centre straying really a long way off their station there. It becomes very hard to correct, doesn't it, once you're in the wash?
Yeah, you don't want to overcorrect either.
Yeah.
But they look to be heading over to their side of the river now.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough start. Leaves them with a lot of work to do. And saying that, they've sat a length down throughout that entire steering, so the speed might be there if they can settle into their line. So William Perkins School, a very well experienced crew. They were second at Junior Sculling Head, sixth at National Schools, and third at the Met Regatta. Stroke seat gold for Great Britain at the Munich International Regatta this year, and a silver last year at the Junior World Championships in Canada in the Coxless fours, but here with two oars, it's not seeming to phase her. Newport really staying with them, so wanted to prove that Americans could scull, and I think they're doing it at this point because that is some tricky conditions. They've got a lot of wash to contend with there. They've had to do a lot of steering.
Yeah, so Newport actually made the semi-final at Henley Royal in the Prince Philip, which is the junior eights. But here, switching to sculling, they're giving a good showing for themselves. They've had some impressive results this season. They won the San Diego Crew Classic in the 8, but no doubt will be trying to transfer that with two blades, and I'm sure they have the fitness. It's just coping with this wash, coping with the steering, coping with the one-on-one racing in between the booms.
Yeah, so Newport, they'll be back in the Prince Philip this year. I think half of their crew possibly had some exams, something that I'd heard, and they could only get, that might not be 100% sure, but I think only 4 of them are here so far. That's a valid reason. And are here racing in the quad Henley Women's, and they'll get the 8 back together for Henley Royal.
This will be great experience for them nonetheless. Just racing between these booms, as much as you can do it is really important, and no doubt they'll set them up well for a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, I think especially this has not been an easy race for them. There's been a lot of things to deal with, from steering to wash to, and we haven't had the overhead shot back, but I think they've still been doing a lot of steering all the way down the course, and they are still in touch. So I think they've done a really good job here so far, and they're still within striking distance of Sir William Perkins on the right of your picture there, but it is such an advantage being able to get the look back on your crew, on your competition.
It is. It's so important once you're up to stay up and you can see the moves the other crews are making.
And the other advantage is you can see that Sir William Perkins have just come as close as they can to the right-hand side of their station. That just gives a little bit less room, doesn't it, for the Americans to go.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit more wash as well. But yeah, this Sir William Perkins School really showing their class. They've got such calibre in each of those seats, and really showing that it's working as a quad.
A look out from the bow seat there. So if they're going to mount a challenge in the closing stages, this will be the time to do it. They've got some slightly calmer water than they did in the early stages of this race, and William Perkins the advantage, but it's probably in the quad just a little bit too much ground to make up. As you said, fast-moving boat. It's hard to sprint, hey?
Yeah, once you're down, it's tricky to get back. You've really just got to stick with them. And yeah, this William Perkins score showing they are ones to watch later in this competition.
Yeah, I think just as well being, having all of that going on either side of you, and they've stayed really calm, just within themselves, within their own rhythm, and stayed on that speed. I think that's a really impressive row from Sir William Perkins.
Yeah, really composed, really mature.
So we'll move on in a little bit to back to the PR3 scullers in the Grosvenor Cup, but just waiting for our second sculler. We've got Rebecca Knight from Landolph Rowing Club, waiting on Miss Lee from Warrington Rowing Club to join her at the start. Momentarily in this third quarter-final of the Grosvenor Cup. Rebecca Knight from Landolph Rowing Club, or rather, Miss Lee from Warrington Rowing Club, just getting aligned on the stake boat. It's a little bit of a different process, isn't it, Becky, than a normal regatta, a bit more exposed.
Yeah, it's tricky getting aligned on the start. There's a lot of wash, a lot of obstacles to navigate, and it's important not to rush and get flustered, so you're tense off the start. Just taking your time to get aligned and attached to the stake boat.
A lot of noise as well. The start at a regatta centre, at most regatta centres, or some of the beautiful European lakes that you get to race World Cups on, kind of in the middle of the lake, or at a regatta centre will be 2 kilometres away from all the crowds, and it's so quiet and calm, and you can really be within your crew or within yourself, but you can just see how many people around there enjoying sights and sounds of the racing.
Yeah, these girls are right by the bank, right by the spectators, so there is a lot going on, and it can be tricky to keep your composure.
So Irma is another vision impaired athlete we had in the previous race. So you can see the launch following very closely there, who will give her a bit more guidance over a headset.
She is now attached, so it'll just be about tapping herself to get straight.
it's probably even harder with all of the sounds for a vision impaired athlete down at the start to find their way to getting aligned just based on audible instructions.
Yeah, I have no doubt it's tricky.
It is fantastic to have the para events here at Henley Women's. I think, especially for some para rowers, it was a very unique challenge, and para rowing booming worldwide. And I don't need to sing the praises of Team GB and their success in para rowing over the last, well, pretty much since its inception.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant, and I think GB have shown how strong they are on an international stage. It's about developing it on a domestic stage now, and the more events that put on para rowing, the more important it's going to be for the next generation to develop. It's fantastic that Henley Women's have a PR3 category, and I think it would be great to see more events in the future doing the same.
Yeah, because it's all well and good to have, you know, a fantastic talent ID team and be able to find your next Paralympians, but to have a few other events to aim for is really, really important, and there's absolutely no doubt that racing at Henley Women's is going to be on the radar of many, many aspiring para athletes, and almost double the entries, or more than double the entries in this event to what we had here last year.
Exactly, it's fantastic, and no doubt so many of them have been inspired by the success of the para rowing in Paris last summer, to get 3 golds, and a silver was incredible. And yeah, these athletes could be the next generation.
Fairly unique view that we get, having the drone right over the start. Normally we've got racers coming at us thick and fast, but we're able to follow just about every stroke of this one. So what we can't see from here, we can see it from here. We've got the two orange pylons that you line up the circle on the rear pylon with the center of the V on the near pylon, and that will ensure you a straight line down the course.
And now we see they're off. So we've got Rebecca Knight on the Buckinghamshire station against Amar Slee on the Berkshire station. Rebecca races for Llandaff, came second last year at Henley Women's before winning home international for Wales just a few weeks later. And I'm sure she'll be determined to get the win at Henley Women's this year. Recently won Monmouth Regatta, so looks to be in good form as well.
Yeah, so rowing since 2021 is Rebecca Knight, and various competed for Wales at the Home International Regatta. Very experienced sculler.
Amar Slee has only been rowing 2 years, so impressive that she's racing here today for Warrington. She placed first, I believe, in the sixth form category at Brick, PR3 event at Brick, which is so impressive. And then also raced at the Interregional Northwest, for the Northwest at the Interregional Regatta recently. So that's going to be an important race experience.
Yeah, and part of the Warrington program, she'll be more than happy to jumps in a double or a quad with any of the girls or the boys in that program, which I think especially for a vision impaired athlete, where getting out in the single, there's a little bit more that goes into that, with having to have the guidance of the launch so close by. So being able to jump in a quad, in a double, where you can develop a bit of boat feel alongside some others, be a very, very valuable experience. And I know that we're starting to see in Australia, we're starting to see a few, and we've seen a few today already, more and more student age para athletes who are able to develop in the same way that we all did in our clubs and schools as juniors, but then have this platform to really excel in their own space in the small boats, and then eventually in para crew boats as well, which is fantastic to see. And I know in Australia we've seen a few athletes come out of school programs that, being a young 18-year-old in the para category, has really taken a few established members of the Australian para community by surprise, and have had some great racing in that category. Maybe a little bit more work to do before we're up there giving GB a run for their money in the mix 4, but maybe sometime soon.
Yeah, I think the more competitive we can have those categories across the world, the better it's going to be. And I know that para 4 definitely wants to be pushed on and challenged. So yeah, I'm sure Australia will be ones to watch, and if not this season, and the seasons to come.
Yep. Hopefully.
And these girls, no doubt, will one day be hoping to break into that para team.
Yeah, so Emma has said that is her goal. She really wants to run at the Paralympics one day. And no doubt Rebecca Knight there will have similar aspirations. So if you are just joining us and didn't catch the first few quarterfinals of this event, the PR3 category does encompass various different disabilities, whether it be, we see quite a few vision impaired athletes as we have here. We see a lot of people with sort of muscular impairments, that deteriorating sort of muscular conditions. We see one of the most common ones, especially that we're sort of on the lookout for para rowers, is with mobility impairments that you may never have considered that it could possibly lead to you rowing at a Paralympics. But if that old rugby injury from when you're in primary school that just limits you doing certain things, but there's never really been an issue for rowing, so you haven't thought about it, maybe have a bit of a look and do a little bit of digging. And it's a lot of those injuries and those little things that it can lead to getting a para classification and having that opportunity to compete on the world stage.
Rebecca Knight looking really strong here as she comes towards the finish. Rebecca has a neuromuscular disease called Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease, which causes a loss of strength and sensation below the knees and the elbows. So really impressive that she's able to row so impressively despite that impairment. And yeah, she looks to be sculling brilliantly today, coping with the wash really well from all the cruisers going past. Looks to have settled down now at a low rate, no doubt trying to conserve her energy for the semi-final and hopefully the final tomorrow.
It's can be one of the most impressive things about para rowing. It's just that there's disabilities that might have an effect every day in your life, and they can make the rowing stroke just look like they've got, not a worry in the world, and I think that's obviously quite powerful for them as well. So great to see PR3 category here at Henley Women's, and a good win for Rebecca Knight, and the final quarterfinal for the Grosvenor Cup well and truly underway with on the Berkshire Station Rob Roy Boat Club represented by Amalia Sangiovanni Vincentelli, and Tribesman Rowing Club from Ireland Ella Keady on the Buckinghamshire Station, who is just trailing at the moment. You can see on the screen there with Rob Roy sculler Amalia showing a clean set of heels in the early stages of this race. Recently won gold in the junior interregional regatta in her category. No doubt designs on repeating that performance here at Henley Women's. Dominant start. Ella Keady from Ireland, the bottom of your picture, who just 16 years of age, from Galway in the west of Ireland, coached by Siobhan McCrohan and Cherry Griffin, all the way over here from Ireland, which just kind of shows the draw of having a PR3 event here at Henley, the allure of a race down the Henley stretch.
Yep, such a prestigious stretch, and it's great to see so many clubs that have come from far and wide, but even better to see them in this PR3 event, and really shows just how important it is to have these para events available.
So pretty decisive lead there for Amalia Sangiovanni Vincentelli from Rob Roy Boat Club. So we right on board there with Ella Keady. Moving back to our junior racing up next. We'll kicking off the heats in the Cox Fours for the Groton School Challenge Cup. Sponsored by Hud Associates Limited. Looks like we're kicking off these heats with a fantastic race on the Berkshire Station Hinksey Sculling School and international entrant Grenade Mercy Academy High School crew all the way over from Pennsylvania in the USA. So it's currently riding on board there with a combination of Claire Van Martin, Tessa Naldzin, Noor Abashadi, Catherine Gottner, and their Cox Lania Graben.
I was lucky enough to have lunch with these girls the other day.
Yep.
They're an absolute delight. Their coaches were lovely as well, and I believe they had a championship pair racing. But this is the first time they've come over for Henley. They're on a bit of a winning streak, having won their City Championship, SRAA Nat Champs, and aiming to continue that streak here. Relatively new program, only established in 2018. So really impressive that they've already made it over to Henley, and I guess it's the trip of the lifetime for these girls at the moment. They look to be having so much fun.
Yeah, what a great opportunity over here from the US. Very different to the racing over there. Currently trailing just half a length to Hinksey. That's Sophie Fletcher, Alice Pearson, Tilly Campbell-Reid, Bea Peters, and Joel Drake, the coxswain. You can see just his head poking up there. He would have just lost sight of the girls from Gwynedd. So I mentioned earlier that it's pretty difficult for a sprint finish in the quad, but the Coxed Fours, it's a bit of a different story, hey Becky?
Yeah, Cox Fours, nicknamed Deadlift Chariot. They're going to be heavy boats, so it's important to stay in touch because getting them up to speed is tough. But both these crews will be experienced in this boat category, and will no doubt be ready for a sprint finish should it come to it. But wow, really close racing, and you can see that Hinksey School have just needed to correct their steering slightly, having been warned by the umpire they were coming into the middle. Gwynedd looked to be steering a nice straight line, and that could work in their advantage. No steering corrections means no loss of speed, and they can really just focus on getting that power down in a straight line.
Yeah, not only is it extra distance to row, every time that rudder goes on, it just slows the boat down. And as you said, such a heavy boat class, the Cox 4, and it's a whole lot more energy to replace that lost speed every time that the rudder goes on. But in saying that, in a slower boat, there's a little bit more room to move in terms of getting the boat up and moving for a sprint finish. So interesting to see how this progresses here. The Americans were about half a length down as they came past the spectators area, and now going absolutely stroke for stroke with Hinksey Sculling School, who've moved back onto their station, look to have found a nice little mid-race rhythm here in their attempt to claw back the lead.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this angle quite how close they are, but looks still to be a tight tussle as they approach the final few hundred meters.
Yeah, there's the Cox of the Gwynedd Mercy crew, Eliana Graben, just banging the side of the boat, urging her crew on here. So I think they're just down now with Hinksey maybe just in front. I'll make that call, but I could possibly be completely out to lunch. It's very, very difficult until they're right in front of us. They are absolutely bow ball to bow ball with Hinksey just a canvas in front. So the Americans still within touching distance. Hinksey will take the lead half a length up on Gwynedd Mercy.
That was a brilliant race from both those crews. Really good job from Hinksey getting the win. But really impressive from Gwynedd as well.
I think if you're going to come all the way over here and only have one race, a race like that has got to be the one.
Yeah,
but,
they've made it worth it.
Yeah, for sure. So the next heat for the Groton Challenge School Cup, we've got Henley Rowing Club, you can see on the picture there, and Wallingford Rowing Club on the far side of the Buckinghamshire Station. Henley's Evelyn Meeks, Molly Hall, Jemima Butterworth, Nicolette Pagden, and Elise Pandora. You can just see just ahead poking out the Cox's seat. They're currently leading Wallingford Rowing Club's Martha Hudson, Matilda Phillips, Elsie Sumner, Oriella Alcantara, and Charlotte Hull Coxon. Henley Rowing Club doing a great job at the moment leading this race.
I believe all these girls in the Henley boat are previous Henley women's winners. Their bow 3 won the Nina Padwick Trophy, which is the junior quads last year, and their stroke seat, Evelyn Meeks, won it in 2023. So all of these girls know this course so well, especially training on it every day, know this competition very well, and will no doubt be wanting to add the Groton School Challenge Cup to their already impressive honours list.
Yeah, Bow3 third at national schools in this event, so crew that's experienced with each other and obviously very experienced on this stretch. And as he said, certainly be ones to watch as we get to the pointy end of racing tomorrow afternoon. But a few more rounds to go. There'll be one more this afternoon and 2 tomorrow in this event.
You can see here Henley taking it down in the rate. They've got a great vantage point. The girls sitting there can see how far ahead they are. They're feeding that back to their Cox, Elise Pandora, and she'll be calling them down bit by bit. But this Wallingford crew not giving up. Their Cox, Charlotte Hull, can see how close they are, and will really be urging her crew to make up that gap.
Yeah, it can be tough in the bow-loaded boats, especially at Henley, that once you're ahead, it's very, very difficult. You can't really turn around and have a look, can you? So there's a little bit of harmony required between Cox and crew. The crew will have to feed that information back to the Cox. Otherwise, the Cox might get a little bit overzealous and call a sprint finish when they actually can maybe just cool their jets and relax, as Henley Rowing Club are doing. So they are safely through to the next round as they beat the crew from Wallingford Rowing Club. Another heat of the Groton School Challenge Cup. Wycliffe up against Headington. Wycliffe in the white and purple. You can see on your screen there, it's the crew of Orla McAvoy, Lusty, Bella McDonald, Georgina Joy, Elisa Whitehead, coxed by Flo Smalley, and panning across to Headington in the blue with Chloe Sun, Kate Gardner, Rosie Zavos and Amelia Linton, Cox, Reston, Florence. We can just make out the name of the boat, the Wreck, R-E-C-K, which is the first letters of the names of the crew, Rosie, Amelia, Chloe and Kate, which continuing on, some great boat names from Headington. Becky, have you seen the name of their first 8 boat?
I haven't. Please inform me of that.
The Lads.
Oh.
I saw it this morning.
Very inventive.
One of my favourite boat names I've ever seen, I think.
Well, I look forward to seeing that out there.
Yeah, very, very strong in the 8s, Headington. Possibly be an axe to grind after national schools, and that's going to be an event very hotly contested here at Henley Women's, very hotly contested at Henley Royal. Headington were very quick at School's Head earlier in the season. But at the moment in this race, crew from Wycliffe, who are looking very hard to beat in this event. Georgina Joy in the stroke seats. It's her 4th Henley Women's. Raced at England in the home international regatta in the double and in the quad last year. Bella McDonald in the 3-seat. I think first picked up a sweep blade just in March. Learned to row at Bradford Grammar School. Ailsa Whitehead in the 2-seat, competed for Wales at home international last year. McAvoy Lusty in the bow seat, competed for GB in the J16 GB in France match in 2024. And be racing for Team Ireland at the Coupe this year. And delighted with a win there in their heat for the Groton School Challenge Cup ahead of Headington School. It's the penultimate heat of this event. Just one more remaining. Which is well and truly underway. Surbiton High School on the Berkshire Station and on the Buckinghamshire Station. Newport Aquatic Centre from the USA. Half of their 8. They'll be competing in the Prince Philip. So I was wrong earlier when I said that half of the crew couldn't be over here in time.
They are here.
They are here. They're
split up.
they're in the Cox Fours. I'm not sure where I got that from.
This Surbiton crew, coxed by Hannah Jacobs. She won gold in the under-19 8 last summer at the World Championships. So a real stellar cox there. And looks to be coxing her crew to a solid lead at the moment. I believe this event was cancelled at the Nat Schools due to weather on the Sunday. So these girls didn't get to race there, but won the Wallingford Junior Coxless Fours back in May now, and placed 5th in the event at Poplar Regatta. So they've had a few outings this season, and will look to progress as far as they can this weekend.
Yeah, Newport on the far side there, some way back, just struggling a little bit. Wonder if we maybe missed something, some steering. I would just expect them to be a little bit more up in there, given the quality of this crew. They were silver in the 8 at the American Youth Nationals, I think just last week, Youth Nationals.
Yeah, not long ago. I think it shows the importance of the smaller boats. They're a bit more unforgiving in terms of boat feel.
And as you said, the Cox
the
Four is
wash.
so unique.
Yeah, exactly. So no doubt these girls are probably more used to the 8, but yeah, a very unique event, the Cox 4.
And they won't have trained
used to it.
Very unlikely to have trained it straight out of the 8. Well, straight out of the 8 at Youth Nationals onto the plane over here into a borrowed boat. There is a lot to contend with.
It's tough.
So truly trial by fire for Newport Aquatic Centre.
And this Surbiton crew taking the win there in the heat, and they'll be on to the quarterfinals.
Sticking with the juniors, but moving from the 4s to the 8s. First heat of the Peabody Cup on the Berkshire Station, St Paul's Girls' School, and on the Buckinghamshire Station, Lady Eleanor Holds Boat Club, who taken about half a length for the end of the island. So great start, Lady Eleanor. Three J17s in this Lady Eleanor crew. 3 and 6 J18s. Came 4th in the time trial at National Schools Regatta. Very classy combination there. Almost a boat length lead at the end of the island over St Paul's Girls' School. With J15s, Lena and Una were winners in the J15s at National Schools. And the rest of the crew, bronze medalists in the J16s at National Schools. So a very young crew from St Paul's Girls' School there. And it's been a very valuable experience for them as they build in the coming years.
Yeah, you can just see LEH inching away there. I believe they came 6th in the final at Nat Schools. no doubt affected by the weather there. So we'll want to give a really good showing this weekend. What they can do with a bit less wind, although dealing with a lot more wash here. And they also had an outing at Poplar Regatta where they placed second. So some good experiences and good lessons learned, I'm sure, this season. And they'll be looking to take it as far as they can this weekend.
Yeah, truly tough conditions at national schools, and I'm sure there's more than a few schools who'll be looking to Henley as a chance for redemption after some fairly surprising results at that regatta.
Yeah, I think it threw up a few surprises.
Great day for Shiplake, though.
Very impressive from Shiplake, and we'll be seeing them in the next race.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. I think a lot of pressure to hold now as the hunted going into Henley. We'll see them coming up soon.
Yeah, is it tougher to be the hunter or to be the hunted? I'm not sure.
You can probably speak to that a fair bit. You were definitely the hunter last year in the double.
Yeah, I suppose I can actually. Yeah, I guess if you go into an event with no one having any expectations on you, no one in the outside world really knowing what you're capable of, then you're able to spring a surprise, and yeah, there's no pressure, so you can go as far as you can. It's maybe a lot more fun as well.
Yeah. Less pressure.
Yeah.
Get a bit more attention when you surprise everyone. Everyone goes, hang on, we need to figure out what just happened.
I think I needed to work out what just happened.
Lovely afternoon here at Henley Women's. Sun coming out, fly over. Very, very British. This first heat still progressing. Lady Eleanor with a commanding lead at this stage over St Paul's Girls' School, who, such a young crew, be very pleased to be qualified through to this event, and I think it'll be one to watch going forward, building the next couple of years.
Yeah, they look really strong there as they're coming up to the finishing line. They've let the rate go down a little bit, but still fairly high. But look to be really sticking on that blade work. And they'll be on to the quarterfinals.
Yep, first quarter-final berth booked in the Peabody Cup. A few more heats to come. We're very much looking forward to seeing Shiplake crew out in action in the next race. So on the Buckinghamshire Station, Shiplake College, freshly crowned national schools champions, as we just mentioned. On the Berkshire Station will be Bedford Girls' School. Right. So Shiplake on the screens now. The local school. As we said, maybe a little bit of extra pressure coming into this week, but not seeming to phase them in the opening exchanges here.
Yep, so these girls were winners in that schools. Also won schools head. So really are the crew to beat this season. And they'll be familiar with this stretch. I'm sure they'll have done quite a few training sessions, if not training camps, on this stretch of river over the last few months, this season. And we'll know what it's like racing between these booms.
certainly not letting off, despite be relatively comfortable in saying that they have the victory at this point. We can hear the Cox still urging them on as they come past our position in the background, and just using this as a little bit of a race rehearsal, maybe starting to wind things down a little bit now.
Yeah, this will be a test for the crew to see how much power, how much length they can keep whilst they bring the rate down. Keep that boat speed high, despite not quite being at race rate. And conserving as much energy as they can for the later rounds. Looking really loose, really relaxed. The Bedford Girls' School of Ellie Mullen, Lily Sonsiona, Cara Facure, Rosalind Palmer, Zena Breed, Rosemary McGregor, Eva Blake, Isabella Moretto, and Cox by Molly Folbig. This will undoubtedly be a really valuable race experience for them.
Yeah, tough to come up against national schools champions in the first round.
Yeah,
but
tough draw.
As we said, can't control the draw. And yeah, certainly a learning experience for Bedford, and looking to bring some of that experience back next year, hopefully. Our next race is underway, just emerging from the shadows of the island. Manual School Boat Club and Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers on the Buckinghamshire station on the far side of the picture there. Manual School on the near side. We're following along with there Chloe Del Serra, Jolie Packman, Keeza Foster, Emma Podgy, Eliza Wallace, Romilly Hudson, Amelia Cousins, Imogen Monk, Cox by Erin Dovey, who are currently trailing Tideway Scullers. Tamina Beacock, Talia Wires, Larissa Hainlin, Kate Cahalan, Alex Padgham, Lottie Everett, Georgia Marshall-Say, and Edie Dransfield, coxed by Thea Gross. So correct me if I'm wrong, Becky, but this wouldn't be Tideway's top boat, correct? The top boat, the quad here?
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think the history they have in the quad is impressive, so they might be aiming for a result in that again.
Yeah, I know their quad has scratched from this weekend with
Okay.
a couple of niggles and just I think with a couple of niggles and the heat, they wanted to maybe just keep their powder dry ahead of the Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal.
Sensible.
But this 8 will be a great run out here in the first round of the Peabody Cup.
Yeah, they've got a Cox 4 coming up in a bit as well, so they've got a really got some strength and depth in their sweep squad, Scholars. And we've got written down here that they hope to go fast. So it seems like they're showing that at the moment. Looking strong. Looking relaxed as well. And for these juniors, it will be really important how they handle the heat this weekend. I doubt they've had so much experience of racing in such hot temperatures and back-to-back racing as well, so it will be managing that as they go through the rounds, trying not to expend extra bits of energy, trying to stay in the shade, drink as much fluid as they can, keep cool in the warm-up.
Yeah, potentially 4 1,500 metre races and a time trial.
That's tough.
If you're through to the finals, it is a big weekend of racing.
It is big. And yeah, it'll be interesting who gets to the final and who's managed that. You can see there the Scullers are wearing, some of them are wearing Felipe hats, which I'm a fan of, being a member of the Felipe family. Good to see they've made it over here. Raimondo will be proud.
In your experience racing in the summer and racing here, is there anything that's really made a big difference to that multiple races, keeping cool?
Yeah, I think it's consuming as much fluid as you can. Once you get off, it's important. Just get it down you. Keep drinking in the evening, in the morning when you wake up, and having done training camps in hot weather and stuff, it's just finding ways to keep cool, whether that's like a cooling towel, just dipping your top in the water so it's on your shoulders in the warm up and stuff. Finding all those little things will help, and not being silly when you're not racing, staying out the sun, all that.
I think that's one of the biggest ones in between the racing.
Yeah,
it definitely is with the boys that I coach. Even when it's 38 degrees at a regatta, you know, maybe just have a sit down.
I mean, yeah, you probably know far better than me what it's like being out in the sun.
Look,
this is a rarity.
Yeah, I've had to restrain myself most of the weekend because I think this is beautiful weather, but it is a little bit warm, particularly in our little commentary tent. So Tideway Scullers securing their spot in the next quarterfinal as we move on to the next heat of the Peabody Cup. Henley Rowing Club, I've seen a few crews already down this afternoon, and St Edward's School on the right hand side of your picture. St Edward's School crew in the blue. Anna Teresa Hosenbrock, Isabel Johnson, Poppy Latrell Hunt, Isabel Jeffries, Allegra Jossa, Darcy Murphy, Emily Orpin, Emma Sullivan and their Cox, Zachy Beer, who currently have the ascendancy by some margin. A couple of 100 metres into this race, so Teddy's controlling things early on over Henley Rowing Club. Grace Haldane, Ella Butler, Emma Floyd, Molly Hall, Holly Jackson, Sophie Floyd, Daisy Millard, Isabel Hughes and Elise Pandora, the Cox. We're told to look out for St Edward's girls that are all wearing matching earrings.
Oh, lovely. Very smart.
Indeed they are. We can check. Fantastic coverage that we've got at Henley Women's Regatta this year.
So this crew placed third at Nat Schools, second at Schools Head, and they made the semi last year at Henley Women's in the Peabody Cup. So we'll no doubt be aiming to go one step further this year and make the final. And you can see that they've already taken the rate down, now over halfway, and just look to be using that to conserve their energy.
So that's one of the other things with managing these multiple races is not, some of it's within your control, some of it's not. You don't want to really be doing 5 flat out 1500 metres, do you? You want to be doing a couple of 500s with a paddle, don't you?
Yeah, if you can avoid it, definitely. Trying not to race it the whole way. And I guess that's an advantage in Cox's crews. Their coach will have spoken to the Cox and told them when he wants them to bring the rate down, should they be up. And you can see their Teddies have responded to that.
Really like the way that this Teddy's crew are rowing. It's obviously a little bit better at the lower rate, but very still around the finish. Just using the hip swing to extract the blade from the water, let the hands move. Very, very enjoyable to watch. Interesting to see how they progress through what is going to be a very, very competitive event. But with conserving the energy down the course, certainly setting themselves up well for success later on. First this afternoon.
Definitely.
It's a long day when your first race is at 4:30 and have to go again in a couple of hours.
Yeah, it's a tight turnaround and a long time to wait to get going.
I might be wrong. Quarterfinals tomorrow.
Okay. So they can go chill now.
But still 3 races tomorrow potentially if
Wow.
you're in the final. It's
Gonna go rest up.
yeah.
It's a great job from Teddy's there. And we can see Henley. Oh, KGS. Just crossing the line.
Moving back from the 8s to the 4s now.
This is KGS versus another crew from Tideway Sculls in the Groton School Challenge Cup.
Some good racing already this afternoon in this event. Moment, Kingston Grammar School. Anne Thevenon, Amy Fraser, Philippa Ivory, Sophie Kelly, Georgia Land, the coxswain, currently have the ascendancy over the girls from Tideway Sculls School, India Hale, Matilda Reniger, Etta Skeets, Katarina Vickers and Isabella Pagadala, the coxswain. The Kingston girls on the Jim Mason's plate for girls coxed 4s at national schools. So certainly one of the favourites for this event. Amy Fraser rode for England, the 2024 home regatta. Amy, as well as Anne, were finalists in this event last year, so looking to go one step better in their quest for the Groton School Challenge Cup, and currently putting themselves in a pretty handy position to do so as they lead Tideway Sculls 2/3 of the way through the race here in the junior coxed 4s.
Coached by Bethan Thomas, who herself is a winner at Henley Women's in both the Champ Double and the Champ Coxless 4s. So no doubt this Bethan has passed her knowledge and experience on to her crew. And they look strong as they approach the 3/4 mile mark.
Yeah, certainly. Should just be handling the water a little bit better than the Tideway crew.
Tideway crew of India Hale, Matilda Reiniger, Etta Skeets, Katarina Vickers, and Cox by Isabella Pagadala.
Got our next race starting to get underway, coming through Temple Island with St Andrew Boat Club and Marlow Rowing Club. Marlow on the left-hand side of your picture in that inset on the bottom right. St Andrew on the right-hand side of the picture. Marlow, I've already seen with a very strong Coxless quad earlier this afternoon. 2 very strong Coxless quads, but just one progressing through to the semi-finals of that event.
So this Marlow crew were 4th at Nat Schools, but won the time trial. So they'll probably be aiming to show that they were capable of winning the event overall. And look like they've had a strong start so far.
St Andrew really throwing it at them though. They're not going to be content with settling for second best this early in the race. To have made a little bit of a push now. Stroke seat in the Marlow crew there. It's Libby Frampton just looking out to her right, checking on her competition. So Marlow to have conceded about half a length there to St Andrew. So a good push in the middle of the race from St Andrew Boat Club. As we said earlier, these Coxed 4s, the heavier boat, the slower boat, a couple of % change in speed is worth a lot, and it is a little bit easier to change the speed of these boats and to get them up and moving. It's not easier, it's harder because they're heavier, but there's a little bit more room to to improve the boat speed, and so we often see some fantastic sprint finishes. Very heavy boat to row, but a rhythmic one.
Yeah, this St Andrews Andrew crew is actually a composite with Clydesdale Rowing Club and Glasgow University. So I often think it's very impressive when composite crews make it through the rounds. They won't have had as long together as a crew just from one club, and it'll be about making that time count. How fast can they gel? How fast can they get used to each other's rowing styles? But this Scottish crew, they look like they're having a real go at it and could be gaining ground back on Marlow now.
There's been a few Scottish composite crews this regatta. We had one of the quads that didn't make it through to the rounds, and we had one earlier today that I was on the launch for their race in the Club 4s, who went up against a very, very strong Leander crew. But I thought were very impressive, particularly in the first half of the race. These guys being very impressive in the middle of the race, having just made up some of that early margin that Marlow took. See Marlow, that really distinctive sit back, keep the arms straight and long for a nice long time, and really good at just moving back together. I'm really impressed that that whole program has really adapted that model. It's quite distinctive.
Yeah, you can see Marlow across the board, across their squads. You can see that style. And it's really great to see it actually across all the boat types as well. Makes it easier to switch between crews, hop in and out.
Yeah, particularly when they're racing quads and Cox 4s, and there's probably a little bit to think about with the coaches of where they're prioritising crews and moving things around in the early stages of the season, and having that flexibility is so valuable.
Yeah, so important.
It looks like it's paid some dividend. We've seen the push, seen the danger from the Scottish composite crew, and just moved, I think, out of striking distance now, opened up some clear water. Marlow having to race this pretty much all the way, which will certainly take something out of the legs here in their quest for the Groton School Challenge Cup.
Yeah, they've been pushed hard here.
I think they've been pushed hard right at the point where they would have liked to have started to relax.
Yeah.
They're sort of about halfway into the race, we want to start to think about shutting things down, and they had to wind it up and be done with the challenge. You can see they've done a really good job of it. They've opened up a significant amount of clear water just in that last couple hundred metres.
And a great job from the Scottish composite there. They should be really proud of how hard that they made that race for Marlow.
Yeah, and they've made it hard in a really mature way. They haven't just flown out of the blocks. They've timed it really well in the middle of the race. Moving down to the next heat in the Cox 4s. Nottingham and Union Rowing Club against Putney High School Boat Club. On the right-hand side of your picture there. So on the left on the Berkshire Station. Mary Waller, Amy Page, Ella Hardman, Phoebe Forward, Cox, Sophie Coleman currently leading this race quite decisively. Riding on board there, the girls from Putney High School in the purple, Mia Costello, Mia Chaichain, Katya Bailey, Sophia Steed, and their Cox, Jayana Ramji.
Both these crews look like they're dealing with the wash from various launches and various cruisers that are out this afternoon. Dealing with it well so far, and seem to be steering some strong lines as well.
Yep, as the sun comes out, so do the pleasure craft. It is notably busy out there than it was yesterday.
Yeah. Saturday afternoon in Henley.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't get much busier. Oh, and having a bit of an encounter with some geese there. The Nottingham crew that seem to have coped with that okay.
Yeah, these geese, they've been busy today. It's
Get in the
not
way.
the first time. I'm sure it will not be the last at this regatta that we see the geese have a bearing on our racing. So, girls from Nottingham having it their way at the moment. Let's see there, Cox, Sophie Coleman, her head just poking up there, still urging the girls on. So maybe she doesn't quite know where they're at the moment. But, they are in a very comfortable position. The race before, Marlow Rowing Club, very comfortable victory. Having a look around at multiple races on my screen and multiple races on my computer at the same time. That is the next race.
So this one is, we've got Blair Academy from the USA versus the Glasgow Academy. So Glasgow on the Buckinghamshire station, and Blair Academy, we see them here now on the Berkshire station.
This Blair Academy crew, very well credentialed indeed, as you would expect, coming over from all the way from the USA. Emily Tierney, strike seat, world champion in the women's 8 at last year's Junior World Championships. And competed the year before at the Junior World Championships in Paris as well. Leading her crew on. Glasgow Academy there in the purple. Emily Orr, Iris Barr, Ruby Foss, Sophie Swanson and Leo Hayashi at Cox. And they won the J16 Cox 4 at the British Junior Championships last year.
Yeah, last
so,
year.
Much younger crew coming up against this very well credentialed American outfit. And, the full list, the full crew: Sophia Shah, Jaratu, Riley Baczynski, Emily Tierney, and their Cox Chandler Wildrick. That's who we can see urging the crew on there. That mistakenly identified in the as the previous race was coming down. It's starting to heat up in the commentary box. Getting a little bit loopy this afternoon, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, this Blair Academy school, they placed 5th at the recent US Youth Nationals, and that was off the back of a gold at the Garden States in this Cox 4, and a silver at the Cooper Cup, as well as winning their conference championship. So it seems like they've had a very successful season so far. And what an opportunity for them to come over to Henley. I'm sure it's all this crew's first time here, and they look to be handling it well, coping with the booms well, coping with the wash well, and there we see them cross the line comfortably ahead of Glasgow, who themselves had a strong race.
So here's a crew that I've been really keen to get a look at this regatta. So back to the heats of the Peabody Cup, Headington School, the right hand side of your picture up against Royal Shrewsbury on the Buck Station. And as would be expected from the reigning champions in this event, rowing in the boat that bears the name The Lads.
I see it now. What a name.
What a name. What a name. So, girls from Headington, who are the reigning champions in this event, who are well known for peaking just at the right time for Henley. Couldn't quite make it happen at the National Schools Regatta that great day for Shiplake and Headington, who are been very, very successful in recent years on these waters. The only school to have won the Prince Philip twice, I believe.
I believe so, yeah. They've performed very well at Henley Royal in recent years, and like you said, defending champions at Henley Women's. They want to make up for that loss at Nat Schools, and it seems like they always come good between the booms. So I'm sure they'll be looking to build through the rounds. Looking very comfortable here.
Another program with a very distinctive style, how they move the hands out of the back together.
Yeah, really nice, and just floating up into the front, not rushing into the catch. Moving with the boat, which is really, really good to see.
It's the girls from Royal Shrewsbury School Boat Club on the picture there. It's the crew of Paula Unterhauser, Katie Jutsam, Daniela Olgenlei, Emily Butcher, Violet Heinz, Isabel Turner, Isabel Torrey, Annalie Fahrenholt, and their cox Cara Hundemark, who have drawn a very high calibre of competition in the first round. No doubt will be enjoying their trip down the Henley course this beautiful Saturday afternoon. And this Headington crew looking very, very comfortable indeed. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how these eights progress tomorrow.
Yeah, I have no doubt that there's going to be some tight racing in those semis and the final, and maybe even the quarterfinals. There's such strength and depth in women's junior eights in this country now, which is so exciting to see.
Yeah, so back home we had probably the best schoolgirl rowing season I can ever remember, and just it feels similar now as we're starting to build towards this, and really intrigued to see how these girls go in the Peabody Cup and then also in the Prince Philip. A couple of weeks' time. It's third heat, second heat, where we're up to in the Peabody Cup underway. Godolphin and Latimer on Berkshire Station, who have jumped out to an early race lead over Wimbledon High School Boat Club on the Berkshire Station. Yeah, Godolphin and Latimer girls in the black and red zoot suits. Alice Kenny, Jessica Palmer, Maria Plantaget, Chloe Stefani, Olivia Isla Pujol, Maya Massaro, Hannah Corcoran, Lara Bone, coxed by Olivia Wilson, who currently have the ascendancy in this heat, head of Wimbledon High School's Lucy Stowe, Elodie Levesque, Scarlett Parker, Iris Fisher, Mia Paladoro, Imogen Lavat, Mia Blythe, Esme Raymond, and their cox Eleanor Harrison. Godolphin and Latimer still really attacking this race. Just coming a little bit unstuck there. You can see really good example of how the water, it's not a sanitised 6-lane race course, is it?
It's definitely not, no. You've got a lot more to contend with at Henley. You can see that crews in the background there, just creating some wash for these crews. And then you've got these geese that seem to be getting in the way. Launches going past. There's a lot going on. And it's really impressive that these junior girls are keeping their heads. And I always think it's impressive, the Coxes as well. They've got such a job to do, keeping these boats straight, dealing with wash that's going to throw them off, and executing their race plan.
Yeah, it is certainly a lot to bear on young shoulders. There's a lot to be thinking about as a Cox, particularly in these early rounds when you might have to manage the girls a bit and try and conserve some energy. So you got that to think about. What's the other crew doing? When do I need to tell them that I can see some wash coming? There's gaps in the booms that will, I think we're approaching one shortly. That just let a little bit more wash through. It definitely helps if the Cox tells you that those are coming. So Godolphin and Latimer not letting off the gas just yet. Not letting off the gas at all, in fact, in the closing stages there, but a comfortable win nonetheless in their heat of the Peabody Cup. The next heat well and truly underway, approaching the spectators area. Latimer Upper School on the Berkshire Station at the top of your picture, with the blue decks on their shell, and King's School Chester at the bottom of your picture, with Latimer Upper just getting that all-important clear water between their stern and the bow ball of King's Chester. At this point, this is where I feel like this is what makes Henley really difficult, when you're behind, can't see your opponent. Take us through that. How does it feel? You're probably a little bit more experienced with how it feels to be looking back.
No, I've been down in races as well, and it's just really important to keep your head. Like the Henley stretch is a long stretch. There is time to make up ground, and it's important just to stick to the plan, keep executing it, keep doing those pushes that your Cox either tells you to do, or if you're in a Coxless crew, your 3-seat or your bow seat tell you to do. And just keeping your head, keeping your cool. It's up to the Cox to know where you are, or up to whoever that designated person is in your boat to read the race. And all the rest of the crew needs to do is respond to those calls and keep their eyes in the boat. And you can see here, Latimer Upper, they can see where their opponents are. So you can keep striding away. And King's Chester, it's just up to those girls to keep pushing as hard as they can. Anything can happen between these booms. We've seen clashes, we've seen crashes with the booms, we've seen crashes with birds, all sorts of things. So it's never over till it's over.
Yeah, certainly such an unpredictable course. That's all a part of the romance and the allure of coming here to race, as Latimer Upper just affording themselves the opportunity to shut things right down as they come through just a bit over 1,000 metres road, so a bit under 500 metres to go here on the course.
It's great to see King's Chester making the trip down to Henley. I'm sure not many of these girls would have raced here before, so what a great experience for them, and they can be really, really proud of how strongly they're racing at the moment. They're keeping their heads, they're putting the power down.
A good race unfolding here in our last heat for the Peabody Cup. Should be our last bit of juniors racing for this afternoon. And that is the contest between Sir William Perkins School on the near side of your picture and Wallingford Rowing Club in the red on the far side. And looks to be our closest heat yet. Both crews within a canvas as they emerge from the shadows of the islands. William Perkins, we're riding on board with there at the bottom of your picture, Emily Michael, Rosie Gurney, Hannah Miller, Elizabeth Robinson, Carmela Spite, Isla Evans, Anna Staples, Jasmine Irvin Sellers, and their Cox Florence Foster. Maybe 2 seats lead now over Wallingford Rowing Club's Lynn Bardori, Annie Collins, Lucy Mead, Naomi Bell, Hannah Scott, Florence Shalizzi, Lily Clayton, Tabitha Gowden, and Alice Hull, the Cox. You can tell it's a close race because it's really getting loud outside of our commentary booth, isn't it?
Yeah, both crews not looking to give an inch. Wallingford just sitting slightly up on Sir William Perkins.
It's tough when it's still so close at this point, hey, because this is the point where you need to be the most relaxed and find your rhythm, but you've got a lot going on. You're thinking about everything going on around you.
Yeah, it's really important that these crews get on their rhythm, though. They sit on it, and they really just dig deep with that, and then build towards the tiers, build towards their sprint finish at the end. But if they don't get on a good rhythm, they're just going to be tight, tense, and that's not going to be good for boat speed. I think Wallingford have eased away here to be a length and a half lead now.
Yes.
Really made that middle bit of the course count.
Just maybe found that. Still a little bit of overlap.
Yeah.
But it'll be at the point where the bow seat of the trailing crew will not be able to see out of her peripheral vision the crew that's moving away, and that certainly makes it just mentally a little bit more demoralising, a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, you want to stay in touching distance, stay and feel like that crew is next to you and relay that back to the rest of your crew. But if you've not got that, it can get a bit hard, can get a bit lonely, especially down here in the stroke seat. Jasmine Irvin Sellers, she'll be feeling a long way away from that Wallingford boat right now, but yeah.
See how much of a difference that makes once they've broken that little bit of clear water.
Exactly. Just keep going then.
They had overlap less than a minute ago, and there's a length of clear water there now. So really deliberate, decisive move from Wallingford. That's also what happens when you're going from being able to see your competitor out of your peripheral vision to being that, just that little bit out and feeling like you're a long way away from them. The Coxes can help a little bit to alleviate that by steering a little bit closer to the other crew, but when you do that, you run the risk of being a little bit closer to their wash, as they would be now.
Wallingford just taking it down now as they cross the finish line. But a really strong performance from Sir William Perkins School as well.
Yep, we'll move back down the course to our development Cox 4s racing for the Frank v Harry Cup. And we've got quarterfinal, Lee Rowing Club in the orange on the near side of the course on the Berkshire Station, and on the Buckinghamshire Station, the East Anglia University Boat Club. Trixie Collett, Isabel Lee, Amy Harmer, Molly Knott, and Laura Bibby, the coxswain.
So this UEA crew have raced at multiple regattas this season, really gelling as a crew, taking first place at Star Regatta, Peterborough Regatta, Bedford Regatta, and raced at Poplar Regatta, for placing fourth in the B final against Senior Crews at Met Regatta. They've said that they're coached by Will Dawson-Jones, and they'd like to thank him for all his commitment and dedication to the squad this season, and they hope to do him proud. And it looks like they are doing him proud at the moment. There seems to be half a length up on the Lee Crew. It's just whether they can hold that in the final quarter of this race.
Yeah, doing a very good job against this Lee Crew. Jennifer Sutherland, Charlotte Nig, Meredith Giblin, Grace Lemon, and the Cox, Susanna Murray. And this crew maybe dressing a little bit differently for the warm weather, but they are typically known for their lilac base layers, which may be a little bit too warm for the heat here at Henley this week. But lilac was nearly chosen as the primary colour of the club before they chose orange. It was orange, brown and lilac were the only colours at that time that were unclaimed by other rowing clubs.
I did not know that. Interesting.
Very, very...
That's when you every day.
Yeah, very, very distinctive colours. The orange of Lee Rowing Club can be mistaken for a Dutchman. But this crew, fresh from a recent win in the Band 1 Cox 4s at Reading Regatta, a victory in the Band 1 Women's 8s at Peterborough, where they joined forces with the other Lee crew that are racing in this event, who I believe possibly knocked out yesterday afternoon. But it's still the UEA crew who are leading the charge. See, great shot there, Cox, Laura, Bibby, urging these girls on. She's had a look across so she can still see the Lee crew, which is a good indicator for us in the commentary box as a little bit deceptive, this angle.
Crossing the line there, UEA onto the semi-finals.
A few fist bumps there. Certainly delighted with that win over Lee Rowing Club. Next quarterfinal of the Frank V. Harry Cup is well and truly underway. We have St Andrews University up against Edinburgh University Boat Club.
So St Andrews made the semi-final of this event last year. We want to go at least one better this year. Helen Black, Eileen Breckchen, Layla McKinley, Isabel Rafalin and Tia Singh. This is Singh's first time coxing at Henley. She's coxed at Henley Royal, but not Henley Women, sorry. And the two-seat, Aileen Breckchen, won gold in the beginner doubles and beginner quad at Bucks. So we'll want those performances to translate to transfer into some sculling performances as well. And they look to be down a little bit here with Edinburgh's crew of Scarlett Bureau, Danu Wyatt Quarks, Lucy Lucas, Lara Thompson and Cox by Theo Murphy. Seem to be a few lengths ahead.
So it looks like could have a repeat of last year where St Andrews reached the semi-finals and were knocked out by Edinburgh, who went on to win. And this year in the quarterfinals, with Edinburgh leading quite convincingly at this stage of the race. Edinburgh would be one of the favourites to take out this event. Very, very well esteemed junior rowing program, or beginners rowing program rather, not juniors. And they won the 8 and the quad, beginner 8 and quad at Bucks, I believe.
Yes. Won this event in 2024. Won the beginner academic pennant in the 8 at Weehawken this year. And yeah, had multiple successes at Bucks. So definitely the crew to watch in this event.
It's a good thing that they're drawn on the other side of the draw to the Brooks crew, who I commentated their race from the launch yesterday and are incredibly impressive for this development Cox 4s. Incredibly impressive.
Wow, that could be the final matchup, hey?
We'll see them coming down the course shortly, but first we have the third quarterfinal in the Frank v. Harry Cup. University of Surrey on the screen there, going up against Oxford University Boat Club. Lucy Fry, Emily Rice-Worley, Bella Cockwell, Lucy Agambar, and their Cox Ella Collins on the screen there. The Oxford University crew currently trailing Rossi Weir, Catherine Stevenson, Louisa Cotsey, Florence Brooke, and Cora Taylor at Cox.
The Surrey crew look nice and long loose. Yeah. Really impressive a development crew.
It's one of the hardest things to coach a novice or a development level crew is the notion that length and time in the water is going to do more for you than rating 40 down the course.
Yeah.
Particularly in a Cox 4, but in any boat. But the girls from University of Surrey seem to have nailed that. Here's the Oxford University girls on the screen, the Oxford University Development Squad. Raced Reading Amateur Regatta together last weekend and won Band 3 of the Cox 4, so have some time under the belt racing with each other. But coming up against this University of Surrey crew, it's looked like a little bit too much to be able to progress through to the semi-finals of this event. See the Surrey crew really stretching out in the lead now. The length's very apparent from this angle. As we mentioned them before, the next race well and truly underway, emerging from Temple Island with Oxford Brookes University on the near side of the picture on the Berkshire station, just encountering a lot of wash there as they come out from Temple Island. That was certainly rough for a Cox in a bow-loaded boat. You hit a big wash, you're kind of just forced to lie in the puddle of water the entire way down the course.
Miserable. Maybe not on a day like today, but
yeah, probably. She's probably aiming for the wash on a day like today. It might help. Pretty warm in the Cox seat of those carbon boats sometimes. But Oxford Brookes University there, so as our previous race. Girls from the University of Surrey cross the line with a convincing victory, secure their spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, they're impressive.
So Oxford Brookes, Charlotte Crocker, Alice Dovey, Georgia Alexander, Rosie Giles, and Abigail Batchy, the coxswain, who I thought were very, very impressive yesterday afternoon. Not so much in the first part of the race, but the way they really just pushed on. Very precise around the front end for a development crew. And they eked out some margin over the City of Cambridge Rowing Club. You can see on the left-hand side of your picture there, Cox Isla Cartney urging the crew on. Emma Roney, Agna Veitkut, Iona Jardine, Clements Legrand. They sit in age order. Their Stroke is their oldest crew member, and their Cox the youngest. 3 of the crew members part of the Weehawk crew that won the club beginners pennant this year. And moving on to the quarterfinals here at Henley Women's Regatta, where Oxford Brooks doing a stellar job.
Yeah, looking really strong there. Coming through the halfway mark. No doubt their Cox will be calling to them now to try and conserve some energy for the semi and hopefully the final tomorrow. Taking the rate down, look nice and relaxed up top. It's never going to feel easy racing in this heat. And getting off the start hard and
that
fast,
feels pretty
but wow,
easy.
that looks different, doesn't it?
I know where I'd rather be.
Yeah.
Feet in the water, drink in hand. It's all looking pretty good here at Henley on Saturday. So you can just see a little bit of wash creeping in, having an impact on the race of the city of Cambridge. Brooks would have had that wash just a few moments ago, but they're handling the conditions really well. Just really flat. No more vertical movement than there needs to be, and that makes any vertical movement that's given to you from the wash a little bit easier to deal with. It's very impressive for a development crew.
Very impressive, yeah. Definitely ones to watch tomorrow. And this Cambridge crew aren't letting them have it all their own way. Fighting right until the end. Not letting Brooks come down on the rate too much.
Yeah, Brooks still up at 32, 33 strokes a minute, so not quite. Don't quite have the opportunity to really wind it down just yet. They probably could in this heat. Gotta say.
Yeah, you
it's
can see
definitely a good
them coming down
opportunity.
a little bit now.
But a development race, you know, if you're early on in your rowing career, it's possibly the first time for them here at Henley Women's.
Yeah.
It's you're definitely going to learn something every race, and sometimes that's more advantageous than being able to conserve a little bit of energy. Particularly, it's the quarterfinals, semi-finals won't be till tomorrow. It's 2 races tomorrow as opposed to some events it's 3. So possibly I think let's have a bit more of a push today and see what we can do, and that might give them a little bit more confidence ahead of tomorrow's racing.
Yeah. And here we have the Aspirational Doubles Sculls quarterfinals, racing for the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. You can see Leicester here on the Berkshire station, racing King's College Boat Club from the University of Queensland. Leicester with some lovely hair accessories, some bows matching. Looking great, and their rowings are looking equally great. This crew have had a really impressive season. They have both attended British trials. They have raced at Met Regatta and Knott City, winning Knott City and placing 6th in the A final at Met Regatta against a lot more experienced senior crews. You can see Eleanor Goff here and Lizzie Webster already taking it down as they come up to halfway, like we just spoke about, conserving energy, but looking really nice and strong. And I have a feeling these girls are probably favourites in this event.
Yeah, looking very comfortable indeed. It's King's College Boat Club crew. Possibly, I'd say, different different levels of athletes going into this event. King's College, it's a college within the University of Queensland. We don't see them too much in or at all really in our normal sort of national competition system in Australia. And but these two girls have raced very successfully within the Inter-College Championship at the University of Queensland, and typically we see each year the winning crews from that Inter-College Championship make their way over for a trip to Henley Women's Regatta. So it's Kritzler and Tess Clower there on the screen. One of the somewhat minority of crews rowing with Croker Oars, the Australian brand, who have had a terrible time with the flooding in northern New South Wales where they're based. Everything is okay, but certainly very, very confronting scenes in that part of the world.
Yeah.
We do have the next quarterfinal, the Aspirational Double unfolding, and what a great view that the spectators in the spectator zone there are having a very close race between Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station on the left-hand side of your screen and Windermere Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station at the moment. Maybe Thames just narrowly, so Aloma Blanche Granada and Isabella Roper, and Windermere's Catherine Webb and Bridie Hamilton, who at the moment maybe trailing by canvas. I think Thames, that the roar of the crowd down there at the spectators' enclosure just urging them on a little bit.
Yeah, Thames looks to just be moving away a little bit there. But this Windermere crew is actually composite with Sheffield City. So it's great to see another composite racing. They previously did row together both at Sheffield before Bridie moved up to the Lakes. But yeah, they've reunited and are racing again as a double. That's Catherine Webb and Bridie Hamilton.
I'm sure they'll be absolutely chuffed reuniting and making it through to the quarterfinals. In an event that I think was fairly well subscribed.
Yeah, there was a lot of entries for this event, and it should be competitive. And I know from experience just how special a doubles partnership is when you feel it clicks. And yeah, I'm sure these girls have had a great time being back in a boat together.
Yep, and the Thames crew, you can see just in the foreground there, Loma Blanche Granada has rowed for clubs in 3 different countries.
Wow.
And won twice at the French University Championships, while Izzy Roper has previously made the final of Aspirational Academic 8s here at Henley Women's, while she was rowing for Durham University. So plenty of experience in this Thames boat, and I'm sure will be one to watch as this one progresses. That experience certainly helping them handle a tough bit of water there. You can see those gaps in the booms that various different boats use to cross or enter or exit the course, and it does come with the consequence of letting a lot more wash onto the course that then just gets stuck and bounces between the booms, doesn't it?
Yeah, you really have to anticipate that wash, know when those gaps are coming, and just, yeah, be ready, be on your feet, be relaxed, and try to handle it as best you can. But both these crews look to be handling it well. It's always a bit tougher in smaller boats, a bit more wobbly, but doing a good job here. It's hard to see from this angle just how close the racing is, But neither crew looks to have relented.
Yeah, still certainly both throwing everything at it. But a bit of a look over from the Windermere crew there. So still think that they're in with a shot over on the far side of the course. Obviously very close to that opening sort of 500 metres. They're still up at 35 strokes a minute. Thames closer to the camera, 33. A little bit more run on the boat. A little bit more distance per stroke there. So a little bit more efficient through the water.
Yeah, Thames looks to just be ahead here as they approach the last few hundred metres.
Just that little bit of very, very valuable clear water between their stern and the bow of the Windermere crew.
That Thames crew crosses the line ahead of the Windermere Sheffield Composite, and they will race in the semi-finals tomorrow. So here on the start line, the next race for the Raisy McLaughlin Trophy, another quarterfinal. This time we see Reading University Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station against Upper Thames on this near side here, the Berkshire station. Seems like there's a slight delay.
Yeah.
Let's wait for the start. Ah, those geese again.
Those geese. I mean, fair enough. There's quite a few of them.
So I think we'll just be waiting for them to be cleared so that the crews don't get mixed up amongst them.
I mean, they don't really look to be going anywhere in a hurry, do they?
No.
There we go. Making their way over to the Berkshire side of the course. Nope. Change of mind. It's pretty good out here on the Henley stretch.
Oh dear. Things you can't control.
It's all part of the challenge of racing here at Henley. There are a lot of things that you can't control. It's a thing that anyone who's done any amount of research or looking into sports psychology will know that the things that you can't control, it's very important to be aware of the fact that you can't control them, and you can only influence things within yourself and your own boat and how you respond to those things.
Yeah, really important just to keep your head. Things never go to plan on race day. Always expect things, one or two things to go wrong. And yeah, these crews now just experiencing a delay to their start times, which will have a knock-on effect.
Looks like just about cleared of the last of the geese.
Still a hive of activity down here. So many spectators out, which is really great to see.
Good afternoon and welcome to race 185 of the Aspirational Doubles. I am Basil and this is Shemay, and we'll be commentating with you from now to the end of the regatta. And just on the start line there, as I said, was the heat of race 185 in the Aspirational Doubles, which is the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman. And on the Berkshire station we have Upper Thames, and on the Buckingham station we have Reading University. And they're off now, and it looks like... It's quite hard to tell it. Can't quite see. Can you see who looks ahead at the moment, Shemay?
Not quite at the moment. Both crews off to a strong start. Slight steering on the Upper Thames side.
Yeah, there's a number of crews today sort of coming off the start towards the boys, and it looks like Upper Thames have now just corrected themselves and are moving off. And I think Upper Thames might be in the lead at the moment. Both crews are obviously coming out at the start quite hard and fast and not quite settled into their rhythm yet. So Shemay, you were on the course. You've steered the Henley course a few times. Any tips that you might give to these Bower girls today?
I have steered the course. I think my first time was last year, and it's a tough old course to steer. I think a lot of the time it depends on what the wind is doing and forces like that. So I think just staying relaxed about it and trying not to oversteer really is a really important thing. Once you start to oversteer, it's really easy to go down the course in sort of an S-shaped pattern. So not overthinking, I think, would be my main tip.
Yeah. And as we just saw there, as they went past, it looks like Upper Thames are out to about 3/4 of a length lead over Reading University. And both crews seem to match each other stroke for stroke here with their rating. That's how many strokes per minute they take. But it looks like you can see just the Upper Thames crew, obviously this is their home stretch as well, just look to just be a little bit more relaxed into that catch. A little less check happening, maybe at the catch, would you say?
Yeah. I think that's where both crews doing a really nice straight line down the course. Nice rhythm from Upper Thames there, and Reading too.
So in the Reading boat we have Lucy Jarvis and Helene Kramer. I apologise for the pronunciation there. And in the Upper Thames crew we have Naomi Holland and Tjay Tijisen, and I'm very sorry for my pronunciation of those. I've given the best attempt I could. This Upper Thames crew had their best result at Henley Women's Regatta Aspirational Lightweight Singles in 2021. And they've competed 5 times in that class, and they've also raced the Aspirational Quad and Double in previous years. And they were the winners of the Lightweight Pairs Head in 2022 in this combination. So obviously been rowing together for quite some time, and I think you can sort of see they're moving quite nicely together there. A nice quick pick up at the catch, and staying nice and loose in the shoulders.
Yeah, great synergy, great hang off those blades.
It's a nice shot there, nice close-up shot of the double as they're going down. And there's definitely been I think from having commentated here for the last few years, this year the quality of the images are much higher. It's very nice. We've got high quality live stream this year.
Absolutely. This Upper Thames crew having raced twice as a double this year at Wallingford and Met Regatta earlier in the season.
And it looks Upper Thames look to have just taken their rating down there. Yeah. They obviously feel fairly comfortable ahead and just going to save some of that energy in this heat for the next round. So this is Heat 3 of the Aspirational Doubles for the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman. And just off the start now, in the bottom right-hand corner of your race, you can see the next heat, which is USR Triton from the Netherlands against Agecroft Rowing Club. And it looks like there's a slight, looks like sort of the Dutch crew had a bit of a stumble there, and they seem to have moved to the middle of the river, as you can see in the bottom right hand of that lovely overhead shot. And in the top left hand you can just see just the coming towards the end stages of the heat ahead between Upper Thames and Reading University and Upper Thames, again still in control as they have been of this race from the start. And at the bottom, it looks like Agecroft are just maintaining a dominant lead over the Triton crew. The Dutch crew are Josephine Bugert and Noemi van Dijk. And the Agecroft crew are Corinne Hatton and Kira Holt. And Agecroft seem to be keeping the rating nice and high, just eking out that lead over Triton. And in the top left hand corner you can just see Reading University crossing the line just behind Upper Thames there. But it looks like the Dutch crew are back on contention here, moving into Agecroft. I guess, Shemay, the question here, is if they've sort of had that big stumble at the start, if they're back on terms now, do you reckon maybe the Dutch crew Triton may have just used a bit too much energy at the start to try and get back on terms?
Possibly. It does look like they're making a really good effort to come through and get side by side with that Agecroft crew. Looks like we saw just the tail end of a bit of a push from them before.
Yeah, it looks like Triton are moving through Agecroft now, and we've got this lovely overhead shot of the drone. And as we come up, I'd say which is about almost half a canvas lead to Triton.
Both crews moving really well together, just battling it out down the course.
Yeah, and I think this Dutch crew have obviously, as we saw at the start, I think there's a bit of a crab or something that caused them to veer off towards the middle. As you can see there, yeah, they're moving out to 3/4 of a length. We have that nice side-by-side shot there. But I just wonder if there was a big margin to come back onto Agecroft from. I just wonder if they've used up a lot of energy here, and we might see Agecroft make a push back and come back on terms with them through the latter half of this race.
Both ladies in this Dutch double looking very focused.
Yeah. Here you can see this nice shot down the booms. Now, having steered this course, Shemay, how does the booms being there sort of psychologically impact you with your steering?
It definitely does make a difference, I think, especially as we know the course is straight, but looking at the land to the stroke side, when the land moves away from the booms, it can be quite difficult to try and stay in the zone and not look behind you to check that you actually are going in a straight line.
Yeah.
And particularly as well off the start when it goes from that buoy line into the wooden booms. And it looks like we're potentially having some steering going on
from
with
Agecroft there.
Agecroft crew, indeed.
Yeah. And I do have to say, myself, having steered down this course, it's very different from other race courses that you might have to steer on in terms of you have these solid booms. So on most race courses we sort of we have like those plastic buoys. So if you hit it, it's not great, but there's not an awful lot. It will slow you down a bit, but it doesn't stop you unless you aim to get it bang on right down the middle of your boat. But these wooden booms, if you hit them, it can be a complete boat stopper.
Absolutely. Great to see so much support from both crews in that umpire's launch as well.
Yeah. And going off the start in the bottom right hand part of your corner, we can see race 187, which is the Club 8, the Copus Cup, sponsored by the Copus Partnership. And that is the quarter-final between St Andrews Boat Club and Marlow Rowing Club. I think we saw St Andrews having a really good race with, I think, Vesta A yesterday.
Vesta B, I believe
Vesta B
was indeed a great race.
Yeah, they were led out by Vesta and then managed to row through them in the latter part of the races. And just there in the top left-hand corner, you can just see the two crews of Agecroft and Triton just crossing that finish line, and it looks like a win for the Triton crew.
Great to see the excitement on those ladies' faces, all of that training all season really paying off for them.
Yeah, and now with this lovely overhead shot, you can see the two crews of St Andrews and Marlow. And St Andrews look on the, what from your view here is the towpath side, look to be leading by about half a length, Shemay?
Yep.
Doesn't look like either crew has sort of let up. They're both striking at quite a high rate at the moment. And you can hear the shouts for the local home favourites of Marlow there.
Lots of cheering going on for Marlow at the moment. It's great to hear.
Yeah. And in the St Andrews boat, apparently this is the crew's last trip south was for Weehawken, where they returned with the medium club pennant to add to last year's challenge pennant. So quite an experienced crew here. I think we're seeing that speed and experience pay off, but they've not managed to shake Marlow. It looks like Marlow might even be moving back into them a little bit now. I think it's gone from about half a length down to about a quarter of a length lead for St Andrews.
That's St Andrews crew having an age range spanning from the teens to ladies in their 40s. It's great to see athletes of all different ages and experiences together in 1-8, racing together with one rhythm.
Absolutely. Now, Shemay, this year you've been racing both sculling and sweep. So sort of sculling is what we saw in the doubles there with the two blades, and sweep, this is what we call sweep rowing here, which is each athlete having one blade each. So what's the biggest difference you've found between sculling and sweep in the feel?
It's a good question, and my pairs partner and I, well, as I've just said, we've been in the pair for a little while, and I think for me the main difference is what change in balance you can feel from having just one oar to having the two. It provides a little bit more stability, and having the two oars kind of allows you to be a little bit more central in the boat, and so you can see occasionally having one oar might slightly allow for sort of a tiny bit of a lean to one side or the other, which I personally find a little bit difficult, as my pairs partner will tell you. But it looks like these girls are handling this very well. Very chunky and aggressive down the course there from Marlow Rowing Club.
Yeah, so in the top right hand corner, that's the Club Aspirational Club 8, the Copus Cup, sponsored by the Copus Partnership. And in the race, which is going off in the race 188, going off in the bottom right hand corner of your screen now, that is the next race in the Club 8 Copus Cup, sponsored by the Copus Partnership, which is Thames Rowing Club versus London Rowing Club B. Now, Thames and London have a fierce but friendly rivalry, so both crews are going to be looking to put their mark down on each other in this race. And off the start there, it looks like coming down past into spectators, coming in, approaching the boating area. It looks like Thames in the bottom right hand corner are leading London by, I'd say, about a length of clear water.
Just back to that Marlow versus St Andrews race, it looks like a really close race being fought by all athletes. St Andrews edging ahead by about half a length.
And over the finish line there, yeah, it looks like St Andrews won that by half length. You can see the level of excitement there in the St Andrews boat. I think the last race and this race haven't been easy. They've had to earn them. They haven't sort of had easy races. But here we can see Thames against London, and Thames look to be comfortably ahead. So a nice long rhythm there.
Yeah, Thames really rowing their own race in the zone.
And yeah, they seem to be quite a substantial lead over London, which, as a London man, I find slightly saddening. But it's the way of things. The London women's squad have come on strength to strength each year, which is great to see. And now in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the next round of the Copus Cup, sponsored by the Copus Partnership, which is Upper Thames versus Vesta, and this should be a good race. Upper Thames, obviously, this is their home turf, so they know this well. Not that they'll be able to sort of take advantage of much of the stream as them. They have to stay on both on their stations. And the Upper Thames crew at Met Regatta this year, they placed third in the Club 8s. And they're aiming for the semi-finals. They are a tenacious crew, they say. And Karis Price, the 5-seat, apparently has represented Wales at the home international regatta in the 8 and the single this year. And we can see Upper Thames there leading. And in the top left-hand corner, just coming towards the end of the race before, which is Thames B versus London B. And you can see Thames have just dropped their rating slightly, just feeling comfortable in their lead. But down on the right-hand corner, it looks like still anyone's game at the moment between Upper Thames and Vesta. And as I think you can hear some of those shouts from the spectators, we go past the spectator zone with Upper Thames leading. In the top left-hand corner, just the last moments of that race, with Thames crossing the line there. About a length and a half ahead of London. And the London girls looking like they have given it all their all. But back with race 189 of the Club 8, the Copus Cup, sponsored by the Copus Partnership.
See that nice lovely shot there of that Upper Thames crew: Lucy Dark, Alice Van Ollison, Leah Reddy, Ella Wandless, Karis Price, Eleanor Wallace, Brooklyn Failing, Francesca Reeves, Cox by Ashaya Lim.
Yeah, it's quite nice, and they're leading. And here, incoming shot now is the Vesta crew, which is Victoria Lacey, Lauren Church, Alexandra Ryle, Tamara Grossman, Michaela Blowing, Jennifer Goff, Kira Gill-Ryan, Isu Hacker, coxed by Jaina Patel. And it looks like Vesta, you can see the Vesta girls there really hanging on those blades, really trying to leverage their boat past that point where they're catching in the water. So the catch is where you put the blade in the water. And rowing is not jet propulsion. We're not trying to move the water behind us to move forward. We're trying to leave a part of the blade goes in the water and try and move past that point.
Yeah, lovely backsplash there from both crews.
But it looks like Upper Thames maintaining that controlling lead over Vesta as they have for most of this race. And then in the next race, race 190 in the Club 8, the Copus Cup, sponsored by the Copus Partnership, we have Royal Chester on the Berkshire station and London Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire station. So this Royal Chester club were 72nd at Weehawr, and they came second in the medium club and third in the challenge pennant.
Nice. This Royal Chester club also won the women's eights at the senior sprints at Chester Regatta, and their aims for this year are to get to Sunday at Henley Women's Regatta and to qualify for the Wargrave Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta.
Unfortunately, it looks like those ambitions for Sunday, they may have to pull something out of the bag quite soon, because it looks like London are just storming to a lead there out of the start. And in the top left-hand corner, you can just see coming towards the end, crossing the finish line shortly, is Upper Thames leading the Vesta A crew. And so over the finish line there in the top left-hand corner, see Upper Thames paddling over with what looks to be about 2.5 lengths over Vesta A.
Got that beautiful overhead shot there of London and Royal Chester. That London crew coached by Mark Rusco and Killian O'Shea.
Yeah, and this year the London coaching team have split themselves. So for previous years they've just have had a shared coaching team for men and women. This year the men and women still train side by side, still part of the same squad, but they've divided up. So head coach Stu Heap is primarily focused on the men, and Killian O'Shea has taken over as, or sort of moved up to sort of be the lead coach for the women's side. And you can see there the London crew coming down looking nice and strong, very long hang on those handles, moving that boat quite nicely past the catch. And in the London crew we have Ella Thompson, Jennifer Arthur, Kat Barnhill, Emily Lavelle, Elizabeth Cottrell, Claudia Turley, Julia Roby, Jemima Harbottle, and they're coxed by Natalia Gillidge-Jones. And the Royal Chester Club, we have Chloe Sherwood, Alice Sims, Finley O'Donoghue, Evie Bradley, Emily Shipston, Alice Beacom, Molly Garbett, Catherine Gray is their cox. And there you can see it looks like both crews have sort of come out of their sprint start, finding a bit more rhythm, drop the rating there. That's that start speed. It's not easy maintainable for the whole race, is it, Tremaine?
No, absolutely not. It seems like a short time when you do it, but when you realise how much energy has to go into every single one of these strokes, it's a lot of hard work to get down this course.
Yeah, and it's as we were talking earlier, it's a slightly unusual course for crews in terms of it has wooden booms and these upright posts you can see here, which really can be not just a boat stopper but a boat wrecker. I've seen a few crews break blades on it. But also slightly unusually, this race is raced against the stream. So a lot of our regattas over here, as you know, Shemay, are held at Eton Dorney, which is a sort of a lake. So there's no stream, or our local regattas are normally done with the stream, so with the flow of water. But Henley, both Henley Women's and Henley Royal, are raced against the stream, so against the water. So it's a bit like trying to run on a treadmill that's going in the opposite direction, so it's slowing you down.
See, looks like that London crew have reduced their rate of striking.
Yeah, just enjoying their lead over Royal Chester. And next off we have race 191 in the bottom right hand corner. The Aspirational Doubles, the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohrmann. And it's between Nottingham Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and KSRV Nord from the Netherlands A boat on the Buckinghamshire Station. And it looks like the Dutch crew are being worn back over. It looks like they've, off the start, both crews sort of seem to come together.
Nottingham will no doubt be taking advantage of that slight steering wobble there.
So what's the impact of having to steer, on the boat speed, Jermaine?
Yeah, it's a good question, and as you come down the course, of course, the best and the fastest line to steer is a straight one, and once you have to steer even slightly, it can affect the way that your blades enter the water, it can affect the overall distance that you actually have to row. And as a steersperson, once you've had to correct a little bit on this course, it can be difficult to try and not think about that for the rest of the race, particularly when you can see that umpire's flag being raised.
Yeah, and this Nottingham Rowing Club crew, it's their first time at Henley Women's, and both have only rowed for just 1 year. They've only been rowing together for 5 weeks ahead of this regatta, and prior to this it was only their second race together as a crew. So they were successful win in the B final at Met on Metropolitan Regatta on Sunday. Apologies there. We seem to have got our crews mixed up. It looks like it appears it's Nottingham who are being led by KSRV Njord.
One of the perils of having all white blades in a race.
Yeah, so quite often the crews will have their club colours on their blades, which makes it slightly easier for us to identify them.
It's great to see so many international crews racing this year at Henley Women's Regatta as well.
Yeah, and it just shows the growth of the regatta now. A race close to your heart here, Shimei, as a Mortlake rower. This is race 192 of the Aspirational Doubles, the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lodman. And here we have Mortlake and Anglian. And this on the bottom right hand side part of your picture. Mortlake and Anglian versus Limerick University and Queen's University, both from Ireland, a composite crew.
Absolutely, both crews off to a strong start.
And it looks like the Irish crew just length the lead there over the Mortlake crew. So, well, I mean, can you give us any information on this? Any inside info on this Mortlake crew that you rode with?
This Mortlake crew are actually mother and daughter, as we can tell by their fiery red hair. The bow seat of this duo, Rebecca Campbell, she's extremely committed to her training. She's an extremely successful partner at a law firm, and both crews just struggling with a little bit of wash there. As I was saying, Rebecca Campbell, extremely committed to the rowing, very successful professionally. It's not uncommon to see her getting off a plane from the Middle East at 5 o'clock in the morning, coming down to train with us for a 6:30 session. And this duo have been rowing together for a long time. Together they won Head of the Charles earlier in the season in the US as part of a Coxed 4.
And I believe, are they racing at Henley Royal as well?
I believe they are. They are stern pair of Mortlake's Wargrave entry this year, and indeed last year.
And in the Queen's University in Belfast Ladies Boat Club crew, in the stroke seat we have Sam from Queen's, and she captained the club from 2021 to 2023, and she holds the British record for lightweight erg marathon, as well as represented Ireland as a lightweight at the Home International Regatta in 2023. And the bow seat, Amy, is from Limerick, and she represents Ireland in the Home International Regattas in 2024, and Coupe, which is the junior regatta again for the GB against France in 2022. And they're both lightweight rowers. So we have a lightweight crew here versus the open weight.
Quite an aggressive finish from the Irish crew.
Yeah, very sort of powerful through the finishing set.
Very punchy.
Punchy, hands in, yeah. So we're talking about lightweight here and open weight. You've just raced the lightweight pair today.
I have indeed.
What weight do you have to be for lightweight women?
So in a crew boat, it is average of 57 kilograms, with one athlete being more than 59. So you could have a crew of 59 and 55, or 2 athletes of 57 if you were in a double. Nice.
Excellent. Yeah, and just coming now, we can see the 2 crews coming now past one of those timing boxes. And just going from the right-hand corner of your screen is the next race, which is in the Aspirational Doubles, which is Warrington Rowing Club versus Vesta Rowing Club. This is race 193, with it looks like Warrington coming out to an early lead down off the end of the island against Vesta.
You can see there in the top left corner the 2 doubles just coming down the course. Hannah Mariskauchi stroking away at that Mortlake double, setting a really nice rhythm.
So I think you were telling me earlier that Hannah is actually an ex-gymnast?
Hannah is an ex-gymnast. She's extremely successful and moved to rowing, I believe, when she joined university. Hannah's also currently completing her level 7 mime at Clown School here in London.
Oh wow, so it's multifaceted.
Indeed.
I think you can hear coming through the sound there, calls for Warrington, who in your bottom right hand corner you can see have a very commanding lead over the Vesta crew.
Absolutely, and it's lovely to see that shot all the way down the course, the line that they're steering.
So in the Warrington Rowing Club crew we have Ella Stanhope and Madeline Jones, and the Vesta Rowing Club crew are Isabel Beard and Lara Wainwright. And top left hand corner you can see both crews from the preceding race between Limerick University Ireland, Queen's University Composite against Mortlake Anglian. And now we're back with race 193 in the Aspirational Doubles Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lopman, between Warrington Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Vesta Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Just a look around there from the bow lady from Warrington just to check her steering. She looks to have a good line down this course.
Yeah, that Warrington crew moving really nicely together.
Yeah, you can see on the recovery there, they're moving with the speed of the boat under them, which is quite important because as you approach the catch, if your blades are not in the water by the time you stop moving forwards, you become dead weight. That momentum slows your boat down because it's going in the opposite direction. And so it's very important to be in and on before you come off.
And in race 194, the Aspirational Double Sculls, the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, kindly sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman. We have Warwick Boat Club versus ASR Nereus from the Netherlands.
And in this Warwick Boat Club we have Olivia Joyce and Mary Lack, and from Nereus we have Ruse Mosterd and Juliette Potier.
That Warwick Boat Club crew, they met in 2021 and they've rowed together ever since.
And you can hear in the background there, the characteristic, enthusiastic encouragement from the Dutch of their crew. The Dutch contingent in most regattas can usually be heard before they're spotted.
Back to that Warwick Boat Club double. They appeared in the A final at both Wallingford and Metropolitan Regattas, which is a first for both of them. Great season for this crew. Great to be racing in this event at Henley Women's Regatta.
And it looks like in the bottom right hand corner, Warwick are leading near us at this point. Of course we can, yeah, and there's the confirmation there. It looks like Warwick have sort of broken that contact, although near us do appear to be putting a little bit of a push in and moving back into them now. And the great thing, as I'm sure you've experienced in your pair about small boat rowing, is that because it is small and there's sort of a bigger change in your speed when you're doing your start into your cruising mid-race pace, you can actually find quite often a changeover of a few lengths throughout a race between the small boats, whereas the large boats like the 8s and the quads tend to get up to speed and just sit at that speed down the course.
Absolutely.
And there's a lovely shot of the towpath there. And we can just see that Moorlake crew paddling back up to the boating area. And we've had lovely weather this weekend for Henley Women's, haven't we?
We have indeed, and from my limited experience of previous Henley Women's Regattas, it seems to be fairly consistently quite pleasant.
Yeah, if a little too hot.
A little.
I feel we can't be British unless we complain about the weather.
Absolutely.
No matter what we're given. And here you can see this lovely shot now of Warwick and Nearest coming down the course. And what does it look like to you? Does it look like Warwick is still just leading there?
Potentially. It's not clear.
No, it's quite often these sort of diagonally on angles aren't easy to gauge the distance from.
See the wash as well throughout the river and some slight steering warnings.
Yeah, it looks like Warwick are being warned back onto their station there. So that person you see at the front of the motorboat following with who holds up a flag every now and then, that's the umpire. It's their job to ensure that a fair race has happened. And they will warn the crews to return to their stations with their flag. But they're not allowed to actually steer you, are they?
They aren't, and neither is anybody else in that umpire's launch. So, Basil, what would happen if an umpire wasn't happy with how a race is being steered?
They would they'd be using their flag to warn the crews to return to their stations. I'm just looking at it. It looks like the crew from Nearest has rowed through Warwick. It's quite a big turnaround there from that lead we saw Warwick.
Absolutely.
Obviously something must have happened off camera while we were enjoying the scenic views of the towpath.
And both crews congratulating each other for the race.
And coming down now, we have race 195 of the Championship Doubles, which is the W Pier Cup between DSR Protus Eretus on the Berkshire station and MSRV Saurus on the Buckinghamshire station. Both Dutch crews.
Very impressive sculling from both crews as we see them coming off the end of the island.
And this crew from Saurus is Anna Delange and Emily MacRedmond. And Emily is a second-year lightweight rower, and Anna is a third-year rower. Together they've been rowing in the double all season, competing as part of the Dutch national rankings.
And in the DSR Proteus Eratus crew, we have Laura Kempen and Leonore Boss.
And it looks like crew 481 from Proteus Eratus are leading their Dutch counterparts from Saurus there, off the end of the island.
So Basil, we've talked about how great it is that there are so many international crews this year. Given that this is a Dutch-on-Dutch race, is there a particular style of rowing that different countries may have?
Well, from what we see at the national level, there's some slight variations, but actually in the last few years it seems to be the actual style seems to be becoming a bit more uniform across the nationalities. But it's these sort of race plans seem to be still unique to a number of countries. I mean, the Dutch are famous actually for their university student level rowing. A lot of their national teams seem to come from their academic institutions. We seem to have another race going off here. There's this lovely drone shot. I think this might be race 196. And we can't quite see it at this point. I think it's race 196 of the championship doubles in the WPIR Cup between Reading University B and Upper Thames Rowing Club A. It's going off in your bottom right hand corner there of your screen. And it looks like Reading University B are leading off the end of the island against Upper Thames A.
Reading University very strong in their sculling discipline, as we can see from that lovely shot there of this Reading University crew of Anna Rose Turner and Alexandra Grocock.
And in the Upper Thames crew we have Amy Hicken and Bronte Holden.
And just going back to that previous race, it looks like we've had some steering warnings. Both crews coming together slightly towards the middle.
So in Henley Women's we don't have buoyed lanes, unlike some other regattas, so it is up to the umpire, who is coming down the middle of the course, to sort of direct the crews if he feels that one may be encroaching on the space of another. In the bottom right hand corner there you can just see that Reading University crew keeping that rating nice and high. Hands moving nicely out the back, around the back turn there, just to extend that lead over the Upper Thames crew. A lovely drone shot there.
Absolutely. Reading University Boat Club continuing to dominate this race. Nice smooth style being rowed by these girls.
On the top left hand corner we can just see the closing stages of race 195 as the crew from Proteus Eratus cross that finish line ahead of their Dutch counterparts from Saurus.
in this quarter-final race, the Reading University Boat Club crew of Turner and Grocott looking nice and relaxed.
Yeah, I think it's well, from my experience, it's when you're leading, it's quite easy to sort of just to relax into your rhythm. I think one of the lovely things about rowing is you can watch your opponents behind you crumble as you pull away from them. And now in race 197, the Club Coxless Fours, the Leicester Trophy sponsored by Elise Cope, we have London Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and Shannon Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And it looks like a clean start there for London Rowing Club, pulling away from Shannon, who appeared to have a little bit of steering issues.
And this London Rowing Club bow seat, extremely experienced at racing Henley Women's Regatta, this being her 10th time. However, for the rest of their crew, it's their first time ever, so they'll be really pleased to get through to this quarter-final. And also a very international crew, bow from British, 2-seat from Toronto, 3-seat from Melbourne, and the stroke seat coming from Oslo. 2 and 3 seat on gap years before going to university in the US next year. Rowing, no doubt.
And in the Shannon Rowing Club crew, we have Rosin Malone, Kira Davies, Megan Carmody, and Victoria Haney. Katie Shannon is in the 3 seat, Megan Carmody in 2, and Rosin Malone in bow. Rosin, Megan and Victoria have been rowing together for 4 years. It's their 3rd time competing in the Leicester Trophy. And with the addition of Katie Shannon in the boat, the girls have secured qualification for the first time in this category. And the team train in Anacotty, Limerick, and are coached by Michael O'Callaghan and Ian Comiskey. But it looks here like the London Rowing Club crew are comfortably ahead. And just in the top left-hand corner there, you can see the Reading University crew celebrating as they've crossed the line ahead of Upper Thames there in the Challenge Doubles.
This beautiful shot here of this London Rowing Club crew who placed in the C final at Met Regatta and got through to the final of Reading Regatta just last weekend.
Yeah, and it looks a little bit like the London are just rating a few pips lower than the Irish crew, but he's comfortably ahead, just able to take their time and enjoy the race as they go past the boating area there. And you can see the whole crew looking quite calm and relaxed there. They've not brought the rating down, they're still pushing away, but at a slightly lower rating than the Irish crew. And the crew from Shannon Rowing Club there. There's a look round from the stroke seat, just having a little check on where the London crew is, and it can be quite disorientating when the crew gets clear water. You kind of lose track of where they are.
Which does have an impact on steering, as I know from personal experience. Last year's Henley Women's Regatta.
So what happened last year?
Oh, we were having a good race with some local rivals who pulled ahead of us, and as the commentator said last year, Mortlake had a big yank on their steering when the booms break. And actually, I do have to say, when there is a break in the booms, it can also be quite disorientating when you can't see that guidance line. And of course, you don't want to be responsible for steering your crew into the wooden booms.
So what you can, in terms of the steering, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner here as the next race goes off, which is in the Club 4 Minus, the Leicester Trophy, sponsored by Elise Cope. You can see Vesta Rowing Club on the Berkshire station against Upper Thames on the Buckinghamshire station. And what you saw there was if anyone saw it off the behind the start pontoon, was a chevron, so a V with a dot behind it. Now, Shemay, how would you use that? How would you be using that for steering?
So I would line up with the starting pontoons and then have the dot sitting over the V. And then you have a quick look behind you and you can see that your boat is actually pointing straight, which really helps with steering a straight course. I was in the umpires launch yesterday, and we were also talking about how crews can actually use the umpires launch as a reference for steering, as the umpires launch will always be in the middle of the course, which I will be taking into consideration for future races.
And we just saw there London crossing the finish line ahead of Shannon in race 197 of the Leicester Trophy. But back now with race 198, Vesta Rowing Club versus Upper Thames Rowing Club.
And in that Upper Thames Rowing Club, a lot of experience, 3/4 of the boat having made the final of this event over the last 2 years. They also won Met Regatta in the Club 4- and in a similar combination won Wallingford. The stern pair of that Upper Thames boat having rowed together for 9 years and rowed at Brooks. Bow rowed at Newcastle previously, and Two-Seat was captain at Henley Rowing Club.
And we just saw both crews there going through a fair bit of wash as the passing party boats provide some additional challenges to racing this course. So normally in sweep we have people on alternating sides, so bow will be on one side, stroke on the other, but we can see both crews here have what are called bucket rigs, where we have 2 rowers in a line on the same side. So Shemay, would there be any particular reason why a coach might rig their boat with what's called here a bucket rig?
Yeah, there'll be several reasons. A lot of it will depend on the rowers in the boat and how the boat is kind of levering around in the different combinations. Especially when there's the leverage at bow seat to bring people around, potentially. Having the middle pair rowing together can just help out sometimes with the steering on that as well.
Looks like both crews here still battling down the course. It's hard to tell from this angle. I think Vesta may have put a little bit of a push on to come back into contention. We can't quite see him. Possibly Upper Thames. It looks like Upper Thames may still be in the lead, but both crews, you can see the level of exertion on their faces, can't you?
Absolutely, you can see that aggression in the stroke seat of that Vesta Coxless 4. Absolutely unrelenting, setting a very strong rhythm for her crew.
And just going from the bottom right hand corner is race 199, Stourport Boat Club against Thames Rowing Club in the Club Coxless 4 is the Leicester Trophy, sponsored by Elise Cope. And it looks to be a clean start from both crews there, with Thames taking an early lead over Stourport.
That Thames crew being Emily Strange, Magdalene Malik, Denise Martin van Moers and Tara Grimsley Moore.
And just from that aerial shot there, it looked like both crews were edging towards the middle, but Stourport have just corrected their course. Top right hand corner there we can see the Victorious London crew paddling back as Upper Thames and Vesta still battle it out in the closing stages of their quarter-final.
Great race being fought by both crews.
And the Upper Thames crew, to me, just looking a little bit more polished, a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
And it's always easy to be relaxed when in the lead.
Absolutely. Rowing down their home stretch of river as well. This will be a familiar feeling for them as they come across the finish line ahead of that Vesta Coxless 4 in the quarter-final of the Leicester Trophy.
And I think that was an honest win there. I don't think they were able to take it easy at any point, as we've seen with some of these other races. But now back with race 199, Stourport Boat Club against Thames in the Leicester Trophy.
And the bow seat of that Thames Rowing Club is an ex-Blue Star and apparently has to eat an orange before bed. 2-seat, who rowed at the University of Connecticut and then London School of Economics when she moved to the UK before she rowed at Thames.
So sorry, Blue Star is at Newcastle University.
Another university, Denise Vartan van Meurs rowed at University of London Boat Club for 3 years, and this is her first year at Thames. She once coxed Hammersmith Head, having quitted rowing, which appears to be going very well for her as she rows in this Thames Coxless 4.
And I'm sure at this point she'll be happy she didn't quit, as she is leading down the course of this quarter-final in the Aspirational Club Coxless 4s. And here, comparing to the previous race where we had, as we said, the bucket of 2 rowers side by side on the same side, this is what's called a conventional rig, where the stroke seat is on stroke side and the bow seat is on bow side, and the 2 rowers in the middle alternate. And let's look at the stroke girl from the Thames crew, just looking over at the Stourport crew, just gauging, perhaps thinking about whether she can afford to take that pressure down, that rating down a bit.
Nice chunky finish there from that Stourport Boat Club. And in the bottom right of our screens, we see race 200 of the Coxless 4s, the Leicester Trophy, Derby Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Agecroft Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station.
So the winner of this race between Derby and Agecroft will take on the winner between Stourport and Thames of the preceding race in the semi-final. And in the top right hand corner, it looks like Thames have just taken their rate of striking just down a little bit. Comfortable in their lead over Stourport. But in the bottom right hand corner, it looks to be quite a good race still. As we're going through the spectators area.
Lots of support there for that Derby Rowing Club crew of Jade Carden, Frances Campbell, Jasmine Smith and Aoife Thompson.
But as we get the side-on view here now, it looks like Agecroft are... Ooh, would you say that's about half a length, or...?
It's close.
It is close between the two of them. And I think Agecroft might just have been warned to return to their station there, which may have just cost them a little bit of that lead. So basically when you're steering, it's a small rudder, but it acts effectively as a brake to move you, so you want to try and have the least amount of steering possible you can.
You can see there in that top left corner, Thames just reducing their rate of striking as they come across that finish line in the quarter-final of the Leicester Trophy.
Sponsored by Elise Cope. Now we keep talking about steering here. How are these crews steering? Shemaine, what are they doing? What are they using to steer?
So in these boats it will be foot steered, which is where a person in the boat, doesn't necessarily matter which person, has out of their 2 shoes, they'll have one of them that connects to the boat slightly differently to the other one, meaning that they can rotate their toe and point their toe, which will attach to a wire, which then attaches to the rudder at the bottom of the boat towards the stern.
And a quick look there from the 3-seater Derby crew over at the Agecroft crew.
Really good race being fought by both crews in this Agecroft Rowing Club crew, we have Zoe Coates, Sophie Rain, Sarah Pearson and Leanne Knight.
And you can see there that overhead shot just showing that Agecroft are just ahead of Derby. But still, neither crew able to let up here. Both under pressure to keep that power on, keep that rating up high. And both crews looking quite smooth, I think. Handling, there's a fair bit of bounce out there. Both crews handling the bounce quite well. And in the bottom right hand corner, it looks like we have race 201, the Aspirational Quads. The Chairman's Trophy going off with Upper Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Clydesdale ARC on the Buckinghamshire Station. And it looks like there's an early lead there for Clydesdale, with Upper Thames keeping that rating up high, trying to get back on terms with them. But in the top left hand corner, it looks like Agecroft are going to have just held off Derby to come over the line there for a win of about one length. I don't think they quite had clear water. And the Agecroft ladies very pleased with that result. But now back with race 201. Upper Thames versus Clydesdale in the Aspirational Quads for the Chairman's Trophy.
And in that Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club crew, we have Lauren McNaughton, Veronica Vonikova, Elle Sutherland and Robin Patrick. Now we have notes here that says through funding, this club have raised enough money to refurbish the boat club, meaning that this squad have been training in new facilities this season. The stroke seat there, having had a few years of racing experience under her belt, but this being her first Henley Women's Regatta.
And just going off there in the bottom right hand corner is the next race, race 202 of the Aspirational Quads for the Chairman's Trophy. DSR Protus Eretus against Bath University. Bath University on the Buckinghamshire Station and Protus Eretus on the Berkshire Station. And it looks like Bath University have taken a lead off the end of the island there. The overhead shot shows something different. I take my word back. It looks like the Dutch crew of Protus Eretus are leading as they go past the commentary box.
You can hear their calls to each other in the boats as they come past the commentary box.
And in the top left hand corner, it looks like the crew from Clydesdale having a comfortable lead over the Upper Thames crew there. And it looks like the Clydesdale crew have taken their rating down slightly. Just again, see lots of these crews, when they get ahead, just wind down their rating, so how many strokes a minute they're taking, just to conserve a little bit of energy for potentially a tougher race tomorrow.
Absolutely, very experienced in this Clydesdale Rowing Club crew. Veronica having participated in the Czech trials this season for the first time and going to race in the single at Czech Championships in a couple weeks' time.
Very nice then. You see the Clydesdale crew crossing the line there with quite a comfortable lead over Upper Thames. And back to this race between Protus Eretus and Bath University. We've got a nice shot there, and it looks like, yeah, the Bath University crew are sitting about half a length in front. I don't think that has changed much down the course of this race. Some calls there being made by, you can see some calls being made by the bounty to the Bath crew.
That's Anna Bradley, who brings valuable experience and leadership to this crew at Bath University Boat Club.
So someone who makes calls in your crew quite often, what sort of calls would you be making at this point where you are sat ahead but not able to have a comfortable lead? What sort of things would you be saying, Sinead, to the rest of your crew if that was you?
At this point, once you're around the 3/4 mark, it's kind of time to make sure that you're comfortably, if you're leading, you're comfortably leading, and just making sure that everything is staying the same. Nothing dramatic changes, just maintaining that lead, staying nice and loose and relaxed, as these girls are very consistent.
Yeah, I'd say the Bath crew, to me, looks fair. They're looking quite relaxed. Maybe a little bit less tension in their shoulders than the crew from Proteus there, who are trying desperately to stay on terms with them. But now in the bottom left-hand corner, we have race 203 of the Aspirational Quads for the Chairman's Trophy. Glasgow University, Leeds University and Nottingham University on the Berkshire Station, and on the Buckinghamshire Station, Crew 47, Birmingham University. And it looks like a lead for the composite from Glasgow, Leeds, Nottingham. But on the top left-hand corner, you can just see there the crew from Bath University coming over the line about one length ahead of Proteus. And looking tired with it. I don't think they were pushed the whole way down there. And again here we have a lovely overhead drone shot of Glasgow University, Leeds University, Nottingham University against Birmingham University.
And this is the composite crew's Henley women's debut with the stroke seat steering. Basil, what does it mean when somebody other than the bow seat, which is generally who steers the boat, what does it mean when, for example, the stroke seat is steering a course like this?
Well, so a straight course like this, sometimes it's an advantage to have the stroke seat steering, because I think, as you mentioned at the start, they have that chevron which you can line up with, and if you're in the stroke seat, you can see that quite clearly as you're going off. So instead of trying to look around the other three ladies in your crew, you can just see it quite clearly. And I was just watching there because there seemed to be a slight steering away from the booms there by the composite, and you can see this lovely overhead shot, just how smoothly both crews are moving together there. Rowing and sculling is all about moving in time, doing the same thing together at the same time. I once had it described to me by one of my first rowing coaches as attempting to sprint in being 1 foot away from the person in front of you. That's what rowing in a cruise. You're trying to sprint about 4 of you in here at the same time, but only 1 foot difference. So a single misstep, and you will all stumble.
Absolutely. You can see this shot here of the composite crew: Ella Gildert, Louise Brooks, Ursula Fleming, and Polly Swale.
Seemed to be a little bit of had a few strokes there with I think a bit of the bounce was causing them to rock slightly at the catch, but even then they looked to have some good hang off that catch, so leaving those arms straight as long as possible and using the legs to drive that boat through the water.
Looks like they've got great reach at the catch. What does that mean in terms of the length that they can row that stroke, Basil?
Well, it means the further you can reach round up to a point, it means you have that longer time in the water, that longer time accelerating the boat through the water. So when the blades are in the water at that point there, it's called the catch. through to the finish where they come out, that is the point at which you're accelerating the boat, you're speeding it up as they cross the finish line there with quite a significant lead over this Birmingham University crew. And now coming off the island here, we have race 204 of the Aspirational Quads for the Chairman's Trophy. This is Twickenham Rowing Club A boat versus Thames Rowing Club.
And there in that Twickenham Rowing Club boat, we have Emily O'Connor, Ellen Tweed, Emily Harrison and Abigail Thompson, and it looks like both crews quite close together. That Twickenham crew potentially just coming off their station slightly.
Yes, we can't quite see the umpires launch, but I suspect they may be being requested to move back over. We can see the Thames crew here looking quite strong. Good pick up there as they accelerate the boat through.
Yeah, beautiful rhythm being set there by the stroke seat of that Thames quad, Sophie Lloyd-Williams. It's her first year as part of the Thames squad.
And both crews keeping a very high rate of striking here. They do not want to give an inch to each other. I think Thames have just settled into a bit more of a rhythm now.
These girls in the Thames quad have been rowing together for some time this season, having rowed together at the women's head of the river.
Oh, that's... something's happened. Twickenham seem to have lost a bit of rhythm there. I think there's some steering coming on. They seem to come right over onto Thames's side here.
Thames appearing unfazed, still sculling away. That lovely rhythm.
I'm surprised the umpire's not warning Twickenham to return to their station. He probably feels that Thames are far enough ahead that they won't be challenged by Twickenham rowing into them.
Stroke seat there looking very relaxed.
You can see the two-seat there of the Twickenham crew just making some calls, trying to get them back in contention with the Thames crew.
And that two-seat Ellen having been originally part of the START programme at Nottingham.
So START programme is a pathway programme British Rowing set up to try and find the Olympians of tomorrow.
Quick look over there from a few girls in that Twickenham quad.
They can probably just sense that Thames quad just out of eyesight of them. But still close enough to feel the puddles coming off the Thames crew.
Thames crew looking very matched, even down to the hair accessories they've chosen for the day. Can just help you feel that bit more united as a crew.
And you can see if you look at the bows of that Twickenham crew, you can see the bounce there. Having to negotiate through, coming off the launches, coming down. And being tideway rowers, Shemay, you and I are fairly used to the wash coming off large launches, particularly from coaching launches. But Twickenham, on their stretch of the river, they don't really have any other clubs, so don't experience much wash. Quite a nice stretch.
Absolutely. Can be really helpful to have trained in a certain level of
disruption.
Less than ideal water. Exactly. So you know, and your crew knows that there is the ability to deal with it and you know how to deal with it.
Yes, and quite often I think we experience Thames being very helpful in helping other clubs learn to handle the disruptive conditions.
Absolutely. We see that it's a win for that Thames Rowing Club crew.
And going for the start now, we have race 205, the Aspirational Singles, the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup. And on the Berkshire station we have Hartbury University and College, M. Hudson Hulls, and on the Buckinghamshire station, St Andrews University, H. Marshall. And it looks like St Andrews are being warned back to their station.
And Hansine Marshall of that St Andrews University Boat Club. A strong beach sprinter, and amongst her beach sprint testing, she broke the GB record for the 1K on the ergo in a time of 3:15.
And it looks like Hudson Hulls from Hartbury University and College is taking a lead there off the end of the island over Marshall from St Andrews. And we can see again here the swells from the passing pleasure cruisers. There's good acceleration of the handles there from the sculler from Hartbury University,
who learned to row there 2 years ago. Is 16 years old, and this is her first campaign in a single scull. She won Nat Sculls in a J16 quad and is now racing in this single, and recently came 9th at junior trials.
Sorry, so she's 16 years old. Oh, so the schoolgirl here versus university. But that's one of the great things about Henley Women's. You get these different ranges. Quite often they probably wouldn't meet normally at regattas, but here at Henley Women's they get the chance to race against each other.
That shot there of Hansine Marshall, who won the beginner singles at the British University Championships earlier this season and won gold in the beginner doubles and bronze in the beginner quad. So a very experienced sculler.
And she's still within. She seems to be having a slight course correction there, but she's still only just her bow just on the stern of the sculler from Hartbury University there. Now both scullers seem to have settled down into a bit more of a race rhythm here. Quite often you'll find the difference in stroke rate off the start to a mid-race. The difference is the range is much larger into the smaller boats because there's a lot more weight you're having to individually carry compared to some of the larger boats like the 8s or the quads, where the boat weight is shared among more of you.
And importantly, it's a race of, as much as it is a physical race, it's one of the mind, given that there's no crewmates, there is no cox to be making those calls.
It's just all you in there yourself.
And on the bottom right hand corner of our screens we can see race 206, the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup Aspirational Singles quarter-final of Reading University Boat Club on the Berkshire station and Vesta Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station.
A lovely shot of Temple Island there.
It's always such a beautiful sight to see racing down this world famous course. And we can see there on the bottom right it looks like that Vesta sculler Isabel Maxwell has just got a lead off the island. Having a quick look around there for the booms.
Yeah, and I think she's as you said, she was. You spoke earlier about your experience of going past a break in the booms, with a large yank round to correct the course. She seems to be taking it slightly smoother with her corrections there.
Absolutely. Very well steered. Nice straight line down. You can see the run just coming off the stern of that boat, parallel to the booms.
You can see there's a good pickup there, so that lock and then that acceleration of the handle through the drive.
You can see the suspension that she has off the seat every stroke, and the cheers just by the commentary box here for Izzy at Vesta.
And in the top left-hand corner, it looks like the Sculls from St Andrews may have moved through Hartpury University and College to take the lead.
Hansine there from St Andrews Boat Club. As a sports scholar at the University of St Andrews, clear that she was a strong standout at the boat club from the start.
Yes, and we can see it just there in the top left, crossing the finish line ahead of the sculler from Hartpury University and College. But back down to the right hand corner, this lovely drone shot of Maxwell from Vesta maintaining that lead over the sculler from Reading University. And these drone shots are amazing.
Nice smooth rhythm there from Izzy Maxwell. And that Vesta single scull. Maintaining her hang off those blades, suspending off the seat. Having a quick look over to check how far off she is from that Reading University Boat Club single sculler.
I think while she's comfortably ahead, she's not far enough that she feels she can take her foot off the pedal quite yet. And now in race 207 of the Aspirational Single Sculls, the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup, we have Nottingham Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station against Neptune Rowing Club from Ireland on the Buckinghamshire Station.
And we see there Ella Weeks of Nottingham Rowing Club taking on an early lead. Member of the GB Performance Development Academy, Ella has rowed for 1.5 years and is off to the University of Virginia next year on a rowing scholarship to do her master's degree.
In the top left hand corner you can just see the sculler from Reading University. Looks to be just flirting with the booms slightly a few moments ago. Moved away from them. But this looks to be a good race down in the bottom right hand corner between Weeks and Kilgallen. Both of them maintaining a high rate of stroking there. But I think Weeks from Nottingham just looking a little bit more relaxed, a little bit longer through. But yeah, you can see it being worn back to her station. I think she'd erred slightly towards the middle there. Perhaps caught by the stream. As you were saying earlier, this race is against the stream, so you're rowing upriver against the flow of water, which can, if you're not careful, move you around the course a little bit unexpectedly.
See there in the top left hand corner, Vesta looking good across the finish line there with that win over Reading University Boat Club.
A lovely shot of the bows of the two single scullers here from Nottingham and Neptune. And just going from the right hand corner, we have the last race today from the Aspirational Singles between Leeds Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Llandaff Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station.
From Leeds Rowing Club there, Emily Baker rowed in the States at Texas Southern Methodist University from 2020 to 2024, and also represented England at the Home Countries Regatta in the Coxless 4 in 2023.
So Shemay, as someone who is able to scull, row bow side, row stroke side, steer and stroke a boat, what's your favourite boat class?
It's a great question. I think it really depends on how the boat itself actually feels and who you're rowing with. I personally quite like sculling boats just because they feel occasionally a little bit more balanced, a little bit more smooth, and as somebody who isn't the tallest of people, I really enjoy how technical that sculling boat can be, how sometimes delicate it feels compared to a big chunky 8.
I mean, you say you're not the tallest, but I remember I was talking to your pairs partner Emily earlier, and she said there's quite a height difference between the two of you.
She is. We have the same height in the boat, but when we stand up, she's actually several inches taller. She has very, very long legs. Can help to be a little bit more matched sometimes, but I suppose it just depends on what works for the particular crew.
And in the top left hand corner there, it looks like Kilgallen from Neptune crossing the line ahead of Weeks from Nottingham. But back with race 208 between Baker from Leeds Rowing Club and Postlethwaite from Llandaff Rowing Club. And it looks like the sculler from Leeds holding a comfortable lead there. And then in the bottom right hand corner we have race 209 in the Academic Coxless Fours, the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy, sponsored by Keltbray, between London University on the Berkshire Station and Surrey University on the Buckinghamshire Station. And from this overhead shot it looks like Surrey University have taken a lead off the end of the island.
That's Surrey University Boat Club crew of Nell Papworth, Alicia Rushworth, Kate Lynn Hall and Amy Lavelle.
Again, we can see that bow rig in the Surrey University crew seems to be more and more prevalent each year. University of London crew there looking like they're digging deep to get on terms, and we can see, look at the swells that these crews are being moved around by.
And that University of London Boat Club crew, we have Martha Bradley, Alice Cousins, Orla Mantle and Sophie Cassidy. I've had the pleasure of rowing with their two-seat of that University of London crew, Alice Cousins, who has many different talents. She is an avid roller skater and is also extremely proficient in mixed martial arts. Great to see her in this crew today.
And it just looks like that crew from the University of Surrey are just pressing away from the University of London. And in the top left-hand corner, we can see Baker from Leeds crossing the line ahead of Postlethwaite from Llandaff Rowing Club there. And back down to this race 209 of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Academic Coxless Fours, sponsored by Keltbray. You see the bow seat of the University of London crew there, just giving some words to her rest of her crewmates, perhaps making a call to get them back on pace. And you can see the two-seat of the University of Surrey crew just making a call, just taking them up to respond to the move made by University of London there. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the next race from the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Academic Coxless Fours, sponsored by Keltbray. USR Triton versus Oxford Brookes. Oxford Brookes on the Buckinghamshire station. It looks like both crews moving towards the Berkshire station there, but Triton, having a correction. And off the end of the island here, it looks like Triton are leading Brookes. And they're settling into a nice comfortable rhythm there.
That Triton crew, we have Lauren van Rijswijk, Marijn Hilhorst, Lotte Tavernier and Anna Hin, coached by Haya Dijkstra.
And the Triton crew taking a bold line there towards the booms, that seem to have corrected themselves. That will have cost them a little bit of distance against the Brookes crew. And the top left-hand corner there, you can just see the crew from University of London crossing the line behind the crew from Surrey University. So it'll be Surrey University. We'll be racing the next round against the winner of this race, race 210, the Academic Coxless Fours for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy, sponsored by Keltbray, between USR Triton from the Netherlands and Oxford Brookes from the UK. But it looks like Triton are maintaining and even pressing out a commanding lead here over the Brookes crew.
Brookes crew we see there of Sophia McDavid, Grace Patterson, Molly Rippon and Maria Cohen.
And the Triton crew looking quite relaxed there.
Particularly around that finish there. You can see it three-seat. Straight in and out.
Yeah, I think they're just maintaining the speed there. They're not looking for anything more. Nice and relaxed. They know they've got this in the bag. There's enough distance that if Brookes try any moves or any pushes, Triton have got plenty of time to respond and fend them off. And having been sat in that position a few times in races myself, it's always quite nice knowing that you are winning and that there's plenty of time for you to respond if the other crew try and make any moves or if anything does happen.
Absolutely. Bow seat of that Oxford Brookes crew, just having a quick look around there as we see the Triton crew just reducing their rate keeping it nice and relaxed.
And you can see the summer afternoon traffic to the sort of centre of the picture now. Just enjoying the last of that sun today. And going off the start now, in the bottom right hand corner, we have the second to last race of the day. Again, another one for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for the Academic Coxless Fours, sponsored by Keltbray. And this is KSRV Noord from the Netherlands on the Berkshire Station, and on the Buckinghamshire Station we have Imperial College. Imperial College row off the Putney Embankment. And coming off the end of the island, it looks like a lead for the Dutch crew, KSRV Noord. And their compatriots in the race before them, race 210, Triton looked to be having a comfortable lead against Oxford Brookes. So in the next round it is likely to be Triton versus Surrey University in the semi-final of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Academic Coxless Fours, sponsored by Keltbray. But back to race 211. KSRV Noord on the Berkshire Station and Imperial College on the Buckinghamshire Station.
We see there that Noord crew are taking on a lead crew of Louise Bush, Emma Botsman, Charlotte Veldkamp and Micah Crozen.
And again, a lovely overhead shot there, just highlighting the lead the Noord crew have over the Imperial College crew. But they don't seem to be backing off yet at this point. Keeping that rating high, but perhaps taking the power down a little bit, just having a bit of a controlled run down this course now.
And plenty of experience in that Imperial College Boats Club of Zara Burgess, Caitlin Mortars, Miriam Palmer and Tamara Brew, coached by Adam Berry. The bow seat, Zara Burgess and Tamara Brew at stroke seat raced together at the 2024 European Universities Rowing Championships in the Coxless 4. See the 3 seat there of that Noord crew looking straight ahead, extremely in the zone, making calls to her crew.
So that Noord crew looking a little bit warm in this weather, but looking well in control and unfazed. They look to be rating a few pips lower than the Imperial crew. Just again, probably just conserving a bit of energy, knowing they're in control of this race.
Absolutely. That Imperial crew stroked by Tamara Brew will be looking to gain on the Noord crew. Tamara having represented the Aberdeen Sculls Rowing Association and raced in the GB versus France J16 match in 2022.
And now on the bottom right hand corner we have the last race of the day. This is the last race of the quarterfinals of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for the Academic Coxless Fours, sponsored by Keltbray. And we have Queen's University ladies on the Berkshire station against DSR Protus Eritus and Skadi, both from the Netherlands, on the Buckinghamshire station in a composite crew. But on the top left hand corner we can just see the crew from Njord taking that rating right down and just enjoying this summer evening as they cross the line. A few smiles there. But now back to the last race of the day here in the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Academic Coxless Fours, sponsored by Keltbray, between Queen's University ladies and DSR Protus Eritus from the Netherlands and RV Skadi, also from the Netherlands, in a composite crew. And it looks like the crew for the composite Dutch crew are leading Queen's University at this point in the race. I think the Irish crew from Queen's University have just been warned over to return to their station.
Irish crew of Holly Bartlett, the Queen's University crew of Holly Bartlett, Alexandra Wigington, Alana Donahue and Amelia McLear.
And we can just see that the swells that Dutch crew are just ploughing through off of the passing river traffic there, but coping with it very well. Quick look round her shoulder from the bow girl of the Queen's University crew.
Both crews racing in this bucket style rigging as we were talking about before.
But again, both buckets are on opposite sides. So the crew from Protus Eritus and Skadi there looking quite comfortable, quite relaxed. Some nice hang on those handles. And we just see the crew from Queen's University going past now.
I'll see there the current women's vice captain who learned to row at Tyne Rowing Club in 2017, and the 2-seat is next year's women's vice captain who learned to row in 2022. And having been part of a university rowing club committee, I know it's a very tricky job to balance the training and organising all of the rowing along with the academics, so it's great to see bow pair there training and rowing their race, balancing all the various things that those responsibilities come with.
We can see that Dutch crew just comfortably in the lead. They're just enjoying that sense of control over this race as they enter the Upper Thames field.
Absolutely, and a great line being steered by that Dutch crew. So we can see that straight line coming off their stern.
And now we can see it's coming towards the end of this race, which is the last race of the day, race 212 of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy for Academic Coxless Fours, sponsored by Keltbray, between Queen's University Ladies and DSR Protoceratops and RV Scuddy. And this composite crew from the Netherlands comfortably ahead, as they have been down this whole race, crossing the finish line now. Well ahead of the Irish crew from Queen's University crossing now. So that's the end of racing today. Thank you for commentating with me, Shemay.
Thank you for having me.
And it's over to Megan now.
I'm here with none other than gold medalist Imogen Grant. Imogen, lovely to speak to you.
Lovely to speak to you too. What a fantastic day it's been so far.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about what you've been up to so far today.
So I've been busy in general. I'm racing, commentating and ambassadoring at Henley Women's this year. So I've always got something going on, but today I've actually had a bye, so don't need to race today. It was beautiful this morning, so I went out for a paddle before the racing started, and then it's just been about enjoying the final time trials and then getting really stuck into the side-by-side racing this afternoon.
And have there been any crews or any particular races that have caught your eye especially?
Oh, I'm really excited for all of the Upper Thames crews who are racing later this evening. That's my club now, and it's been amazing training alongside them this year and just seeing how tough it is to be a club rower and have a full-time job, and all of these girls have put in so much effort. I really enjoyed the Oxford University versus Oxford Brookes Uni yesterday. That was a fantastic race, especially to the halfway mark, which is sometimes a little bit more rare on the Friday.
Around this time last summer, you were in Paris winning a gold medal. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience? And I'd love to know, through that experience, what was the thing you learned most about yourself?
Wow. I can't believe it's nearly been a year, but it really has. It's summer again, it's warm. Paris last year really felt like the culmination of 6 years of hard work for Emily and I. And that last race, you can be so lucky to have your best race in the most important race of your lives, and it absolutely flew by. We were so focused on what we were doing. I wasn't thinking about the other crews, I wasn't thinking about the result, I was just thinking about doing the best rowing that we could do, and crossing the finish line there was just that rush of disbelief that the race was over and actually we rowed really well and we'd won, and then just this massive flood of joy and so much outpouring of emotion.
And what's it like being back on the domestic circuit after racing at an Olympic Games?
Oh, it's so great. I love it so much. It's what I miss the most when I'm at the international regattas. They're of course incredible and such high standard, and the racing is amazing, but you only get a bit of noise in the last 200 metres where the grandstands are, and some of that is in a different language and not for you. Being able to race in the UK is so special. In my time trial, all the way down, I was hearing shouts of "Go Imo, yeah Imogen," and I was literally grinning as I was racing down the course.
At the Olympics, you were racing, like you said, with your doubles partner Emily Craig, and here you're out in your single. Have you had to how have you navigated that transition? Does it change how you approach racing now that you're out in a single out there on your own?
Not necessarily. The doubles race plan is so ingrained in me that that's still just what I'm doing, because I know it inside out. But I trained in the single quite a lot before I was in the lightweight women's double, and at the moment, while I'm working full time, training in the single is really the only way that I can get out on the water. I'm not sure I could persuade anybody else in the world to hold the same schedule that I do, but I do enjoy it. It means a lot of pressure because you're the only person who can make that difference, but also a lot of reward when it goes well.
And how do you juggle all of those different things? So you are training, got your such an intense training schedule. You're a doctor, and I am not a doctor, but I hear on the grapevine that it's not the most relaxed of jobs. How do you juggle it all?
I think it's not easy, and I think that's what I always start with. It's not easy, but it's worthwhile. And for me, I really genuinely enjoy all of the things that I do. I love rowing. There's never a moment where I look at some flat water and don't wish I was out on it rowing.
It's really cool to see you out on the water and inspiring people yourself now and passing that on to everybody else.
Yeah, it's really special. I think it's so moving when people come up and say, oh my gosh, you're Imogen Grant. I follow you on Instagram. I love the way you row. I want to do medicine, or I want to row the boat race one day. And I just think, yes, go on, do it. You can. I just see so much motivation and passion, especially in our junior rowers in the UK. And I just want them to just keep doing it. If you enjoy it, it's the right sport for you.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us. We best let you get onto your umpire's launch, or we don't want the boat to go without you. I'm sure it won't, but
Thank you very much.
Thanks for chatting.